Lots of jobs will be lost. People will not be in, the rise of automation will take all of our jobs, robots and AIs coming in. What are we going to do? What we forget is exactly what you just said there, is that job creation is a major, well, the way that many are looking at the moment, which explains the rise of the independent workforce, is going to more contingent workers. And they're saying, you know what, actually, we do have these new jobs, let's say, we do have these new needs within the organization. We have needs in even our existing jobs. For example, you mentioned it right at the beginning. We need to change how we sell. We can't just, we may not be able to go and see our customers for 6 months. So we need to master the virtual sell. That is a completely new skill set for many, even traditional salespeople. They still have they can still use the skills that they know, like great questions, handling objections and presenting, but actually managing it in this format takes some nuance. And they need to kind of, if you like, create an edge around the skills that they know and create new skills. So it's not just about the new jobs, it's also about the new knowledge, skills and behaviors that we need to display for the workforce of tomorrow, today. So that's why many organizations are saying, well, we don't have to be too worried about how we fill, in inverted commas, some of these things, because we can actually think differently. And I think this is where organizational design, OD, and HR and human capital management come together and say, we have an opportunity here to relook at how our organizations are structured, how they're managed, and how we manage them. It is not true now to say that we need 100% permanent workforce within our four walls that we work in, or moving forward. We can embrace the rise of the independent workforce. We can embrace a new blended workforce. And therefore, when we're looking to fill some of these skills gaps or some of these potentially short-term roles that we need to get geared up, we can look more at creating great relationships with independent workers. But for me at the moment, that is through things like managed services. It's based on projects. What my argument is that now needs to be formalized, and we need to think about how we embrace independent workers who can really contribute to our business, so that we value them, recognize them, reward them in the right way, and make them feel like they're part of the team as much as being independent workers. So quite a lot really coming in here, but equally, to answer your question, there's so many more solutions now, I feel.
Jeremy, I think you make a very interesting proposition about building relationships with independent workers. Um, but there is a skill gap. In fact, in past few lines, you also mentioned there is a huge skill gap that exists today, because even the experienced workers may find it challenging to shift to digital platform seamlessly, because they may have negotiation skills, but they need eye contact, they need facial reading, and the digital platform does not allow that seamlessly. So there is a huge skill gap that exists. I think the understanding of this skill gap is also fairly widely accepted. The problem is, how do we fill the skill gap? For example, IBM Watson has tied up with a government department in India, and India being a very populous country with young population, there is a department for skill development. It offers a free skill development to people who do not have a lot of funds. And 30% of the population in India fit that description. So IBM Watson has tied up with Skill Development Corporation to provide digital skills to whoever wants to get trained on the digital skills. Uh, and this is absolutely free. Absolutely free. So, having said that, there are other initiatives across the world as well. Like Microsoft announced spend of $23 million in learning and development, specifically around digital arena. While all these developments are happening, I think I'm sure a lot of other corporations are investing in this space. There is still going to be skill gap, because by the time this workforce is ready over next 1 year or 2 years, till then, what are your advices to people to, make use of the opportunity which exists today?
Actually, there's quite a lot within that, what you're talking about here. There's quite a lot going on which impact the whole. And the way that if we go back to 2008 and we hit the global financial crisis, that was a 10-year crisis, and then there was uncertainty. We came into this new decade with a little bit more hope. We were taking a deep breath. We could get back onto track again. But then the pandemic hits, of course. But within that period, many organizations, when they're looking at transformation, when they're looking at upskilling and so on, it takes budget. The more enlightened organizations, as you're talking about, are more attuned to putting budget aside to that. But there were many organizations that didn't. Budget moves away from things like learning and development, some nice to have HR initiatives, even some nice to have marketing initiatives at time. So what happens is that the skills development that happens either is very standardized, which may not be appropriate, but it doesn't really evolve very much. So as people are coming back into spending, after the global financial crisis, for some organizations, they're 10 years out of date. But the pace of change within this digital era is so quick. And as you pointed out before, we've got all of these gaps within our organizations, not just in terms of roles, but also how we do things differently for the new era. And that came home to roost for many organizations when March hit this year, and we realized that this was not going to go away. So marketing needed to very quickly digitalize. What does it mean now getting our message out there differently? Sales, as I talked about, finance, HR, you name it, the whole thing needed to upskill themselves before they could upskill the organization. Then add that to the previous point that you said, is that, but we need people in these really key roles. How are we going to get them? And some organizations realize that actually, because the supply is so low, but the demand is so high, they're going to cost a lot of money. And we can't afford to do that. So how do we do things differently? We need to find somebody who's skilled in it, but we need to probably look at different ways of bringing it into the business. And that then explains partly how the independent workforce is growing so quickly. But the very interesting point about that, CK, is that in the last 2 years, the population, so this is according to the research, the Blended Workforce Revolution, which I launched earlier this year, which you'll be able to find on my website. I think you're going to put the link on for people to download it for free, the paper, if you're interested, is that we found that the generation making the biggest shift to independent working was Generation X. That's my generation and your generation. Yes, so we're both X's, and we've both made it to the top of the organizations that we worked with before. I was one of the senior leadership team within the global business that I was in before. But like many Gen Xers, I looked into my organization and said, you know what? I don't want to take over this business. We have not transformed quick enough. I've got a big problem if I take over this business. I'm not up for it. I can do this better from the outside. So what's even more fascinating than that is that I'm now able to have retained jobs, 2 or 3 retained jobs with different companies, doing more or less the same role, helping them at a very senior level in a very niche way, potentially, whether it be around skills, around digital, around the new roles that are there, helping them refine their organizational structure. But in a moment of time that A, they can afford, and B, that we can get the best value out of. So Gen Xs are making that move. So it actually compounds the issue that you're talking about in some ways, as well as providing a solution. On one level, I can actually do things differently now as an organization. I don't have to have a permanent person. I can pick an independent person. However, if I'm losing my leaders in waiting in the organization, I've got a big skills gap there. This is where a lot of the 20th century businesses who haven't got into 21st century thinking yet, as we talked about last week, are really struggling, because they're thinking in the way that they used to think about, not in the way that they need to think about now, and thinking about changing the complete structure of the organization, unleashing capabilities around the organization, but also embracing as part of their workforce people that can come in for the short term, for independent work, for project work, at a very senior level, as much as very kind of, if you like, project digital IT work that they're traditionally used for. So quite a lot to think about.
Right. So it is not easier for the IT companies to transition to digital arena quite easily. But there are other works of life which will find very challenging to shift in the new world. Things like production, things like operations. What is your advice to these kind of people?
Yeah, yeah. Well, with all of this that I've said here, and the increasing digitalization, and that could be in manufacturing, in supply chain, in logistics, all of these kind of things as well, is that we're still reliant on the human touch, whether that's internally with our employees and whether that's with our customers as well. So one of the issues that seems to be arising for the organizations that are still struggling this year is that they've lost sight of the human touch as they have desperately trying to digitalize, find new processes and ways of working, systems to support the way that they're working in the areas that you're talking about. But the danger is that they've missed the human heart of this as well. So I've just done a new piece of research. It's not released yet, so I can't go into the detail. However, the biggest emerging leadership trait for the decade ahead is human-centered leadership, closely followed by community-centered leadership. And both of these are two sides of the same coin. It's actually looking internally and externally and mobilizing our resources so that they can be part of the solution rather than isolating these problems that you talk about in some of these really kind of more technical areas to just the leadership of the organization. This is about empowering not just our permanent employees, but it's the independent workers. It's also empowering leadership at all levels, something that we've been talking about for many, many years, so that our employees can be part of the solution rather than the implementers of the next new idea that has come up from the management or the leadership that says this is where we're going to go. So I think that is a really key component in those kind of areas there, at the same time as not just implementing digitalization, but actually thinking about how they automate many of these processes and systems. So actually, automation, this is the year of automation. Many automation companies have been the answer to many prayers in the areas that you talk about for many organizations globally. And automation, as I say, has come of age, and that will be 2021, where many other organizations are playing catch up, is where they'll focus, that and the human touch.
In fact, you whatever you say is makes a lot of sense. But there are businesses which are still not started the race. I mean, the catch up will be quite tough for them.
Yep.
Businesses like schools, media houses, advertising, uh, which can migrate quite easily on the digital platform, but they have not done that. And then there are people who will find it very difficult to migrate, like production and operations. Um, and Jeremy, you are a truly global citizen and you work with large corporations now, helping them in their journey migrate on the digital arena. Do you have a model which can be utilized by SMEs or startups or even large enterprises which they can access to?
Well, yeah, yes, there are a couple actually that I have, which I feel have been models to create out of the transformational period that we're in. Not something to reinvent that's already there, but actually something that causes a rethink around this. Because you're absolutely right. I do work globally. I work with many industries, and another industry I'll throw in there, which is really suffering at the moment, is the entertainment industry. So we talked about, MICE, tourism, leisure, hospitality, but entertainment as well. So think about the how we experience going to the movies. The industry growing around this. It's not just the movie theaters, it's what comes into them as the product as well, movie making, TV making, and the rapid evolution now of how movies may be released in the future to drive the kind of revenues. So those big studios that didn't have relationships with the major new streaming partners like Hulu, Netflix, Amazon Prime, all of these kind of things, are struggling to think about the kind of partnerships that can get their product to market now. They're having to rethink their whole thing because this never came into their mind. So while movies like Tenet were really the test case for could this work in a new way of experience movies at the cinema, it made around $400 million, which was probably about $1 billion less than it should have done normally. But they're calling that a success now. Whereas something like the film released on Amazon Prime a couple of weeks ago, Borat 2, has caused, from Sacha Baron Cohen, has caused an absolute sensation and is now being measured in a very different way in terms of audience uptake, viewerships, and so on for Amazon Prime, and what that actually means from a money perspective. So it's at macro level, industries are having to rethink how their relationship with their customers, with how they look at usership, revenue, how they're going to measure margin. Underpinning all of that, though, there needs to be a new approach with how we manage this changing face that I've talked about, the digitalization, the workforce, the workplace. So there is a model that I created at digital level, which is the ticking clock, which I think I may have mentioned in one of our previous discussions, which is around how to help organizations who are still struggling to rapidly digitalize so that they don't lose the human touch, but they actually can enable the most appropriate technologies. But for much of what we've been talking about today, still organizations are traditionally structured with a human capital management approach, which is from yesterday and is not appropriate for tomorrow. So I've come up with something called Gig HR, which is really a framework for today. It's not a framework, actually, it's a manifesto. It's a new manifesto for human capital management, which looks at this differently. It looks at the need of organizations with their permanent workforce, but the trend that 50% of our workforce will be made up of independent workers within 2 years. Our current human capital management structure does not allow us to manage that in a way. So my approach for Gig HR is to think about, so how do we underpin this new structure with thinking about the cultural aspects that need to be in place when you're managing a permanent and an independent workforce? And then what are the rules, the tools that need to be in place, the new skills, and how do we actually engage and create those thrills for our workforce, whether permanent or employees? And then if I kind of wrap that all around something else, it's then how do we protect them in an era of rapid change, digitalization, particularly learning from this year with well-being at the center. So Gig HR recognizes that many organizations will have a very mixed workforce, or a blended workforce, as I like to call it. And this is a framework to enable that to be managed, but also challenges organizations who particularly have a 20th century model right now to transform more rapidly so that they're ready for this type of workforce tomorrow.
Yes, Jeremy, in fact, this rapid changes in our business arena and how we do basically business with each other, that has forced various governments across the world to also reformulate the policies around the digital world, how to use, and you mentioned media. So there is a new policy which is going to come up to manage the OTT platform, what they can show, what they cannot show, and so on. So I think while you are very graciously sharing your Gig HR framework, which people can download and use it if they can, but I think there is a lot of handholding required to understand the whole dynamic around it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to urge the viewers of this program that if they need to get in touch with Jeremy to take his advice, to really help you build your organization in a new format, so that they are geared up to do business in 21 and beyond, please reach out to his website, which is mentioned in the messaging box down below, or you can reach out to us and we can connect with you, Jeremy, and you can then take it forward from there. So I think your inputs and your work, which you're doing globally, Jeremy, is very valuable, specifically in the area of HR. And I think this is going to help us, help my company, and also the viewers of this program. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, CK.
And we will catch up with you, Jeremy, next week with more compelling business proposition, business topic next week.
We will. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning. This is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we have a very eminent personality with us, Mr. Ravi Shankar Balasubramanian. Ravi joins us from Bangalore. He is the CEO of BLR Labs, and BLR Labs has offices in India and in US. Welcome to the show, Ravi.
Thank you, CK. Good morning and namaste. Pleasure talking to you and glad to be connected with Kulmak and Top Brass. Pleasure talking to you.
Right, Ravi. So, as you know that we are under lockdown and today is day 5. You are joining us from Bangalore. How Bangalore treating the people during this lockdown? I'm sure it's a tech city. So, are there any deployment of any new tech services in Bangalore? How it is treating? So, we just want to know from you from the experiences.
Yeah, no doubt there are challenges. These are tough times, but when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. And looking at the environment, I think this is more important and pertinent given the circumstances here that we take care more about the unorganized sector and those sort of junction. I think that should be the focus of the government. While the challenges are immense, I think the opportunity is also immense for technology companies like BLR Labs, and I think this is where we need to innovate. And as you know, right, necessary is the mother of all inventions. So I think this pushes us to get to the edge and create those solutions because so that we are prepared such that next time such a situation arises, I think it should be like smooth flowing. We need to so this actually throws up and opens up a lot of infrastructural requirements, and I think BLR Labs, we look forward to BLR Labs to be sharing that platform and enabling to overcome such challenges in the future. But as of Bangalore, they have been kind. I think if we look at it, even though I'm still in the office at this point in time, so they have allowed me to come and attend this sort of requirement, even though we have actually officially requested all our employees to work from home. But if you see, right, especially a lot of BPOs, various other forums, which were never open to work from home. You had to work 24/7. You had the cab services. You had to be in the office. They were never opening up their infrastructure for people to explore work from home opportunities for women folk, even the night travel. Now that it has forced all those technology companies, okay, to enable the employees to work from home, I think it's a game-changing situation because what will happen is it is going to open up the security concerns which were actually conservative earlier. Now they would realize that we are more we can actually overcome those situations, and things will start opening up. So I think while the challenges are there, it also actually, from a business community point of view, if we keep our eyes open, I think there's a lot of opening which it actually creates, and to benefit the mankind, going forward, especially from a technology breakthrough perspective and technology interface point of view. So I see it's an eye opener, okay, and I see that only those a lot of companies are going to find it challenging, okay, to run their business. We will see definitely see some of these startups actually winding up. We would like to see a lot of government initiatives to actually help these companies in terms of moratorium to um, to all the EMIs, loans, and so on and so forth. Because unless the business community gears up and wins, there's no way. We are looking for a long haul. It is not like 15-day, 20-day. I think this is a war-like situation. I think companies such as us should lead from the front and help the governments in all the countries, to enable them fight back and rebound back very fast and very successfully. I think the onus is on us. So that is where I'm working round the clock. To be quite honest, CK, it's been very very time-consuming, working almost 12 hours a day, because this is where I see the opportunity, and that is why even in these times we are having this conversation, which tells you the importance and the opportunity that exists, because it is for us to actually make or break the situation.
Yes, Ravi. In fact, as you rightly pointed out, that the need is the mother of invention, or in this case, it's a lockdown which is creating a new behavioral changes in all of us. So, just to share, one point is in the society where I live in, we have come out with a token system so that we don't overspend and we don't queue up. And this is all online. And this app got developed within 2 days.
Yeah.
And it is rolled out. And the future roadmap for this app is also defined, because once this lockdown is over, the same app can be utilized for club activities, slot booking, etc., for various activities. So so much changes, and I'm sure there are requirements for schools, for business, for offices to go online, because I
Absolutely.
personally believe that this issue with the pandemic is not going to go away after 16 days from now. It will continue for some more time. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, let's hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. So, as I already see a lot of colleges and institutes, now that the integration and the infrastructure in terms of actually the internet speeds in India has actually significantly grown. So, a lot of colleges have begun to actually take classes. In fact, one of my friends was actually taking lectures yesterday to their students over the internet. So you see, with a lot of significant changes that is going to come, I think this is something that we cannot wish away. This is definitely going to open up a lot of eyebrows, and the way we interact. I think it's going to change forever. Okay, I think so. That's the point where we need to be opening up. The one of the key things is, while a lot of lot of rich and the reasonably middle class people can afford it, we have to also ensure that the people behind the poverty line and who are challenged for their daily wages are not left behind. Okay, their kids are very very important for this ecosystem to develop. I think that we need to create those sort of platforms for them to not lose out on this education system, because I think if you see that these lectures can go not just to 50 people class, they can actually open up to a zillions of people who are online. So that way we can create a lot of cost effective solution, and I'm sure India is going to lead from that front, because as a country we are very very cost sensitive. I think we have been sort of cautious or conservative in terms of adapting technology. But this post-lockdown will leave no stone unturned to create that turnaround. I think this pushes us to the edge, and in a sense that it is good for the country and future growth in economy. No doubt, the growth is going to be negative in the coming quarter. But I think if we play the game right and look forward to overcome these challenges, I think developing countries like us are going to be the countries who are going to actually lead those technology and opportunities from. So as I said earlier, it is for us to actually lose. It is for us to actually take this opportunity. As such, India has done pretty well with this lockdown, as against all the developed countries. You can already see that. So it was a forced lockdown, but it has created a lot of hassles. Okay. However, this also is time for companies such as us to think through innovatively and create those solutions so that we are geared up for all such future challenges that may come in. And I'm looking forward to it.
Right, Ravi, and it was pleasure talking to you. Today is day 16. I mean, day 5, 16 more to go. So I will check up with you after a few more days how Bangalore is treating you still, because it's a long lockdown. Until that.
Yeah, pleasure. Thank you. And please take care, stay safe, uh, keep the social distancing. That is very, very paramount. As such, we are seeing a lot of ventilators getting developed. So India is gearing up in terms of infrastructure, but this is the time to actually hold back and utilize that time to think innovatively, spend that time and come back stronger. Thank you, CK. All the very best. Looking forward to talking to you in the future. And I wish the world to overcome this catastrophe very soon and very fast. Wishing all the people speedy recovery and getting back to growth. Looking forward to it. Okay. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you.
Yes, Ravi. So pleasure. Namaste.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akul Mac Technologies, and I welcome you all on today's edition of Jeremy Blaine's Live. And today is a very special day because we have an exclusive presentation by Mr. Jeremy Blaine about the emerging trend, which may be valid with regard to leadership and the new landscape of business for the decades to come. So without wasting any further moment, let me welcome Mr. Jeremy Blaine.
Good morning, CK from the UK. How are you?
Yes, I'm good, and we are in Delhi, so it is as cold as London, probably.
It is.
So we don't have frost here, but I think you're going to heat the environment by really talking about what what you're going to present in your report, which you're bringing exclusively for our viewers.
That's right. It is an Akul exclusive today. I have just, with another business partner, completed a global piece of research on the emerging leadership traits and skills for tomorrow, today, particularly looking at the decade ahead. We've gone through enormous transformation and change. We've talked about this in our discussions over the last few weeks, CK. Digital transformation, workforce transformation, ways of working. That was before the pandemic, and now the pandemic hits. We've got the business imperatives front and center. How do we get back on track? But how do we bring our people along with us when we also still have new competition coming? We're not sure how the economy is. So much hitting leaders, and really it needs something to give leaders a roadmap for the way ahead. And we felt that the time was right to do some research. So we looked across 4 regions and 27 countries, including India, as it happens. I'll pull out a little bit of data today. Almost 2,000 leaders, but also within that as well, we interviewed employees. So we brought in the leadership perspective as well as the employee perspective to give us an idea of not just what the challenges are, but how leaders are doing and what needs to happen differently over the next decade, but starting now.
I think this is a very important subject, you know, because there is a lot of confusion in the field. People don't know what steps to take, and especially the leadership, they don't know which direction they have to steer their organization. So I think your work and your assessment would be very, very important and valuable. I mean, if you can, if your research can give a little bit directions to the leaders, specifically in Asia Pac, it will be very good.
Yeah, well, it's very interesting that you say that, because I will pull out this very first piece of data, is that it is clear that leaders in the Asia Pacific, across Asia Pacific, so if I look from India to the Pacific, are most prepared in the world for tomorrow and are ready to do things differently. And in terms of the top 10 countries in Asia Pacific, India within our survey, we're at number 5. So making progress, getting up there, and more enlightened. What's interesting for me, I'm calling you, of course, from the UK here. It's interesting for me, the 3 key areas that were really struggling at the other end of the scale was the territories in Africa that we surveyed, territories in the Middle East we surveyed, but specifically the UK, least prepared. But that comes with a very big Brexit effect, as much as the effects of what's impacting leaders that I've talked about before. So actually some real challenges for people, but the Asia century has really begun, which was a term coined by the Financial Times last year, and I really subscribe to it. In fact, the top 3 challenges, when we asked leaders in our survey, what are the top 3 sort of 5 challenges that you have over the next decade, particularly as we start in 2021, post pandemic, he said, hopefully, was the first one was keeping up with the pace of change, which is fairly obvious because that is ever accelerating, and the pandemic has been a further accelerator into that. The second was attracting and retaining appropriate talent. And when we went deeper into that, leaders have started to realize that talent does not just mean your permanent employees. It means those independent workers who will increasingly be part of your workforce, and therefore who are the highest value that need to impact your company. We've not particularly formalized that process. That was the second. The third was enabling the business to operate in the digital era while maintaining the human touch. So what are the tools that we need, the appropriate technologies to fuel the business, to drive greater collaboration and communication across all of our people, whether they be permanent employees, independent employees, stakeholders everywhere in the business, customers, partners, you name it. And then the final 2 really that came out within the top 10 and within actually the top 5 were leaders starting to acknowledge that they needed to upskill for the times that we're in. They recognize that traditional leadership skills, while really valuable, are not just what they need anymore. They need a new suite of skills for tomorrow, which give them the power and understanding of, for example, how to manage data effectively, how to work in more agile ways for them and their organization. And then within all of that, the final piece that came out from the leadership from a key challenges perspective were the balancing needs of all of the different stakeholders, which were now part of the mix that they had to manage, not just shareholders, not just the executive board, but it is customers, partners, it's workers, it's workforce, it's also community, which was a strong part that came out of it. Those were the top challenges, CK, that came through initially.
Javi, you have put it very nicely. I think to get to the direction in which the entrepreneurs must take the next steps, I think which way the industry is going is, you have to understand very well. So I think you rightly pointed out that the transition is happening, and a lot of industries have to look at transition in a very big way. For example, if there is a hospitality industry, which is a very big industry in the areas where our tourism is the main source of income. Uh, there are few pockets in India, there are few pockets everywhere, and I think these entrepreneurs who are very big in this arena have to relook at their strategy, what they have to do. Similarly, entertainment industry. I don't think there is any new movie. Have you seen any new movie lately? I mean, I don't see anyone releasing any movie. So I think that is also one big change people have to look at. I think the biggest change would be in the arena of production, because and the advertising further. How do you promote your items which you are producing? All that is now undergoing a tremendous change, and people have to realize where the industry is going. So my uh, pointed question to you would be specifically to these areas which are very badly affected, like entertainment, hospitality, airlines, tours and travel. What is your specific advice? Maybe you want to give it now, or maybe you want people to come to your report to see it in a complete picture. But if you can throw some light, it'll be great.
Well, we do have actions that we recommend actually, but I will let people read the white paper, and I've given you the link to our webpage. This is not going to be released until sort of later this week, but I've given you the link where your viewers and network can see it first as an exclusive. And also, I'm going to be doing a web event in about 2 or 3 weeks' time with Paul Marks, who was my partner in this research, where we're going to go into it in a little bit more detail and talk very specifically about the actions. So we can provide that link so people can register. It's just an Eventbrite too. However, I totally agree with you. There are some industries which are really suffering. Some, of course, which have done very well. Let's not forget during this as well. So there's a huge shift with what's happening. And I think at the end of it, you mentioned entertainment. I did actually go and see Tenet at the movie theater, but it was a very eerie experience. There was a whole ring around us of seats, and it was just not the experience that I wanted. And so, what are they going to do? Because they're losing money hand over fist. So from a leadership perspective, there are two key things that are happening here. The first is that they have short-term business imperatives which are driven by survival, which are trumping everything. They have to get back on track. They have to think about what they're doing. Fortunately, some more enlightened governments in the world are putting together schemes whereby they're paying a certain percentage of their workforce's salary for a number of months, often called a furlough scheme. Others are kind of struggling themselves. But the other end of the scale, which really comes straight into our research, is that there's a very, very strong need for a new brand of leadership, because it is not just the leaders who have challenges. It is everybody that works for them who are worried, who don't know if they're going to have a job tomorrow, don't know if they're going back to work. Yes, they may be furloughed and being paid a salary, but they're at home. They've got a balance. You don't know what their home life is like. So we know that there are mental health issues, well-being issues, which are growing as well at the same time. So what was quite interesting that came out of the research was, if there is one big headline that came out, was the need to usher in a new age of human-centered leadership. That was absolutely number one. And at the top of that list was leaders demonstrating far more empathy. So if you track that against what we've just been talking about around some of those industries, leaders have a headache around their business. They don't know what the future looks like. And yet they're having to really, really think about how they interact with their people, because the very best leaders who are coming through this are the ones that have demonstrated the greatest empathy within the greatest challenges as well to their people, and the people will remember it. So this is, if you think about the challenges I talked about for leaders, number two was attracting and retaining talent. Now, if leaders demonstrate the great empathy-centered leadership through this pandemic that their employees and stakeholders can really get behind while trying to protect the business in very uncertain times, they will emerge as the ones who will be the most attractive leaders for employees everywhere looking. So Of those traits coming through, those more human-centered traits coming through, I talked about empathy. The next one is being a master communicator. The next one is also living and breathing the transformation that needs to happen in the company, even if it's adopting remote working for the longer term. They need to be able to walk the walk as well as talk the talk. The more enlightened leaders are acknowledging they need new, different skills. So if I think of some companies like Citibank, for example, they are practicing actively reverse mentoring. They're bringing in their millennial workforce into the boardroom, and they're saying, you need to help us. How do we integrate the most appropriate technologies to help us here? So that's really key. So actually, the things that the worst leaders are doing from a pandemic response. So let's go back to your question as well. Let's say there are leaders who are really worried about business survival, and they can't see beyond that. They're not able to see what everybody else is going through. And the number one challenge and the number one factor, which employees who are responding to us find the most negative trait, was the pandemic response, a poor pandemic response. Poor communication, focus on the short term, but also they see their leaders being overwhelmed by multiple pressures and priorities. In fact, to the extent that through the survey, what became very clear was that employees were seeing a narrowing gap between their capability and the capability of their leaders. So in some of those industries, for example, in particularly hospitality that you mentioned, employees are starting to stand up and say, give us a chance to help you, because we can also do things at our level which are beyond our job description, but also will help you with the health of the business and the future strategy. So they're forcing an age of empowerment, which of course the more enlightened leaders are embracing, because they think that, and they feel that this more collective approach to business help, short-term business challenges, long-term maneuvering and navigating of the business is best shared. And you've got some fantastic people in the business to do that with. So there's a few things that came out of it specifically for that, CK.
I'm sure your report is very, very enlightenment based, and the leaders of today need to access your report and get the ideas driven out from that. Because I think you have done a very wide survey. You have studied a lot of variety of businesses in variety of countries. So I think in today's environment, it's really a global village we live in. Your report will be very valuable for the viewers and the leaders who are watching this program. And I think there is as much discussion we can have. It's not sufficient. So I think it's best to do reading on the about the report. So we will publish that link so that people can access the report, and maybe also join your webinar, which is going to be planned in 1 week's time. That may be very valuable for the viewers.
Yes, thank you. And I would say that when you go to my webpage, one thing that I would recommend doing, if you just want a snapshot, any of your viewers, is that just scroll down a little bit of the page and you'll see that there is a press release. That press release is kind of like an executive briefing. The white paper itself that we've produced is a very robust piece of work. We pull in case studies and emerging best practices from companies all around the world, which we put together with the data that have come out to provide kind of a roadmap of the very best things, but also some of the things to avoid. As well as at the end of the report, we have produced a number of actions and a brand new model, the Enlightened Leader Model, whereby we bring all of these together. In fact, the three components of this, as I mentioned, it's human-centered leadership as number one, community-centered leadership, which is thinking about your internal community of your people, but also the communities within which you serve, where you're based, and your impact on society as a whole. And the third element, of course, is the business-centered leadership. So these are things like adopting agile, data-driven decision-making, speed of action, technology-enabled, new leadership skills for tomorrow. So it's all there. And in fact, later on today, probably if you give us about an hour, there'll be a video introduction on that page as well from myself and Paul Marks, who's my partner in this. Just 5 minutes explaining what we did and some of these headlines. But thank you, CK, for sharing those links as well. I'm sure your audience will find it very interesting when they start getting into the detail.
Certainly, because it's a need of the hour. People are very confused. They have to adapt to the new environment, and a person like you, who's a marketing guru, can tell them, show them the way. It'll be very good. So I will leave the link in the description below, and I will also urge viewers to subscribe to Germany Plane, because in next 1 hour he's going to come out with a small introductory video with his partner Mark. So with that, we can end the discussion today, Jeremy.
Thank you very much, CK, for having me again. And I trust this is of great insight and interest to your audience.
Certainly. So I will catch up with you in the next episode of Germany Playing Live. Until then, bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Friends, Prime Minister have already announced that Indian government is going to repeal the 3 farm laws, and only the formality remains now, because since these were the laws, they have to be discussed once again in Parliament. Paperwork needs to be done, and which is in few days. The Parliament session is going to start in few days. So these 3 laws will be repealed, and because of this, I personally feel that India has got a setback. It's not only the farmers who got the setback, India has also got a setback, simply because India, if it has to progress further, it has to take everybody together. And the farmers have lost out a big reform opportunity because of this development, because there is no free economy possible because of the prevailing laws, legal system in India with regard to agriculture. And why it is important? Because agriculture industry, as we say, has to behave like an industry, so that they can actually take the incentives available for other businesses, which are called PLI, production linked incentives for businesses. So I think this is something which is very, very important, that the agriculture industry, the farmland, the farmers must behave like business people. And there is no freedom at this point in time. And these 3 laws actually gave a lot of freedom from the legal standpoint to the farming community. And they allowed freely all farmers to sell their produce to anyone they like. And because of that, I personally feel that the farmers have lost a big reform movement. Because I'm sure nobody is happy. Only a few people who actually created the mayhem around the capital region, they are feeling that, hey, it's their success. But I think most of the Indian farmers, even farming community is very educated. Most of the Indian farmers know that they have lost out a big reform, which Indian government was actually providing to them. And as a estimate, the farming community comprises of almost like 20% population of India, and 20% population, or people who are involved in the farming activities, are now deprived because of these farm laws now are going to be repealed. And it's not only the Indian farming community, the entire India has been given a chance to reform. I'll tell you why. Because if India has to move forward, there are a lot of exports, lot of export related income that is available, and that export opportunity may not be available now, because the price differential or the market price will not be determined by the market forces. It will be determined by the government again. So we are falling back to the old system where government used to, give price of each and every farming commodity, and then they will say that this is MRP, and the farmers actually will have to sell at a fixed price, not at a variable price. At the same time, when the consumer actually get it, it will be like 200 times of what the farmer actually makes. So if the farmer makes about 100,000 rupees for his produce, that amount of produce will actually cost, uh, 22 million rupees. So this is why we as a country will lose out in long run. And then there is another message which is going in round, and that is related to the Indian government itself. This was a major reform, and if it has been dealt in this manner, which is directly linked to economy and growth of people, there are other reforms which are waiting to happen. And I think the message which has gone in is that no government, future government for next 50 years will even dare to come out with major reforms like this. There are a lot of reforms required, like police reforms are required, income tax reforms are required, business, the way we do business reforms are required. So the message is that if you do a reform for the benefit of mankind, for benefit of India, and for the benefit of people, then there will be some 100 people come on the street with their hoardings, etc., and stop traffic plying on the road, etc., and basically blackmail the entire India, 130 billion people, 130 billion people, 1.3 billion people. So this is something which is a message which has gone in. For next 50 years, the hangover of any major reforms by any government, because government has to also, the government is run by a political party which has to win elections. So in order to win elections, they will not take such radical decisions to do any reform. So I think it's very unfortunate. As an Indian, I feel that we are missing out a chance on a big reform. We are missing out a chance for farming community to get out of the clutches of the business, mandi business mafias, and the freedom to determine the price of their produce, freedom to sell to whoever they want to. All these things are being missed out. And biggest loser again is the farming community, but I think India as a whole is a loser in this case. If there is a foreign support to this movement, anti-farm law movement, I think they have won. I feel that it's a controversy which involves foreign powers, and India has lost out as a whole. So I think this is something which I feel that we are missing a chance of a big reform. Also sending a message that if you dare to do any reform, we will pull you down. Friends, do let me know your comments, your thoughts on this, and I'll meet you in the next one.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmak, and welcome to Legal Matters. And today we want to discuss something which you might have overlooked. This happened last week, and it is related to bringing Mr. Nirav Modi back to India. I'm just saying Mr. Nirav Modi, although he is a fugitive. The whole point is that his bail and his extradition has been now allowed by a UK court. To discuss this matter further, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, a very eminent lawyer, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for inviting me and having me on this show and for discussing on this important topic today.
Well, Jeet, I think it's a good news because I think most of the Indians have been waiting for some sort of a closure on this one because this human being has actually fled the country after utilizing the said norms which are misused uh, by Nirav Modi and siphoned a lot of money. In fact, the money is uncountable. It is all related to filling out fake LCs, letter of credits, and taking the money out. And in certain cases, what I've heard, I may not be able to substantiate this, but about what I've heard is that all the material that he has actually purchased against that money was also fake. So you raise fake letter of credits, get real money, and buy fake diamonds out of it. So I think this is very, very important for Indians to bring this person back to India, and justice should prevail in this case.
Yes, Chandrakant. In fact, this fraud is an amount for an amount of rupees 6,500 crores, which is a huge amount, and public exchequer money, that is public money, has been siphoned off. And a bank, a nationalized bank like a Punjab National Bank, has been duped of such a huge amount. And the officials of the bank, as well as the conspirators, including Mr. Modi, Nirav Modi, has siphoned off a huge amount by indulging in corrupt practices and also fraudulent practices. And to run away from this country, not to face the trial and hide in another country, and ultimately, if India could not do anything and cannot bring this man who has siphoned off such a huge amount back, it would be really very frustrating for the common people. And therefore, the government continuously made efforts to bring this person back, and it has resulted into some good news, because the UK Magistrate Court has recently held on 25th of February that the application of the government of India is allowed, and the matter is now sent to the UK Secretary of State for Home Affairs to issue an order of extraditing the person who was requested by the government of India back to India. So certainly, it's a good news. It's a welcome step and a great step, and a very good judgment rendered by the Westminster's Magistrate Court in London. So I will just briefly tell you what is the procedure under the UK Extradition Act of 2003, and what was the case put up by the government of India, which was a requesting state, requesting for the extradition of Mr. Nirav Modi, who was the requested person under the Extradition Act. Since India has entered into a extradition treaty with the United Kingdom in the year 1993, the UK Extradition Act applies to India as well. And therefore, the government of India can make an application for an extradition of a person who is residing in the United Kingdoms after having committed a crime in India. So, the conditions which are to be met under this act is that the crime or the offense that has been committed in India should also be an offense in the United Kingdom, and the punishment should be more than 1 year in both the countries. So there has to be orders or warrants issued in the requesting country against the person, and it should be shown that he's a fugitive. He has left country in order to evade the trial. So the government of India, through its secretary, had made an application under the Extradition Act of 2003 for the Secretary of State in the United Kingdom, and that was placed in accordance with the UK Act for the Westminster Magistrates Court, which is the court which decides these applications in the entire United Kingdom. And the court had to examine the entire case. It was the application of the government of India, and has to come to the conclusion, a prima facie conclusion, that there seems to be admissible evidence against the requested person, and in his opinion, it could result into a conviction. So, if that prima facie evidence and that conclusion is brought forth, that point is made good by the government of India, then the application can be allowed. So, in this case, the facts as alleged by the government of India in its application requesting the person was that there are three cases which are pending. One which is by the CBI relating to the large-scale fraud upon the Punjab National Bank. The second was by the Enforcement Directorate relating to the laundering of the proceeds of that fraud. And the third was with respect to the interference in the course of justice by Mr. Nirav Modi and tampering with the witness and also destroying the evidence and also issuing threats to the witnesses, which was also a crime in India and also in the United Kingdom. So, on the basis of these three charges, initially the the government of India sought for the request by making an application on 27th July 2018. So, just to give you the brief facts of what are the allegations against Mr. Modi, is that on 29th of January 2018, the CBI had received a written complaint from the Deputy General Manager of Punjab National Bank stating that there has been a fraud of a huge amount committed by the companies owned by and under the control of Nirav Modi. And it said that there were several letters of undertaking which were issued to foreign companies and in foreign banks, where the PNB had assured to make the payments on the due date. And payments were made, and then these LOUs were issued in a fraudulent manner by certain employees of the Punjab National Bank in connivance with the conspirators of the Nirav Modi company and their managers. And no appropriate procedure had been followed. The appropriate documentation had also not been obtained, and the LOUs had not been recorded with entries in the bank system. So, without following any procedure, crores of rupees of letters of undertakings were issued by the bank through in with respect to the companies of Nirav Modi, and payments were done. So, so this was the case which was registered before the CBI, and it also resulted in another case registering before the Enforcement Directorate with respect to the Money Laundering Act of 2002. So both these offences are also offences under the UK criminal justice system. And the sections which are applied in India were section 406 criminal breach of trust, 409 criminal breach of trust by banker, merchant, etc., 420 that is cheating, and also 201 that is causing disappearance of evidence of offense, and 120B was criminal conspiracy. So these are also offences under the UK law, and therefore the government of India requested that this person may be extradited and sent back to India. The court also examined the evidence which was placed by the government of India with regards to the investigation which had resulted into the filing of a charge sheet and the trial being pending. But since Mr. Modi was not here, certain non-billable warrants were issued, and the court also produced those. The government of India also produced those warrants before the court in UK, and all these documents were held to be admissible by the UK court, though there was an objection that statements made before the police by the witnesses cannot be considered to be admissible in UK. But still, considering the judgment of Vijay Mallya in 2019, wherein also similar objections were raised by Mr. Mallya, and the court dismissing those applications, holding that these statements made to the police are admissible because the court has to come out to a prima facie conclusion, not a final conclusion of guilt, because it is not trying the offense. The offense will be tried in India, but the court in UK will only have to see whether, in its opinion, there is a case of leading to a conviction. So the court considers all the evidence, the statements made by the officials of the bank, the procedure which had to be followed but was not followed in issuing the a letter of undertaking. The court ultimately holds that yes, these evidences are admissible, and court found that there is a chance of conviction based on the evidence which has been led by the government of India. So therefore, the court held against Mr. Modi and in favor of the government of India with respect to the conclusion that coming to the conclusion that prima facie case is made out. With respect to the supplementary charge sheet which was filed by CBI in relation to the interference in the course of justice, there were allegations made by the government of India that Nirav Modi was interfering with the witnesses and also issuing threats to them. And one of the what had happened is that once this scam in media, he had instructed his directors in different countries in Hong Kong and in Dubai to flee from that country, not to go back to India, and he sent them to Cairo in Egypt and where they were residing. However, they wanted to go back to India, but he was threatening them not to go back. He was also telling them what statements to make if in case they are found, and also he issued threats to them. So these persons were alleging that we are kept against our will in Cairo. We are being threatened by Mr. Nirav Modi and threats were given to kill these witnesses. And there were recordings which were produced in the UK court by the government of India with regards to these conversations between the ex-directors of the companies of Nirav Modi and between Nirav Modi. This also the court held that he is interfering in the course of investigation and in the course of justice, and he wants to destroy the evidence because also he had destroyed a lot of evidence that was in Dubai. And also, what he had done was that the original documents which were in the custody of Punjab National Bank, he had somehow got hold of those documents and he wanted to destroy the documents. And he had sent those documents to a very big firm in India, a legal firm who he had approached. And from there, the CBI had seized these documents. So everything with respect to these allegations was also held against him. With respect to another contention and objection which was raised by Mr. Modi, was that in India, he will not be having a fair trial. Because apart from holding that the offense and the evidence leads to the conclusion uh, con- uh, leads to the conclusion that he is guilty of the offense and he will be convicted. There are also certain inherent parameters which are to be considered by the UK court is that his human rights should not be flouted in the country where he is sent. So the first contention was that he will not be given a fair trial because this has been blown out of proportion in Indian media, and and it has been shown in such a manner that he is already guilty before the trial commences, and the court comes to the conclusion that he has committed the offense. With respect to this contention, he had uh, brought a retired Supreme Court judge as his witness, and Justice Kadju had given in his testimony said that in India it is not possible for him to get a fair trial, and he also made some scathing remarks which the court did not accept, and the court held that it did not consider the evidence given by the judge to be fair and just, and uh, therefore he discarded his testimony. But also another retired High Court, Bombay High Court judge was also brought as a witness, who in its uh,
Yes, I can hear you, Jit.
yeah, sorry, yeah, I think there's some disturbance. Disturbance. Yes. So, so another retired judge was Mr. Abhay Thipse, who was also brought in as a witness of Mr. Nirav Modi, who said that considering the entire material, the offense under section 406, 420, 409 is not made out in this case in accordance with the Indian law. But that also was not considered because the court found that there was a huge amount of fraud, and it appeared that there was systematically done, and therefore the court in UK held that it appears to be a commercial fraud of a huge nature in India, and it discarded the contentions raised by Mr. Nirav Modi. Also, with respect to said that India is governed under the constitution, and there is a separation of powers with respect to the judiciary, executive, and the legislature, and there is impartiality, clear-cut provisions that judiciary is completely neutral and impartial in India, and therefore court held that there is no question of violation of not having a fair trial. The next contention which Nirav Modi raised was that his mental health was not conducive, and he was suffering from depression. But with respect to that, he had brought a witness who was a doctor, a psychiatric. But that also the court did not consider, because the court considered the assurance given by the government of India with respect to the facilities that are available in Indian jail. The government of India has also clear-cut demarcated barrack number 12 in Arthur Road Jail, which is specially prepared for Mr. Modi. And the government of India had also produced photographs and video of the entire barrack, and which showed that there is ventilation, there is proper space in the barrack. There are no other person along with Mr. Modi who is going to reside here, and so therefore there is space, there is cleanliness, it has all facilities which are required. The ceiling is 20 feet high, the room is 10 feet into 15 feet, and there is an attached bathroom. So his dignity and his human rights will not be violated. He will be given a fair treatment, and there is not going to be any torture. And also the fact that there is 24/7 security, and also there is medical facility available in the hospital. Also, with regards to his mental health condition, the court observed that he must be given the doctor of his choice, and that is what the assurance was given by India by way of its letter to the court. And this the court accepted that since he will be getting so much of benefits and medical treatment, and that too of the doctors of his choice, then there is no question of not extraditing him. So the court dismissed his contention with regards to the mental health here, and therefore ultimately the court allowed the application and sent the application to the Ministry of State of Home Affairs for issuing the order of extradition. And this is how ultimately this order came to be passed under the UK Extradition Act.
Jeet, thank you so much for explaining the entire order. I think it is a fantastic order, and I think the 14 days time has been given to Nirav Modi to file for an appeal if he wants to. Otherwise, his extradition is sort of confirmed. Unless if he appeals, then it will again go into another case. However, as a common man, I feel that it is very important for set an example by bringing him back, simply because after he fled the country, there were a lot of other cases also which also emerged and saw the light. Things like when he used to appoint franchisees, he used to take 10 crores or some very high amount, and in return he will give jewelry and diamonds so that those shopkeepers can sell that jewelry and diamond under his brand name. So many of these franchisees came to know that whatever was supplied in return of that money, that booking amount they had given, were fake jewelry and fake jewels. So the whole empire of his business was built on fake articles, fake merchandises, fake LOUs, and real money. So I think that is why we have to get him back.
Yes, absolutely. So once the Secretary of State of uh, issues an order in UK, thereafter he will have 14 days to file an appeal before the High Court. And if leave is granted to file appeal, then it will take another time. But as we have seen in Vijay Mallya's case also, that he has also availed his remedy of appeal up to the Supreme Court. Until Supreme Court of United Kingdoms, he has lost, and the order of extradition has been upheld. But it takes some, because there are a lot of procedures which have to be followed, and these appeals are also time consuming in UK. So it will take its own time, but ultimately, yes, you are right. This has to be set as a precedent, and he has to be brought back here to face the trial.
And especially when we don't even know what is the quantum of scam that has been committed here, because the case is basically around the nationalized bank, but then the quantum of scam may be much bigger, because a lot of people have been duped by this person. So things like that, I think it is important to bring him back. And I think we are discussing this today because this is very recently that has happened, and the government of India and the people who actually represented government have done a remarkable job. I think we should kudos to all of them, the CBI officers and all the people from the law enforcement agencies who are involved, and also the lawyers who are representing the government of India side of it. So I think we should get this fugitive back into India and try him with actual law.
Absolutely. Yes. And I think this is a great step ahead. And hopefully, even the appeals and all will be exhausted. The remedies once are exhausted, there is no other legal impediment in bringing back to India.
Yes, so I think I also read another news. How far that is true. His uncle also, Mehul Choksi, who is also part of this game plan, is hiding in Antigua, and the Antigua government has said that we cannot extradite him before 2027. So I think that is another leg of the same, same case. But we will discuss that in some other discussion, because this is just a news item. So thank you, Jeet, for coming over to our show and explaining this very important decision by UK court in favor of Indian government to our viewers.
Thank you very much, sir.
And we'll catch up again in the next session of Legal Matters on Akulmac. Until then, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by Farida Charania. She joins us from Singapore, and many of us would know her by last name and first name. She is in the fraternity of all the CXOs, and she is invited by universities to give lectures on human capital. She is a very famous personality, and we are very glad to welcome Farida Charania on our show. Farida, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So, Farida, we are in India. Today is day 20th. It's a total lockdown. And there are certain districts in India which are in extreme end of lockdown, where you can't even step out of your door of the main houses. But I think by and large, almost 100% of the citizens in India are following the lockdown. I think that is pretty much the only solution we have. And since you are in Singapore, how does it look like in Singapore?
So we are amidst a circuit breaker right now, which is basically, circuit breaker is a lockdown, but slightly different, that you can go out for essentials still if, it's absolutely necessary. I come from a place where people generally follow rules. So the roads are very quiet. If you need to kind of buy your essentials, then, it's a restricted number of people in a certain place. People wear masks and everyone is working from home. So I think law and order is in place. But like every other part of the world, people are scared. But yeah, we'll get there.
So it's a lockdown in most of the countries. Do you see any change in the behavioral pattern of people, or any innovation that people might have come out with in order to follow the law set by the government?
I think everyone is getting used to the new normal, which is working from home, because working from home used to be a privilege. Today it's a necessity and it's becoming the new normal. Innovation, of course, when there is a situation, people innovate and they try to adapt. So people are adapting very quickly. A couple of examples here. So there is a food service which is Food Panda, and as soon as the lockdown came down, they started something called Panda Mart, which is basically within less than an hour they will deliver your essentials. So very basics like milk, bread, egg, etc. But you get it sitting in your house. So I think they already had the infrastructure and they very quickly built on it, and they were the first ones to actually come out with this. So that was one innovation which I thought was quite cool. On the business front. In terms of people, yes, we are innovating. I'm learning to work with noise in the background, as you can see my daughter. But I think, yes, people are adapting. They're adapting very quickly. And I do see business still happening, which is a good thing.
Your daughter is very sweet, and she's very inquisitive, and she's trying to see, what mama is doing.
Yeah.
So,
She doesn't see me so much, so I think she's kind of a little overwhelmed by having me around so much.
yeah, and I think as a leader of my organization, I also see this because earlier my team was working from the office, and now they are working from home. So me as a leader also, I'm getting exposed to their personal lives. So there are many young parents and their kids and all that. So all that is now coming. Now, having said that, I think the way people are doing business has changed quite a bit. Do you, from your point of view, because you work with a lot of senior people across the world in UK, in Singapore, and also in India, do you see any lowering of sentiments in the business fraternity?
I think initially, so there are a few stages that I experienced. So, I'm basically talking about this right from, my contacts in San Francisco, where I actually speak to a lot of people, to England, where I lived till recently, and Singapore, which is home. And India, of course, because I do have a lot of business discussions in India as well. I have seen it emerging from it's fine, it's just a temporary situation, and we will get back to office, we'll meet up for a coffee and let's talk face to face. There was another phase after that saying that this might take a little bit of time, but when we meet, we will make decisions. Now we are at a stage where people say that we do not know how much time it will take. So let's go back to business. BCP is anyways in place, and let's continue to do business. In fact, so there are several companies that I advise, and Zopa is one of the companies that I advise. And we actually picked up a couple of very large government deals during this time, which is actually in normal situation, it would have taken a lot longer. But we did it because it was a good time for everyone to kind of sit down. Everyone was available. So many a times you don't kind of close things off because people are not available, but where would they go at this point in time? So everyone is available. But I think overall sentiment is a little bit low, definitely, because you do not know that how long will the economic impact of this whole health emergency is going to last. Is it 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? Because it's just started. We will start seeing the impact in a few months. So definitely there is a dampening of sentiments, and even after all of this is over and it's behind us, there is going to be cautiousness. So it will stop raining, but the floor will be wet. So people will still be very conscious.
In fact, you mentioned a very important word called BCP, which for the benefit of our viewers, I just elongate this abbreviation, that is called Business Continuity Plan. So we should have a BCP for all countries, because I think most of the countries, entire world is under lockdown right now. So from your point of view, what do you think governments of each country should do to bring the sentiment up after this lockdown is lifted?
I think the governments in every part of the world are in a very difficult situation right now, because this is something that no government has seen. 3 or 4 generations who are parallelly surviving in today's world may not have experienced anything like this. So it's new for people, it's new for governments. A lot of governments are doing what they can. They are trying to keep the morale up. They are trying to see what they can do, but they are dealing with a very difficult problem. So they are dealing with the problem of one, treating people who are infected, to finding who are infected and not symptomatic and infecting others, making sure that the ones who are well stay away from that. So they are dealing with this, and they are also trying to find the cure. So there are a lot of things happening, but governments are coming up with different kind of aids, different kind of packages to help economy, to help the country. Like Singapore government has been one of those very very they've had a very good approach to this whole situation, saying that we can't do anything about what's already happened, but what we can do is we can prevent the further spreading. England, so in the UK specifically, they have come out with a lot of measures as well to help companies keep their employees, etc. I think it's very early to say what governments can do, and this is a very fluid situation. Things are changing much beyond anybody's anticipation, expectation. So it's very difficult to say what the governments can do, because I think they have a lot of advisors who tell them what to do. But in my opinion, I think as responsible citizens, what we can do is follow the rules. What we can do is listen to the government and just be conscious of the fact that this is not something that they have experienced before. So instead of finding fault with the system, we just go along with the system, respect the rules, and then just work with our immediate fraternity, with our immediate community, to see where we can contribute. But expecting something from the government more than what they are already doing, I don't think at this point I want to even say anything there.
Farida, actually, what you're saying is making a lot of sense, because the first thing every citizen should do is follow the rules set by the government, because they have the right thinking, right advisor. It is in their interest to make sure that the global economy is kicked in again after the lockdown.
Precisely.
So I think,
because we can't have a situation where the cure is more destructive than the disease itself. So we need to just play it by the ear. In fact, somebody asked me that what is your next venture? I said, I haven't thought that far. I'm just taking it one day at a time, because nobody can think that far. I made 100 plans, but I couldn't, kind of execute any of them, because the world had changed by the time I was ready to execute. So I haven't thought that far. But my recommendation to anyone who probably thinks there is some advice coming from me would be that just play it by the ear. You can't plan too many things right now, because you don't know how things are going to pan out. But stay within your fraternity, stay connected via means which does not require physical meetings, and listen to your government.
I think these are very important words of wisdom, which is coming from such an experienced person like you, Farida. It is wonderful talking to you today. It has been a great pleasure, and I'm sure we'll find another opportunity to talk to you once again after a few days to check what's going on.
Absolutely. Such a pleasure, Chandra. Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who's watching this. My good wishes to you and your family. Stay safe, stay calm. This too shall pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Farida. Be safe, be positive, and we'll talk to you soon again.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and I am Chandrakant. Last week we had a very important guest on our show, Mr. Mike Bradley, and he told us about 5 C's of doing business. Today he is also joining us back again on the series of programs that we are doing with Mike, which is how to have a pragmatic approach towards partnership. Especially now the subject is very relevant. So folks, don't go anywhere. I will be taking a short break and will join back along with my guest in a moment. Welcome back, friends, and I'm very pleased to invite our guest today, Mr. Mike Bradley, who joins us from UK, and we will continue our discussion from last week, which was around pragmatic approach towards partnership. Mike, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Chandra. Good to speak to you again. And how are you surviving the monsoon rains?
Well, it is fine now. It was pretty bad last week, but it is mellowed down a bit. I think business as usual now. Although clouds are there, it's raining continuously, but it's not so hard.
Oh, that's good news. That's always better. Better than the other option.
Well, we discussed the 5 C's last week, and today our viewers would like to know 4 P's of a pragmatic approach. So we are waiting to hear from you. What are the pillars of having the best partnership approach when we go out and do business?
Okay, so last week we talked about the 5 C's for how you identify the correct partners to work with, be they joint ventures, resellers, agents, etc. We said it had to be complementary, cultural fit, communication had to be right, contacts are right, clients are right, and the 6th in brackets C was charm. It's always good to sort of build on the relationship side of working together. So this week I thought what would be better is, having identified those partners, we then have to work with them in a practical way that is effective. And I believe to do that efficiently, you need to have a structured approach to how you present and propose your solutions, because otherwise everything that you do, you'll be reinventing the wheel, which is inefficient and ultimately becomes ineffective. Because what you also have to do is you have to go through the process either as a vendor, you have to actually put the pitch together and present the pitch for the client, or you have to enable them to put their label on it, their branding, and send that out to their customer. But it needs to have your message and your solution properly identified. Because whether we like it or not, when partners have got a lot of products to sell, they are not going to be able to present your product in the way that you can present it. So it's important you give them the tools and the information in a way that they can actually do that for you, and eventually become, through a trainer approach, they can do it themselves. So it's very much a stepped process, I think. The 4 P's then are, first one, pedigree. So it's very important that we start with having a start in any presentation or proposal saying why we are good at what we do. What's our track record? How have we come to be where we are? A bit of background, why you can trust us as a vendor. So the pedigree is very important, the experience and the credibility that puts the vendor in a good, strong position to supply the customer. The second one is portfolio. So in other words, what is your product? Why is it important? And how is it going to help and benefit the client? So how does it help and benefit the partner, and also onwards to the end user who's going to be signing up with the vendor? So portfolio, of course, is very important. Third P is plan of action. And here I think it's very important that you have two crucial elements. Particularly within SaaS products, but in fact for any product, the use, tell, sell, tell, use approach, which basically means if you're trying to sell to an end user a vendor product, that end user, if they've got any common sense, is going to say, well, do you use the product yourself? And if the answer to that question is no, then it doesn't actually reinforce much confidence that actually, well, this is the product I need to buy then. So the first thing you must do in that plan of action is make sure that you and your partners are using your own product, because otherwise it lacks credibility. But once you're using it, of course, your client is going to, or then your salespeople, your partner, is going to be able to tell people about it because they've got first-hand experience and knowledge of it. So when somebody is telling someone that this is how we used it, this is what we gained from it, this is the benefits, this is how we get our return on it, then I think you've got a very credible story. So there's the use, the tell, and of course, when they've understood how beneficial it is, Then they're going to say to you, how much does it cost me to buy it? And you sell the product. Now, if you've got an online service model, the next point is they bought the product. Now you've got to tell them how to optimize and use the product, because that will in turn reduce the amount of churn and ensure the maximum retention and return to the end user. So use, tell, sell, tell, use is a vital part of the plan of action. The other part of the plan of action is, of course, the 4 Ps, the traditional 4 Ps of marketing. What is the product for this particular solution for this client? How is it going to be put into how's it going to be placed into their environments? What is the pricing? And how are they going to internally promote the use of it across their user base, across their partner? So the 4 Ps within the context of partnership is very important. And then finally, so we've got pedigree, we've got portfolio, we've got plan of action, which is tailored to the prospect. And finally, we've got provisioning. Because once we've got the order, we then have to ensure that all the other I's are dotted and T's are crossed. What's the service level agreement? What's the customer support arrangement? What's the provisioning mechanism? How's the rollout due to happen? What's the operational play for invoicing and payment? All of those elements need to be in the pitch and the proposal, whether it be to the partner or to their end user. Without all of those elements in place, there's going to come a point where either a deal is not going to be able to be closed, or the deal is going to be closed and not going to be able to be delivered, or worst of all, there's going to be gross disappointment in the partner and the end user because it isn't going to work properly. So those are the 4 Ps.
Excellent explanation, Mike. I think these are very, very vital for any business. I think you put it very nicely. But I also feel that people needs to do little bit training around this, because many people, even though they may know about it, they might have studied in their school, but they don't know how to implement in real life scenario. So I think there is a need for some sort of training provided to entrepreneurs today. Do you have a suggestion for how people can get trained on these 4 Ps?
Well, yes, I do. In fact, I put together a program along the lines of this several years ago for the Growth Accelerator program that the UK government had for how to help companies grow. So I have the material ready and can very easily put together an online training session, which would be charged at a per head basis, or could be done on an exclusive company basis. And we would go into more detail around these areas and come up with actions and actual activities that will enable the attendee to go away with a sensible plan of action to move forward and optimize their partnering. So yes, thank you for that question. And of course, I would be remiss for saying, you know, we can make that available on the Scale Up Arena learning and training page, so that people can actually optimize this, sign up for it, and then optimize their joint venturing and partnering activities.
Actually, you know, in terms of training, there are a lot of traction going on right now, because what used to work 2 years back is not working anymore. So people might have got experience of 20 years or 30 years of networking, but you know, those networks cannot be leveraged at this point in time. So that is why Skillshare and even the LinkedIn training is putting a lot of efforts in building up a portfolio of different training. And that is why I asked, because I think when we talk about these 4 Ps, there are a lot of these training material, but then it is coming from pre-recorded content. So how?
Yeah, very important to have an interactive session.
Okay, so you can provide the interactive session on one-on-one basis on need basis? How does it work in your case?
I would provide, what I think would be best is to provide a free 1 hour briefing session, which would outline the whole process, give a few hints and tips, go through these 5 C's and 4 P's and all the rest of it, 4 pillars. But then I would suggest, if you want to optimize it for your company, that you need to take the fuller, specific course that could be provided online. But I'm quite prepared to say that we will do a 1 hour session for your Aquamat viewers. If they want to do that, they can actually come back to yourselves and say, we'd like to take part in the, what do we call it? The pragmatic approach to partnering seminar, webinar.
Excellent. We will try and see if people are interested. I think this is a very important subject because many people don't know the reality. They don't know how to, I mean, sometimes you have a flair of acquiring customers, but you don't have a flair of retaining it. So I think it should be provided to the new generation entrepreneurs who are now entering the fray. And that is why such trainings are very, very important, Mike.
Yep, I agree. I can, what I can do is provide you with a link with the overview of the course that you could use yourself and push that out as a webinar, a free of charge webinar, but then there'll be a more detailed half day, which will be chargeable.
Excellent, Mike. I think thank you so much for coming over and enlightening our viewers about these hidden aspects of doing business. It's very, very important. And viewers, I think you have any question, any suggestion, you can directly reach out to Mike, or you can reach out to us, and we will make the connection happen. The email will be mentioned at the end of the video, also in the description down below. Mike, coming over and joining us, talking to our viewers today.
No problem, been a pleasure. That was part 2, and of course I've got part 3 ready for next week.
We'll be coming with part 3 next week, so viewers, stick around. Next Thursday we'll be back with Mike.
Superb. Thank you very much, Chandra. Great to chat to you.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap Discussion Forum. In this forum, we will be discussing the skills gap that we have today in India, and that may becoming a stumbling block to reaching the 5 trillion economy mark. And in this program, we call various leaders to discuss the prevailing issues. And today, I am honored to present to you Mr. Raj Neravati, who is the founder and CEO of a new age company called Hug Innovation. Raj and Hug Innovation are well known in the market among the people and also among the various business fraternity. So without further ado, let me present to you Mr. Raj Neravati.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmac Live, and today I want to discuss the importance of democracy and what next we can achieve in the area of democracy. As you know friends, democracy is a very successful political system. It's age old, tested, tried, and most of the countries are following democracy today, and most of the countries who have signed the UN Charter are following the system. In this democratic political system, people actually cast vote and select their candidate, and hence people's wish is directly translated into political power. The politics of the day then govern the government for a period of 4 or 5 days. However, there are intrinsic problems, and because of that, there is a voice which is asking for, I mean, when I say voice, it's the people's voice, which is asking for automation
and also casting vote using online mechanism. Why they are asking this? And one of the biggest reason is, let me give you an example. If there are 100 people living in a community and only 70 cast their vote to choose a governor for that community, and out of the 70, say for example, one candidate gets 50% vote, which is lower than the 50% of the total population. So without 100% people casting vote, a minority candidate becomes a majority winner of a political election. And this is why most people want that there has to be mechanism where latest technology can be deployed and latest so that people can actually cast their vote sitting from at home using their mobile devices, so that the number of people who are casting vote can be increased, so more people participation in electoral process. However, even the advanced countries like US and India have not been able to implement the online voting mechanism. Only a small country called Latvia has implemented the system, and there are a lot of question marks. And we will discuss what are these things which is preventing election systems to move online. I think there are two reasons. One is the secrecy about the voter, which is the most paramount, because any vote has to be kept secret. People should not know who has voted for me and who is not. And second thing is security, that means identity of the voter. So because of these two reasons, none of the technology which is available until now ensured that these things are fulfilled, so that the election can be transmitted completely from a manual system to a completely online system. However, this is going to change. The technology which was needed is around the corner, and that is called blockchain. Friends, blockchain was really invented in 1991, but then at that point in time, there were not many takers for it until 2009, when the cryptocurrency was developed using blockchain technology. Blockchain is, as the name suggests, is a very intuitive technology which secures each and every information in chunks of blocks, and each of these blocks are encrypted, which makes it virtually impossible for anybody to hack it. In fact, because of this intrinsic quality of blockchain technology, most of the financial institutions love this, and they want their core systems to run using blockchain. And because of this, even the cryptocurrency is designed on blockchain, and hence it is virtually not hackable by anyone, government or non-government agencies. It's highly secure. So moving on, how it is going to help election process? Well, now because of the power of blockchain and the ethical hacking or unethical hacking is being so prevalent today, the threat of taking your identity being stolen on the internet is far greater than it was ever. So there is a new version of web which is going to come, and it is now dubbed as Web 3.0, completely based on blockchain. And since the blockchain technology is so advanced, it will not allow your identity to be taken, to be stolen, or to be misused. It is virtually impossible to do that. And because of that, the next wave of web, which is going to come up in a big way, will not require any passwords. So if you have a one identity, for example, in my case, I have my name, I can use my web using the same identity, and I don't have to use multiple passwords for multiple applications. So the different applications which are existing at this point in time on web will dissolve, and then you will use one web and multiple things on the web without getting logged in into multiple things at the same time. So that is one aspect of blockchain when it comes to Web 3.0. And when the Web 3.0, which is like a couple of years from now, I don't see any hindrance of taking the election process, electoral process also onto the internet, where since your identity is proven, there is no need for proving your identity or walking up to the casting center, or as we call it, where you actually cast your vote. You can do it from your mobile, and that will make it very, very foolproof. And because of that, blockchain is going to allow these politicians and political party to start thinking, or the government of different countries to start thinking, how can we take this election process onto the internet so that more and more people can read my manifesto, engage with me online, and also cast their vote online without the risk of anybody stealing their mandate which they have casted for a particular candidate or a particular party. One of the key requirements of voting is the voter identification, and that has been a big challenge, because you as a voter can actually vote twice, and sometimes, if suppose you have not voted, somebody else will vote on your behalf. So these are the things which needs to be avoided. There are lots of checks and balances have been built by various election commissions across in various countries. Therefore, for example, in some countries, the voter IDs are issued, which are different from national IDs. And before every election, you need to get to the election commissioner's office and declare that you are the voter ID and this is your voter ID. And just before the election, a list is produced to ensure that these are the authorized voters who are going to vote in this election. And this list is circulated on the casting station. And when you approach to cast your vote in that particular place, the voter ID is then validated before you are allowed to cast your vote. There is another issue which primarily will be resolved with the blockchain being coming up, and that is regarding how your voter ID, after you have casted the vote, is not transmitted back to the political party. The political party should not know who has voted for me and who has voted for me. In both the cases, it should be kept secret. So while you have to ensure that the right voter is following the right practice, at the same time, you don't want to share that information with the political systems. So the political commissions in different countries will have these challenges. Primarily, the blockchain will resolve the identification part of it, and also there will be a new requirement. That means a new system will be required, which will knock off the ID before taking the voter choice into the database of the voters. So I think there is a requirement to bring in that security and secrecy into the system using the blockchain technology, so that the identification of the voter is foolproof. At the same time, the voter identification should not be made public. And that is what is the challenge, the biggest challenge we have in transmitting or converting our manual system, which is currently paper-based or electronic machine-based, into a completely online system. The key requirement of democratic political system is people actually assemble in thousands. They want to listen to the candidate whom they have selected, or they want to listen to multiple candidates at the same time about what are their policies going to be, what they will do for us. And because of that, the huge rallies are organized. These rallies are where a lot of people come. Millions of people actually listen over the television and radio sets, and also through the internet, and they want to know exactly what is this candidate or this party, what are their plans are, how they are going to execute and govern my community, my country, my state, etc. And that is why the political rallies become a very, very important part of a democratic system, because if there is no communication from one to many, how the confidence building will happen among the people, among the masses, so that they will go and cast their vote for their candidate of choice.
So it is very important that the online system must provide provision, the new online system, so that the candidates will be able to interact online with the people. So the new system, which eventually will migrate, will not only provide the identification verification, but also provide mechanism to candidates where they can actually conduct or hold online rallies or online debates, so that masses can hear and understand what is their strategy going to be in order to govern their area, their country, their state, etc. Just before the election or the commencement of the election process, different candidates and different parties comes out with their manifesto. What is a manifesto? Manifesto is the list of things that they have understood, and they have promised that these are the list of things or activities or provisions or new laws, new changes, regulation, etc. This party is going to bring in next couple of years, during which during which they will actually hold the power of governing the countries and state. And this manifesto is published in a big pump and show. Many parties actually spend a lot of money in making very attractive manifestos with their photograph of the candidates on the cover, and also they actually talk about their strategies, how they are going to do these things. I mean, you can promise that, hey, I will reduce your taxes, I will provide free education, I will give you free transportation, but how you are going to do it? So the entire strategy is also mentioned in the manifesto document. And when the process moves online, I don't think people are going to read the manifesto, which is like a book. It has to be available online, and people may have a different requirement also. What physical requirements people have, but in the online world, people will have a totally different requirements. They will have a new way of actually comparing manifestos. Also, manifestos should be available at the time of voting being casted, so that they can refresh their memory, etc. So all of this needs to be moved in. The process of creation of manifesto also be completely online, where people actually then choose to read what manifesto they want to read. And that is why bringing the manifesto creation and publishing of manifesto must also be considered as part of a new system which will emerge in future. In the current system, many countries mandate that the background of the candidate of the party who is standing in the election must be transparently conveyed to the people. And there is a process around it, so that people can know what is the kind of candidate or what is the kind of person they are choosing to lead their next 4 years or 5 years. So this is a very important process, and there are a lot of legal implications around it. So when the system moves online using future technology, the choice of candidate must also be given to the people right there. So whenever they choose a candidate, they can actually not only go to his background, they should be able to know more about the candidate. Who is the person? What he has done in his life? What are his achievements? Does he have an education qualification? Is he experienced enough to take that portfolio? Those kind of things, they have to be very, very clearly mentioned. So far in the manual system, none of these things are very, very clearly defined. But when the system moves online, I don't think the candidates will be able to hide from this reality. And hence, the new election system, which is based on blockchain, will allow propagation of this ability of the candidate to tell about themselves to the people, and hence it will become also a very important part of the future election process. Creating this system of online manifesto, online ID, voter ID verification, online verification of candidates, and also casting votes is all fine. But then all this process has to follow certain
objective, and the objectives are basically based on what people want. And the politicians actually promote this kind of dialogue with the voters. They usually conduct open forums where people can engage with the politician openly and voice what they need, voice what their concerns are, and so on. And thus the politician form sort of a data center within his party office, where they actually collect the feedback from the people, and then based on that they actually form their strategy. And then they talk about the manifesto. They will say that since people 80% of the people want this, for instance education, then we will actually provide this, we will provide relief on tax, we will provide more jobs. All this is based on certain feedback which they get directly from people. Now when we move online, physical meetings will also have to move online, and therefore the new system must provide a dialogue, a direct interaction between voters or the people or the citizens, and also between the candidates. So there has to be a mechanism where there will be a database collection process where, without revealing identity of the voters, they can actually tell the politicians in the form of surveys or in the form of direct interaction with the candidates about their wishes, about their requirements, about the gaps in the systems that they have, etc. Whatever that people needs. So the needs then becomes translated into the actions for the politicians. When we are equipped to conduct our political elections completely online, that means we are able to transfer all the current systems onto the online mechanism, provide security, secrecy, etc. Still, the voting process is such a complicated process. It actually gives out a lot of data points. It actually conducts a big survey. It does not only provide information about who is going to be the winning candidate and who is going to be the president of the country, who is going to be the prime minister or chief minister of a state. Actually, it gives a lot of other information. It also gives information about how many people voted for a particular candidate based on particular ideology. It also gives information about how many different types of people speaking different languages and how they have voted. So basically, lot of data patterns emerge out of a voting process, and it is happening even today. How the people are voting will determine how the voting process will evolve in next 10 years. So therefore, considering the gravity of secrecy and security, the new system will have to be ensuring that these data analysis or data marts should be used responsibly, because by way of millions of people voting on the same system, the system will have the ability to create different demographic, different kind of data scenarios and presenting that to the government. And so therefore the election system must be immune to all this data analysis. There could be some other data processing, there could be some census based data processing, but I think that we have to think. Right now the clarity is not available right now how this whole thing will pan out, but I think one thing is very clear, that eventually sooner or later the election process has to move in the online medium. Friends, the future looks very promising. Blockchain is very promising technology. I think we must accelerate our efforts. All the governments across the world must accelerate and bring out Web 3.0, which is based on blockchain technology. It will actually create a lot of good infrastructure for us. It will also increase a lot of secrecy. It will also protect our identity, and we will also be able to launch our election system completely on Web 3.0, and this will also increase the participation of number of people voting, because currently it is less than the number of voters which are available, because many people don't go to vote. And because of this quality, you will be able to launch out applications for voting with security and secrecy on the mobile devices of the people, and then you will be able to make the election process mandatory. That means if the citizen is in the country, you have to vote either for this party, this candidate, or somebody else. You have to vote. It must be made compulsory. Or you can say that, hey, I don't like any one of them, and you can abstain. But voting has to be compulsory. So once that blockchain based Web 3.0 comes, I think we are going to enter a new type of political system. It's going to be very exciting. Let me know what you think about this, and I'm eagerly waiting for your comments. As you know, I respond to each and every comment. So I say goodbye only for today, to catch you again in the next one.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmak Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. This week I'm honored to present to you Mr. Subir Saxena, who is the head of IT Suppliers Management Group at Novartis, and he joins us today from Ireland. During the conversation, we will know about his journey and also some of the critical leadership skills that he impart to his colleagues and also the industry leaders. So without further ado, let me present to you Mr. Subir Saxena.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmak Live, and I am Chandrakant. And today we want to discuss about how we can drive ourselves. And in fact, I never thought about how can I utilize my energy, which is finite. And therefore, it's a very big subject to discuss. I will be joined by a special guest today to tell us more about this whole thing, how we can optimize our energy levels. So without further ado, let me welcome Mr. Kevin Cottam. He is the CEO of Go Nomading PT Limited, and he's joining us from Singapore. So let's welcome him.
Drum roll.
So Kevin, how are you today? Welcome, and we look forward to learning so many new things from you today.
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. I just got off doing a webinar for PayPal, and we were talking about energy management, actually, because of Mental Health Day yesterday. And so, yeah, it was very exciting to do so. So I'm happy.
Well, friends, we are live right now across all social media, including Instagram. And if you have a question, you can actually use the chat function to indulge with Kevin on the show live, and we will display your name and ask that question. So, Kevin, energy management, that is what we want to discuss today. As I said, I have never thought about energy management be linked to my performance and my mental state. What is your opinion about this? I mean, before we start going deep into it, can you tell us, how does these two are related?
Energy and management, is that what you mean? Energy and management, how are those two related? Or, yeah. Well, so there's a book called The Power of Full Engagement, which was written, I believe, in the early 2000s. And it's by Tony Schwartz and Joe Lure. And so they say that energy, not time, is the fundamental currency of high performance, which I love this quote very much so. So it's talking about energy, not time, as a fundamental currency. So currency can be money, can be a river, can be a current. It's all of this it is a flow. So energy is a current, right? So and within us, it's very important that we understand that we all have energy. We're built on energy. That's how the world exists and the planet exists, is on energy, not necessarily on time. And how we fill the time. And I think for us is how do we manage this energy that we have, or lack thereof of energy? And because of all the situation of mental health and all of this particular, I would say that our energy is really taxed. I mean, it is, the great thing about understanding it is that how do they come together? We consciously as human beings love to manage things. And so, but I think it's the awareness of understanding that first of all, our bodies and everything that we do is driven by energy. And so it's a currency and it is finite. However, the great thing is we are renewable. We're just like a battery, a renewable battery. We are able to, if we use the right input. So that is important. And so that we get rid of the stuff that that drains us of energy, but also bring in what actually accelerates and boosts our energy. And I think that's the important thing, is how do we balance that? How do we manage that? That's what we're talking about.
I think many people would say that, it's a science, because you talked about energy, electricity, kinetic energy, we are like batteries and stuff like that. So how can we use science to understand what is our need and how we can plan it to our progression and also eventually increase our performance? Do you have any thoughts on this?
Science, I mean, science has done an awful lot of work, I believe, in different areas around energy. You just need to talk about MC squared, M is equals MC squared, right? And so energy, and Einstein was an incredible input of how we can look at science and how energy is used. But I think, it's not just a science, it's also an art. And you brought that up a little bit earlier. And I just want to share with you, the art is in the management of ourselves and being able to do that, and mixed with the science of understanding that our energy is depleted, and our energy is depleted in different ways. And so the different ways that it is depleted and also boosted is through the mental energy, the physical energy, the social energy, the emotional energy, and the spiritual energy. So all of these are capacities, a way we can build our energy and gain from, but it also can drain us depending on the negativity and things. There's also a wonderful, by a scientist, and he's a psychologist, he's a scientist, and his name is Dr. Stephen Gilligan. And he says the river runs through you until it doesn't. So the river runs through you until it doesn't. So what does that mean? It means that this currency of energy is constantly running through you until it gets a blockage. It gets a dam that's put in front of you. It gets a congestion which is put in front of you. It gets, all of these are things that happen until it doesn't. Then that's when the blocks are happening. And that's where we start to find different ways of having to deal with burnout and all sorts of things that happen in our lives. And this has to do with the science of our bodies, right? And this is important, that we understand that we are energetic beings. And that is about movement. Everything is a movement. So you use the word kinetic. So whether it's kinetic or potential energy, right? Kinetic energy is the energy of movement. Potential energy, which is still, but it moves. There's still energy within it. It's bound. It's not free. And this is important to be able to have the balance between this potential, which might be silent and unbounded inside, and to be able to mix it with a dynamic and bounded way of living, so that the two equalize each other, help to certainly work together to give us that impetus of having an energetic body, and therefore we're able to make better decisions, better conversations, all sorts of things, and that can drive, because energy is what we move from. And how do you get it? I mean, you need to have the right food. Food can either drain it or also accelerate it. We have to have exercise. We have to have good thinking. We have to have enough sleep. We have to have water. All of this stuff is science, and it's also an art of how to create the good food so that it is actually, helping us. We get enough nutrition. So our bodies are science, and the way they work together inside of us is like an art form. So everything is helping us in that sense.
Well, Kevin, I think what you're telling us that we can use science to evaluate our energy requirement. We need to have right patterns to sleep, right things to eat, depending on our situation. So we can actually use science to find out what is my need, and then I can have the right ingredients to generate potential energy and kinetic energy within our body. So I think that part is clear. But I think the question is, what gives me kick is different from what gives you kick, or what gives the other party, other person a kick, because each person gets a different kind of kick in their life. And this is
absolutely.
So I think science is very methodical. You can make your Excel spreadsheets and you can follow the diet patterns, sleep patterns, and all that. But when it comes to this aspect, which is the art side of whole thing, it's very difficult because it's very subjective. Do you have any suggestions to our viewers about, controlling their life by utilizing the energy in positive things? I think that is really why I'm asking.
So I like to use the metaphor of a bank account. So a bank account, you have credits and you have debits. All right. And you also have a balance sheet, and you also have an investment portfolio, and you also have a variety of different bank accounts, perhaps. And we look at these individually. So in each bank account that we have, there might be the mental bank account, the physical bank account, the spiritual, social, and emotional bank accounts. And in there, we need to do an audit. We need to do an audit in our lives. What drives and gives us energy in that particular, or credits our energy in that particular bank account, and what also debits it. And so once you find out this audit, you can, because it is independent, it is subjective, it certainly is, everybody is different. Whatever gives you a kick, as you say, is different than what I get as a kick. So that's why the audit must be done individually, because it's not the same for everyone. But there will be some habits which do certainly overlap. It's just how do we do them and how do we interact with them. The important thing here is making micro steps towards a more energetic balance in your life. So I suggest is that you do an audit and you look at what credits and what debits that you have. And those debits, do you want to get rid of them, or do you want to transform them into something else, or do you just want to stop them completely? But it's a bit like looking at negative and positive, but it is looking at what boosts and what drains, or it's like credits and debits. So that's what I'm looking at, think of it as a bank account, because this is currency. Currency is a movement. And that is what we do in a bank account. It is always moving, sadly enough. It's mostly going out as opposed to coming in. But the point here is that often at different times of our life, that more is going out and not as much coming in the way that we have energy and things that drive our energy. And that's where the mental health issues have increased, is because the debits are high at this point in time. We need to find lessen, and we need to find more things in our lives that will energize or credit our life.
I think you're using a very interesting analogy when you try to compare it with banking system and talk about debits and credits. But I think it's easier said than done, and you definitely require, any normal human being will require a guru, a teacher, who will teach all this about what gives you kick, because I think energy is finite and we have to utilize the energy in the right fashion. So do you have any suggestion, tools, techniques, or how do we do it, or people can reach out to you? What is your suggestion in order to properly budget our energy on a daily basis?
Yeah, you need a coaching accountant. Yeah. So, well, I think that first of all, it's the awareness, understanding the awareness, and most people don't want to spend the time to sort of, oh yeah, I get a kick out of doing exercise, fine, and then they forget about it. They don't realize and internalize that actually gives them something, and so that when they're not doing that kick, is that they start to feel lethargic. They start to have the effects of something like this. And they forget that that's what gives them the kick or the energy or the credit, a bank account. So as far as I'm concerned is that, again, it's about awareness, sitting down and doing an audit. I mean, everybody can do an audit. If you don't balance your bank account, which I've never done, but I've audited and looked at how much I'm spending and how much I'm also earning, that type of thing. And that's important for us to understand. Working with a coach is absolutely incredible to be able to do that, because we can then look at what is energizing you and what is not in those particular, and we can talk it out. We can then identify it by writing it down. We can identify it through different processes. I have a variety of life hacks that I suggest to people, and whatever gives them excitement, and just as examples. And also, I think that is on my website. And also, I have a form, which is a life wheel, which is the investment portfolio that I suggest that this is how we are invested in our lives, which is in money or energy. And also, there's two different types of audits that you can do. And I think, yeah, so if people are interested, these are free downloads on my website. They're able to have this, which I think is important. Just remembering also the mindset is something that's important that goes along with, because that's energy as well as everything is. And it's what will drive, it will drive you. So mindset, when I was in Mongolia, a young girl said to me, mindset is your capital. So if you think about that, capital, what is that? That is currency, that is money, that is investment, that is your mindset, is energy. And it is also what will drive your performance in many ways. And that's why you need to know what drives it. That's one of the things that also, for example, and why people don't perform well, right, is because they're given tasks at work that don't drive or inspire their energy. They actually drain them. And this is one thing that we don't think about. We just think, get the job done, It is about, well, what does inspire me? What would drive me? And we don't look at that. We're too busy, apparently. Doing what? I don't know.
Well, I think you're making a lot of sense, because I think this is the most important aspect of our life. So before we get on to other things, I think we need to fix our energy utilization, because if we are just wasting our energy in some useless activities, we are not achieving, we are not performing. And in the end of the day, our mindset is very negative. So I think you're making a lot of sense, Kevin. And you have given free information to our viewers. I think that is great. But just in case if people want to reach out to you just for this aspect of understanding how to utilize their energy, is there a place they can write to you? I mean, they can write to us. We will make that connection happen. But they can also...
Yeah, they can make the connection through you, Chandra, or they can also connect with me at my website, or which also they can connect with me at info@kevincottam.com. Sure. And my website is www.thenomadicmindset.com. And so happily, if you want to be able to connect with me, I'm grateful to chat, share.
In fact, I really loved today's discussion. It opened up my mind. I think that is one more aspect that we should think through before taking up any task during the day. apart from checking our mails and checking our calendar. I think this is something that we must also do. And you also use very powerful word today, which is audit of energy, which is finite. So Kevin, thank you so much for giving us all this information and knowledge. We will catch up with you in the next one.
Great. Thanks enough a lot, Chandra. I'm really happy to be here and sharing.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmac Technologies and you are welcome to our show Roundtable Discussion. And today we have very interesting personality on our show. Let me introduce you one by one. First, let me introduce you Indra Sharma, who is the head of the department of a senior DAV Public School, Dayanand Vihar, Delhi. And she has been awarded by Ministry of Human Resource for her contribution in education. So welcome to the show, Indraji. How are you today?
Hello, good.
And our next guest is Ritu Gupta, who is a PR professional. She is also having her own PR organization, 4 Seasons. And currently she is also working as a professor of mass communication in one of the prestigious university. So welcome to the show, Ritu.
Thank you.
Today we are discussing about the impact of online training, online education on students. So what are your ideas on this online education and how it will impact the development of students? So anybody can have this question?
Okay, see the online education, let's face the reality that online thing is going to stay because this online thing has become, it was there, but it has become popular with the pandemic because that's the need of the hour. It is going to stay. Now it is up to us that we crib about it or we take it in our strength and then we develop this. So online education has got certain weaknesses also, but then it has certain strength also. And the strength is that you can do your online education at your own pace, anywhere, from any place. And also it develops creativity. Although it cannot come up to the par like something like, one-to-one interaction we had with our students in the classroom. That is, anyway, you cannot say that is the best. But then this is the need of the hour. So with online education, we have to be more creative because you have to make online interesting. And how do you make it interesting? So you have to be very creative because, we don't have any other answer. This is the need of the hour and we have no other option than to go for the online education.
Yes, perfectly, because I also see that there's no scope in the near future when students start attending classes and go to the school because due to this pandemic, though school culture and school structure provide immense opportunities for the development. So I would like to know the ideas of Mrs. Indra Sharma on this subject.
I think children they're learning in this new situation. The children have learned a lot. They are learning a lot. Some few years back, CBSE started one program that was a PEC program, the PEC cards program. The CBSE, they started a program, PEC card program, which was like in a playway situation, how can they integrate with different subjects like English, mathematics, and all the other subjects. So this is now, this time, they have really got the opportunity to learn in a very practical way.
other day, I just got an opportunity to evaluate one competition, which DAV Dayanand Vihar had only organized it. So when I evaluated, I was surprised. The children have done online competitions so well. How they had integrated the play activities with the different subjects, like how in English there are so many concepts like opposites and so many things they learn in a playway method. They were learning online, the small kids, you know, and they were learning, and maths also. They were learning tables, they were learning so many in a different way. So children in this time also, they are learning so much in the staying in the rooms, they in a playway method, where their parents, their grandparents, all are involved, and they are learning a lot. This has become from traditional ground learning, classroom learning. It has changed, but children are learning the new way, the new norm, which will be happening in these later years. What they'll be learning, they have, they are learning a lot. And they are at home also, when they are involved so much, they are uh, with the family, they are learning, they are in their own way, they are learning. It's not but we cannot replace it with the actual situation, the actual environment, where they used to meet their peers, they used to meet other children, that they'll be missing. Which
I agree, because there have been certain universities in India. I don't know whether I should be naming them or not, but there was always online education. Like, I did my MBA through online, and it was through Symbiosis Pune. So online education was always there. But then during pandemic, it has become very popular, because this is the only thing, and you can't just let your child not to study. They have to study. So, but the actual education which you get in the classroom with your teacher one to one, and your friends sitting with you, the classmates, that has got no, you cannot match it with anything. That is the best education. But then with online, we have got to know certain things. Students, as far as the children, they have, I mean, even the teachers, our computer literacy has improved a lot. We were using computers, we were there online, but till a certain level. Now it has improved, and also all of us, the students and the teachers, we are very much into research work now, because we give project to the students. They were doing the projects before also, but it has become too much of researched work now. So that way it has added on to our gray matter roles.
Yeah, I feel though, because Ritu, you are talking about people who are already been in schools, and they are now pursuing courses like MBA, so they have the understanding to really cope up with this kind of situation. But as at personal level, I feel in few children there's a loss of motivation and a sense of self-discipline which is lacking, and which is needed due to online study, and that is the
Absolutely. That is
major
there.
struggle for children. But
That,
then
yeah.
I also feel that online classes has brought a new sense of normalcy, because everybody is online. And you have made a good point when you say that people are starting learning more computers. I mean, the computer operations, they are into more. And like Indra also said that you cannot match online and the school education. But I think that has become new normalcy in these pandemic days, and give the students being given way to really study and use their time productively. And I think this is something which is a blessing for a parent also, because living at home alone, not doing anything, so that will also spoil children. Now my question is, how far our children can learn through this online? Is there any lacking skill which students are not being or taught during these online classes?
Yeah, that personal one-to-one touch is lacking. And also, when you go to school, there is a discipline. You get up in the morning, you wash yourself, you go to school, you do your prayers also, you wish your teachers, and your body language in front of the teacher, it is well disciplined. With online education, that particular part is lacking now. I mean, many of the times, at least school kids, I still feel that school kids are, even in online, they are much more disciplined. When it comes to slightly senior students, they really, I mean, they have the power not to switch on their video. You cannot have education without looking at the face of your teacher. You have to face your teacher. You have to look to her. So there are certain things which is like, that personal level of interaction, it is missing. And obviously, to have online, very frankly, every student does not come from resourceful family. Like if you have 4 people in the family and both the parents are working online, they're working from home, and even the brother, sister, or 2 kids, even if they have 2 kids, everyone has to have their own system or the phone. You have to have your data also. This is one thing with students, this is a major problem in the families, that you have to have your own system or the telephone, and you have to have a strong Wi-Fi system, because without that you cannot have online education. That
Yes,
is one problem I've seen.
yeah, it's very true. So, Indra, since you have handled all senior classes, especially in physical education, so how you feel these kind of education, which I feel is very, very necessary for growing children. So, how this being impacted through these online classes?
Now senior children, kids can still learn, but it is a bit difficult for the senior students. It will be difficult for them to have, they can learn about skills, sports skills and other skills. They can learn it, but practically it won't be possible. They have to get back to the classrooms
Absolutely.
and they have to adapt. They have to adapt to the changing times. They have to adapt to the changing times. Then only they can learn.
What I feel is that the online courses has given an opportunity for children from a very beginning to be self-motivated and they should learn to become self-disciplined, and they should feel more about the education, the kind of responsibility they have. So I think this has given a window of opportunities for growing children to get more self-disciplined and motivated. And of course, one point which Ritu has said, that they are more computer savvy now. They know more about computer as before when they were going to school. But what are the downsides?
I want to add certain words. Sorry, I'm interrupting, but I want to add one thing. Online education is the cause of social isolation also.
Yes, I know there are many children who are suffering.
Please think about it. Social isolation, because the kid is attending the class in the room, one of the room. When they get over from the class, they get into social media. They want to watch web series. They want to do certain kind of thing. So that interaction is missing. Interaction which you have with your teacher, with your friends, with your instructor in the school. When you come back in the school bus, you have the bus wala bhaiya and everything. That is a big problem, and it's going to be a big problem later on. The psychological issues it is going to create.
Yes, definitely. I think this is one of the major issue which is arising due to this online education and online trainings. So what we have to do actually to really cover up, I mean, these kind of things which are lacking in education, and which are very crucial to the development of children. Yeah, and do you have any idea of what we can do for our children?
one thing, when the children they study at home, online education, like they should they should sit in proper postures. They don't the posture, good posture. At this, for kids, it's very important at early years. Very important to have. So they tend to sit in on the beds and they are studying online, but they need to. I'm worried, like they don't sit in proper postures
I agree.
while studying, which is very, and they'll have health implications in later life. They are going to face. They are going to still. They need to have, very important to have a good right posture, and they have to, all the children and studying online, they need to make self goals. They have to, and those who are motivated, they will definitely do it. Those who are motivated, but those who need a little strictness, those who have to be brought down in classroom. Teacher used to bring those the children, those who didn't take interest, they made them do it. But here in online education, this will be little different. Those who are
This is
motivated
different.
and those who are
Yes.
concentrated in the work, they will do great. But what about others? But at this stage, we have to take everyone and move forward. We have to take everyone.
And I feel
Then
when we had
socialization.
one-to-one, yeah, when we had one-to-one class, the teacher had more liberty and she would always use her liberty in the positive manner. With online classes, she's always under the scanner. You know, you cannot keep a teacher always under the scanner.
Yes.
Every human being has got a different way of teaching.
Right.
You cannot always scan the teacher, and parents are doing that, which is bad.
Okay. So actually, we were discussing if the children are at the moment, as Indra said, that most of the children are motivated and they have discipline at their places, at their home. But there are certain students, even in the class also, they need to get lessons of discipline. But what when they
Yes.
are not disciplined on in the online classes, during online classes? So I want to know what will be the impact in these growing, maybe a student who's studying in class 4th, 5th, 6th, because these are very crucial years for the development. So what else beside this? Because in any case, we cannot send our children in the school at the moment due to this pandemic. So what else we can give these students as a parent or as a teacher to enhance their personality so that they should also feel happy about it? Online classes sometimes become a burden for children, and I've seen myself, and sometimes they also children also get bored out of it because same routine every day. There's nothing new. Teacher comes online, she teaches lesson and she goes away, which is very different from the students who are going to the school. They have playground. So what they are interacting, as both of you was mentioning. So what else we can really do to support our children?
See, there should be some kind of workshop for the parents also, along with the students, for self motivation and time management skills. It's very important. Self motivation and time management. This is the only thing you can do. And you know, social interaction, we cannot do anything about it right now. We cannot do any. We'll have to wait for, I think, few more months. And we should take it in a positive manner, that it is a practice based learning, but then there should be an awareness for parents also, because parents also we don't think about teachers and parents. Teachers and parents, they both are struggling also. Both are struggling from their own end. Parents are struggling, teachers are struggling. So let's do something. Let's create something for both parents and the teachers. We are only talking about students, but students are there because of their teachers. They are there because of the parents also. So both these people, they also need some kind of motivation workshops also.
Okay, so any last comment, Indra, would you like to tell to our viewers?
Yeah, one thing is that they have learned, they are learning, children have learned, their computer skills have really sharpened now. But
Yes,
I think they'll be very happy to go back to the school, meet the teachers,
absolutely.
their friends, it's really going to be great, but whatever, they have adapted. Whatever happened in this unfortunate or fortunate period, they have learned it their own way, and once they are they are back, their children will be very happy indeed, and I'm
But
waiting.
one thing I can assure this time when students are back to the school, because this is what I get to talk to my neighbors, their kids also, they will not bunk the classes. That's what they say. This time we go back to school, we will not bunk the classes.
Okay,
uh,
okay. That
they'll
that's
have
really
new
great
norms.
input. There's a great input.
They'll have to wear.
Yes.
Yeah, that is there. Yeah.
So
They'll have to.
yes, yes, yes.
They have to
So
be disciplined, very disciplined now. They
right.
have to learn a lot of things.
So, in the end, I just want to tell and summarize this discussion is that we cannot do anything at the moment because we have to cope up with the online classes for our children. And at the same time, the technology has also added a visual experience for our children with the hike of technological animation development and how to really reach to our children. And I've seen that teachers are also struggling as Ritu has mentioned. Definitely, they are struggling, but so far, what I have seen is that all the teachers are giving a very good education on online classes. As far as our children are concerned, of course, for few months they will be missing interaction, social interaction, and talking to their friends and playing on the ground because due to this pandemic. But we are hopeful, and when what I feel when they go to the school, maybe after a year or so, maybe longer, I think they will be more responsible, more disciplined, and more technology savvy. So it was so
Yes.
wonderful to talk to you, Indra, and so good to talk to you, Ritu. We'll meet again with some interesting topic in our next discussion. Till then, bye bye, take care.
Bye bye. Take care. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. I'm also one of the co-founders of this company, and today I would like to talk to my fellow citizens, Indians, and convey a message. As we all know that India as a country is a large country. It has a more than 1.3 billion people as a population, which is almost like 25% of the global population. So it has a huge impact on the world economy. And the Indian government has also set up a target that, rather two targets. One is Make in India. That means more and more work has to come into India. And the second large target for Indian citizens is to reach a $5 trillion economy. Now, as you can see that while we can continue to make our own plans individually and as organizations, the 5 trillion economy dream that we need to achieve as far as our government is concerned, they have set up a target for all of us. The issue there is a skill which are required. So there are certain skills which are being taught in the colleges and universities, and then certain skills may not be relevant for the future. For example, if there are skills which are related to something which is repeatable, those kind of skills may not have too much value in time to come, simply because those skills may be taken over by the artificial intelligence uh, and automation. So what we need as Indians for getting more and more work coming back to India from the globe is this skills. So we all know that we need various skills, and we need a lot of people being trained into different kind of skills, and that is when the $5 trillion economy dream will be fulfilled. Now it has a very strong relationship. If there are no skills, there are no work, and there is no work, there is no 5 trillion economy. Having made this point, I'm sure most of you agree that success in life or achieving a target has nothing to do with your money or the backing or whatever you can do for your company and for yourself. The two major qualities which are required in order to be successful and in order to achieve your dream is the leadership. Second is the teamwork. So these are the two qualities which are definitely required in addition to the skills that we need to develop. Because if there's no leadership and there is no um, attitude to work as a team, then it will be difficult to execute global contracts and generate revenue for the country. So I think these are the two skills which are very important, which is leadership and the ability to work as a team. So team player, these are the two major qualities which are required and which are very very critical for India to develop, in addition to create new job opportunities and also create new skills which will bring a lot of projects back into India. So as a professional um, and as an organization, as a professional, I would like to help my fellow citizens and impart these leadership skills for whoever wants our help. We will make you better leader, better team player. And the why I'm saying this is important, uh, because nobody is training leadership. Even if you want to be trained in leadership, it is very difficult to learn the leadership skills in a classroom. It has to be learned by doing things, and that is why people like me can impart our life journey and our experience with new budding skilled people and help them to be a better leader. And most important is to be able to work together as a team, and that is when the India will excel, and that is when we will basically achieve the dream of becoming a $5 trillion economy. So with this small message, um, you can write to me. My website details are given below here. uh, you can reach out to me, and I will be more than willing to help and share my experience, and make sure that if you approach me, I will create a leader out of you. So with this, I like to say goodbye to you until next time. Bye bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live, and I am Chandrakant. Today we have a very special guest in Spotlight section, and she will tell us what the startup and the venture capitalist must do. It's a very, very interesting discussion which is coming up right now. So friends, stick around to this discussion, as there will be
lot of learning from this conversation. Welcome back, friends. And today we have a very special guest in our studios. Her name is Farida Charania. She is the CEO of a very boutique organization based out of Singapore called Career Zoom. And, we will learn so many new things after discussing with her. So without further ado, let me welcome Farida to the show.
Thank you, CK. Always a pleasure to be back on your show. I hope everyone is keeping well. And yeah, can't wait to get started on this discussion. What do you have in mind?
I think most happening things because of the pandemic or lockdown, etc., is basically people want to kickstart their business, and to kickstart the startup arena, I think a lot of investments are required. So I would like to know more about on that front from you, because you work globally, and what is happening in the ventures arena.
Okay, that's a very broad question, but let me share with you and the viewers some of the few things which have been slightly different from what I'm used to saying. So all the investors that I speak to from the perspective of investments, there is a mindset shift that I see in investors. Earlier, investors were, mostly investing in value addition kind of companies, and it didn't matter if even at Series B they were not profitable, but if they were creating value, then investors were always interested. Now, there is an added requirement there. Investors are not really looking to only invest in projects which will, double, triple, quadruple their money and make it many times, because that of course is something that every investor expects, but they also expect something that is going to create an impact, something that is sustainable, something that adds value. So it's no longer about people and profits. It's about people, performance, profits, and finally the planet. So how are these people who are getting involved and driving a certain initiative, how good or how well positioned are they to deliver profitability? Once they have delivered profitability, how are they sustaining and adding value to the planet? And I have been having these discussions with a lot of investors, and they really look for an impact or a value addition sustainably piece. So my recommendation to any startup trying to raise funds is to basically understand how they are adding value, how they are helping the world to become a better place with their product, because that is becoming very, very important in today's time.
Fair enough, Farida. So basically what you're saying is that the startups must think of value creation before they even approach the funding agency, and they should know very clearly about their business, what value they are giving, so that the customer can pay the money to them against that value, and also their ventures are profitable. So I think they are looking at that, and I think what you're trying to say is that the funding agencies are willing to spend more number of years when they enter into a startup, isn't it, Farida?
Yes, that's right. Because the short-term myopic view is so much out of context in today's time. We have been through a pandemic globally. We are still actually, struggling with the pandemic, and the aftermath is going to follow for many years to come. We don't know how long it's going to take, and we can't even call it recovery, because it's going to be a completely new world. Yeah. So investors are not just looking at short-term gains. They are looking at something which will help to make this recovery better. It will help to make the world a better place. It will probably, create a culture of inclusion for those who are financially excluded. So right now, the most inclusion opportunities in terms of, the availability of investors is coming to those who are in those areas where they get visibility, where they are able to, reach out to the investors. But today it's more about inclusion. We are living in a borderless virtual world where every kind of engagement is possible, like you and I are speaking in two different countries and online. So all of this is possible. Therefore, this field is becoming a little more tougher in terms of their ability to get funding. Every day there are millions of ideas which come up, and in every sector that we need to kind of see change, we need again hundreds and thousands of startups in that area. So there is opportunities for everyone, but the ones who will actually be able to get these opportunities and kind of uh, grow with them are people who are able to add a sustainability piece to their entire initiative. So for instance, let's take a company which is, say, in the e-commerce business. What is their sustainability plan? How are they actually adding value? Take simple examples. Today, I am in a position as a consumer to order one pen, and the e-commerce agency is able to send it to me packed in 15 different packagings. So by the time I open the pen, I have actually created a mess and I have made the planet dirtier. So do they have a sustainability piece where they are able to, deliver stuff without impacting too much in terms of, without making the planet very dirty? If I am an investor, I would be interested in that. But if it is just an e-commerce company, then I'm not getting anything different. I will go and invest even at a much higher valuation to someone who has a track record and who is profitable, because I want my money back. But if I want to really make a difference, I will invest in a company which is telling me that we will reduce the carbon footprint. We are going to, make the planet less dirty, and we are still being able to, deliver it to the customer in the time that they actually want at a competitive pricing.
Well, I think there has been a very remarkable agreement between UK and India last month, which was £1 billion agreement, and all of these things are covered. So climate policy of any organization, there are more than 100 companies are investing in UK, and then UK is also bringing a lot of tech to India. So I think between India and UK, they want to basically double their trade by 2030. That is a plan. And there is another thing in terms of the investment between UK and India is that there is going to be a free trade agreement that is on the way. It's not yet signed, and a free trade agreement will bring ease of payment between parties. And I would like to draw the example of Singapore and Thailand, because they were the first one to do that, to sign up a free trade between them, specifically for micro payments. So they have integrated their micro payment application, and people can engage with Singaporeans if they are based out of Thailand, and vice versa. And they can transfer up to 25,000 bahts or 1,000 Singapore dollars across the border without any taxation, without any of those things. So I think in nutshell, when it comes to investments, there is a lot of investments now happening in India. So my question now is to ask about your company, which is Career Zoom. Are you aiming to get into that arena of where there are a lot of investment happening via UK, via other routes into India, and the ticket size is almost like $500,000?
Okay, so I will answer this question in two parts. Okay, one is what Career Zoom does is the premise on which I built Career Zoom was to make other companies successful, because startup to company is the most difficult journey, and a lot of startups don't make it. So what we try to do is, with the experience that we have gathered, my team and I, we help startups to make that journey from startup to a company. Now this involves a lot of things: operational control, compliance control, the ability to have a proper execution plan for commercialization, etc. But one of the most important things where we help the companies is to be able to, one, be ready to be in front of an investor. So that is the coaching and guidance that we provide. And two, once they are in front of an investor, help them to understand what is the way that they can actually get that investment. So to answer your question, yes, I do have a number of clients who are based out of India in centers where there is a lot of startup activity like Bangalore, etc., Bangalore, Gurgaon, etc. I am not looking at getting in there. We are already there.
Great. So I think that is a remarkable, thought-provoking point that you made. I think people who are listening to this conversation can reach out to you just in case if they're looking for any kind of guidance, investment, how to do business, and even manpower. So I think that is great, Farida. But in terms of what are the opportunities for Indian startup? Because you have a global perspective, do you have any guidance on that front?
Yeah, sure. So my guidance to anyone who is, who has a brilliant idea and has kind of, got to making it a startup and has started working on it, is to get your home market right first. Because without getting your home market right, it's very, very difficult to start thinking expansion, market share, etc. So one, get your home market right. Understand whether it's a blue ocean strategy. I mean, is it, something which is a niche which did not exist? Because then, if you go global, your ability to engage people and get them interested is much higher. But if you are creating a better product in an already existing market, then that's not a blue ocean strategy because you're trying to acquire a market share. So it's even more important that you get your home market right. My advice would be that you start with a small market, get it right, use that learning to expand into other markets which are similar, and you have a sizable revenue to then start reinvesting that revenue in your expansion. But expansion at the very early stages without getting your home market right is not advisable.
Farida ji, in terms of the opportunities that we see around, and a lot of patrons who actually come on our show, they talk about opportunities in the area of digital payments. There are a lot of new digital payment players in India, and they are actually competing with PayPal, and their offerings are even better than the other areas are in the digital space, and paramedics, and few online other activities, but the usual money churners where they travel, tours and tourisms, hospitality, those things are not showing a lot of promise. And also electric car, electric vehicle arena, do you think there will be investors in your network who would like to invest in these emerging ventures?
Yes, possibly yes, because it's about, again, not a myopic view of what is going to happen in the next 2 or 3 years, but what is the possibility in the next 20, 25, 30 years. So yes, there are investors who specifically, and it's a good timing actually, because the valuations are pretty low in these areas, so it's a good timing for investors in my view. So there definitely are investors. I wouldn't say too many, but yes, a few investors who are on lookout for assets like this, who are on lookout for ventures like this. Also think of this thing, when you talk about payments, yeah, if anyone who is creating a payment startup says they are not afraid of PayPal, Google Pay, or Apple Pay, it's a joke. Everyone is, but the point is that there is still opportunity to make it better. Yeah, it's very easy for anyone like a Google to take any technology and basically just put them to bed and just make sure that they never come to light. But if that would happen, then there will be no startup. So there are always two strategies. Like I mentioned, a blue ocean strategy, which is completely new, and there is a niche which does not exist. And then there is another strategy which is more about creating a better product. Because if the thought process was like this, Samsung would have never come to light. They just copied Apple and made it better. Yeah. So there is space for everyone in this market. It is how clear your roadmap is, how quickly can you get there. Those are the two things which will set aside the unicorns from the non-unicorns. So there is space for everyone. And even if these things are not doing well right now, for instance, travel and tourism or even e-vehicles, if they are not doing well at this point in time, doesn't mean they wouldn't do well in future. So there definitely is opportunity. There are investors, not too many. I would be doing creative writing if I say there are too many, but yes, there are a few who would be interested in these kind of things.
Well, I think we had a very wonderful conversation today. People who are watching our conversation, they must be getting cues, and if they want to reach out to you in terms of investments, in terms of HR, guidance, in terms of execution, etc., they are most welcome to reach out to you directly, or they can reach out to us. We will make that connection happen. So it was pleasure talking to you, Farida, as usual, and we will catch up in the next one.
Thank you so much, PK. Stay safe, stay healthy. Bye.
Dear CEOs and industry leaders, you are most graciously welcome to Akulmak Business Bunker. This is a forum where you are able to showcase your products to the masses, to the investor, to the prospects, and to your client. And if you want to promote your company and yourself, you have landed at the right place. Before we continue, do like and subscribe our channel. Friends, I have a very exciting information to share with you today, and this is regarding the money. And as you know that yesterday in a press conference, our Honorable Finance Minister Sitaramanji said that she is going to present a reform in income tax arena during this budget session, which is going to start in the last week of January. And therefore, whatever information we have got is that I think the government of India is trying to bring a major reform with regard to the income tax itself. And as you know that the budget session is going to start in the January last week, and most of these issues will be discussed and agreed upon, finally passed. I am quite hopeful that this reform is passed by the government of India. However, these reforms which are being talked about now are the major tax reforms, because when we talk about taxation in India being such an old country, with thousands of years of history, the taxation is also very old, because we were using some taxation because of historic reasons, and there was a need to reform this. There was a need to reform the old methods of filing tax, because in the era of digital world, where everything is tracked, we don't have to basically keep following the old things which we were doing like 50 years back. So I think this is very important to reform it, and the government of the day has been putting these measures very, very methodically, starting from demonetization. Then next year they came up with GST integration, which brought the state and the central government together on a single taxation system. Last year they brought in the single window concept of filing IT returns, and this year whatever we have heard in the media so far is that they are now talking about bringing the major reforms with regard to income tax. And when we talk about income tax, it's basically very tedious work, and people who basically file, in fact everyone files income tax returns every year, and there is a tax at source also. So what happens in a salary, that the tax based on the particular bracket is already deducted at source. So when you are already paying, say for example 20% or 30% upfront before you get the salary in hand, and that goes to the government, and you have to continue keeping those documents, so that by end of 12 months, which is end of the year, you need to again file these returns proving that you have actually claimed certain tax
benefits, or you have filed certain tax, you have paid certain tax, but here is my return, and you have to continue maintaining these documents. It is such a tedious job. There are different income tax return forms. It is not something which can be easily done. You have to engage with a chartered accountant. You have to send all your bills and all your records to him. He will then produce a statement which will be then submitted with the income tax department. Now this has to be done before 31st of March every year. After that, income tax department, income tax officers will get into scrutiny. They go into your details. Each and every file is scrutinized, etc. It is such a waste of time for everyone, for individual citizens, and for even government to scrutinize so many records on daily basis. And it's something which we can get rid of. And this is what the next tax reforms are being talked about. And whatever we have heard so far, I mean, the budget is yet to be presented, but whatever we have heard so far is that the income tax will be done away with. There will be no income tax. Instead, the new tax will be introduced that will be called expenditure tax or investment tax, whatever you want to call it. And whatever I have understood so far, I thought I will bring it to you. See, what happens is that when you get your salary or your paycheck, the tax at source is deducted and submitted to the government, because you have already got that salary, and the tax on that based on the slab is this much, and that is already deducted. So what government wants to do now is not to do that. Instead, they will give you the entire salary, which is pretty much like what you get in Middle East. Say, for example, somebody is working in any of these Middle Eastern countries. There is no tax there. You get the entire salary, whatever has been agreed with the employer. So you get the same salary. However, when you spend money, there will be expenditure tax on that. So cause and effect of this tax system would be the same for the government, because earlier government was taking before paying you. Now government will take the same amount after you spend that money. So this way, this will be very good, because then you will be able to plan how much to spend also, because each individual will start thinking that whether I should spend the money, because for spending money you will be taxed. Therefore, this is going to bring a paradigm shift in the way we actually think. And I'm very eagerly waiting for this bill to be presented in Parliament in the budget session, which is going to be starting in the last week of January. And I'm very hopeful that this will be passed. In fact, I'm thinking this is a very progressive move, because we don't want to waste our time in keeping the documents, wasting our time rather than doing productive things, keeping these documents, filing them, and then presenting, and then again filing returns. It's a very tedious exercise. Instead, even companies will benefit, because they will not be paying any income tax, but if they spend the money, make investment, they will be charged tax by the government. I think this is a very good initiative. I'm sure this is one of the stepping stones to the ultimate tax reforms, which may happen after a couple of years. But I think this is a very good step. This is something that I know. If you know something else, do send in your comments. And friends, as you know, I reply to each and every comment of yours. So for today, I'll say goodbye, only to catch you again in the next one.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today we are discussing about music therapy. But before that, I would like to remind you there's a free gift available only for you. Stick around to this episode till the end. We will guide you how to avail your free gift. Hello friends, welcome to our show today. And you know, Wednesdays are very special, and here in our Akulmek team, we wait for every Wednesday because we get chance to listen to Dr. Shambhavi Das, who is a prominent musician and singer. So without wasting any further time, I would like to welcome Dr. Shambhavi Das. Welcome to the show, Shambhavi. How are you doing today?
Namaskar, Kanchanji. I'm doing very good. Hope the same for you.
Yeah, we are good. We are coping up with this pandemic, but or every Wednesday we get chance to listen to your songs and understand the raga. So, what raga we are discussing today?
So today I will be discussing Rag Khamaj, which is a very popular rag, and I'm going to explain it all the perversions of the raga.
Well, as usual, our program doesn't kind of starts with a beautiful song, which we are waiting that you should sing a song for us.
So in Rag Khamaj, there's a very recent and popular song, and it's a Bollywood song. I would like to sing. रघुकुल रीत सदा चली आई, प्राण जाए पर वचन न जाए। दिया नदी देरता न देरे नो, तदिया नदी देरता न देरे नो, तदिया नदी। रघुवर तेरी राह निहारे, रघुवर तेरी राह निहारे, सातों जन्म से सिया, घर मोरे परदेसिया। आओ पधारो पिया, घर मोरे परदेसिया। आओ पधारो पिया। दिम तनन देरना, दिम तनन देरना, धनि सामा सागमधा निधा मा ग प गम प सा सा गम प नि नि गम प नि द प म ग रे ग म द प रे म प नि द प रे म प नि द रे म प द म प नि नि द प म प ग म रे सा नि सा रे रे म प प द द म म नि 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 रे सा नि ध नि द प म प द नि द प म ग रे सा रे रे ग। Thank you so much.
Bahut khoobsurat. It's so wonderful to really listen to this wonderful song. So, coming to this Khamaj, what type of rag is this, and is it beneficial in well-being of our daily, what we say, routine?
So this rag is, yes, it's very beneficial, and the good part of this rag is that it's very shringarik, it's very romantic, and even in the movie songs you will listen to the romantic songs in Rag Khamaj. There are many songs, and the good part is that it normally hits your well-being, and it is very good for the affection, that it emanates affection, love and affection, because it's much more into the it gives a lot of the acceptance, which is much more needed in these days. So like very briefly we talk about the chakras always. So this raga is normally for the gut memory, because in this raga if we sing the ga and the ni, that is the gut Manipur chakra, and the nishad, that is the Sahasrara chakra, is very important. Now, gut chakra, that is the solar plexus, Gandhar, which is Manipur. It is the gut area. So this is very, very important area, because all the maximum of the petals, the emotions are connected with this area. Second very important chakra is Sahasrara chakra, which is your pituitary gland, and Nishad is the sur, ni. Sa ga ma pa dha ni. This is ni, and which is connected to the Sahasrara chakra, and Sahasrara chakra has it's called a Brahmarandra. It has the thousands petals or emotions residing in it. if you activate that Sahasrar chakra, or if you are balancing the chakra or the tattva inside it, it is very good for your brain cognition. So all in all, this rag is good for your it works on the depression one and second cognition. So depression, how? Because normally gut is related to the depression part. Gut, the metabolism, the constipation, digestion, indigestion, excretory system, all these areas are related to that. And this works on the intestinal memory. Memory, as in we call it gut memory, because mind and gut connections are very, very much studied these days. So this is very important in the gut connection. And secondly, since it works on the pituitary gland, and the good part of this raga is that it connects with the pituitary and the lower part of it, because it has both the knees in it, both nishads, the higher nishad and the lower nishad. So lower nishad is not a prime chakra, it's an upachakra, the knee komal. So how it goes is sa sa ga ma pa dha ni sa ni da pa. So when it goes up, it has this chakra. Sa ga ma pa dha ni. So these both the frequencies are not the same, it's different. Sa ni dha pa ma ga re sa. And it's very good on the depression as well. It works on the depression, and we have tested many patients with it. Now, if we see the Ayurveda version of this, Manipur chakra is very, very important for the fear, for the non-acceptance. Fear, like these days, it can be any fear. It can be that COVID stress, COVID fear. Oh, I should get the COVID. So all these fears are associated with the Manipur chakra, and therefore the depression is related to it. It's very important to activate the Manipur chakra or the abdominal area, and to make your gut strong. That is also connected to immunity. So therefore, in that version, Khamaj works. So if you can listen to the flute of Khamaj, or Sarod, it's very, very beneficial these days.
It is a very good advice to our viewers. Now, as you mentioned, we are undergoing into pandemic, and we, as family, as individual, we have a lot of stress. Now, what happens for children? We may say that we can scold them and ask them to really sit and study, but the problem comes when elder people, I mean like grandparents, they have depression, or they are not able to cope up with the current situation. So what is your advice that how they can change their routine, and with music, and music act as a therapy to them also, especially in this period?
That's a very good question. And these days I'm dealing with such clients, and I'm very happy to say that I have been associated with many NGOs of senior citizens. And this is a very big problem, that what they are dealing with. If the youths are not able to cope up the stress, how can they? Because they are quite... Now, we have to understand a few problems, first on a very basic level, and then on the psychological and physiological levels. Then we go to the Ayurvedic and the music therapy, the therapeutic level. So first, basic level, we have to just see and talk to them that there are many problems with... I am not generalizing that everybody has, but most of the old age people have problems. One is if we talk about one of the problems is that they take a lot of medicine. So that medicine stress is also there. Everybody takes the BP medicine, the diabetes, if they have some more comorbidities, so they are taking that medicine. Some of the senior citizens do take the sleep medicine as well. So, and through that medicines they are taking from so many years, they have certain, like they have a diet problem, they have any mood swings, they have a lot of mood swings with that. So that we have to deal with. So now that is some other science, that how medicine works and how medicine affects the mood of the person and how we have to tackle it. We have to talk to them, and that's a different kind of music they should be listening, and we make them listen to a certain kind of happy music. There is a rag called Natai we use with the people, with such people. Now, another very big problem is the lack of acceptance, fear. Fear, again, the element, as I said, it's related to the gut. So the gut memory has to be little stronger. Then, as with lack of acceptance, many old age people crave that they are not given that attention. Then one very important problem, they don't like loneliness because they are unable to differentiate between loneliness and solitude. So we have to talk to them, we counsel them that it's okay to be alone. They crave that their children are not giving the time, they are sitting in the US and not giving the time to. So we have to tell them that loneliness is not a problem. If you feel that it's okay, you are with yourself and you are into the solitude, let's change the perspective. And how we change the perspective now, loneliness, that trance, like I said, it works on the Muladhar chakra, that is our seat chakra. That works on the our spiritual angle. So that is very, very important for every one of us to activate that Muladhar chakra, because that is related to one of the petal or emotion we have in Muladhar is the Sahaj, means neutral. Yoganandam means we are into the yogic stage. We are good in all stages. That is, that's why meditation, quiet time. It is why it is scientifically proved that meditation is good, because meditation, in some cases, you are bringing yourself down, you are grounded towards Muladhar chakra, which is your survival, your seat. So one is that. Second is your Anahata chakra, the heart chakra is important, because that is, as I said, it's important for acceptance, love, affection. If they do have, so that replace the lack of acceptance towards people, they crave a lot. And and the third thing is gut, as I said. Gut is the Manipur chakra that works on the medicine. So the hormonal changes are there when you have a lot of medicines. So this is one thing. So if we just connect the physiological and the psychological, we have to read them, that these are certain common things which I find in the, like, they are alone, they are aloof, so that is Muladhar. So if they are having a sleeplessness, so that's a brain element. So we have to make them listen to certain that kind of ragas. Then heart chakra, some like Khamaj, Durga is a rag where little acceptance, this area is heart means love, acceptance, affection, compassion towards people. So this area is activated through that. So they should listen to these kind of music which has a lot of madhyama in it, and we tackle with that. So and if they do have certain problems, like mainly old age people have dementia, so obviously we do have music therapy techniques for dementia, Alzheimer, Parkinson, these areas. So they do have, and we get results on that. But I think for stress and anxiety, these are the root causes. So instead of just tackling the stress and anxiety, we have to get how that stress and anxiety is affecting the person, and what are the basics. So when we go into that, and then we kind of heal them. And with the normal people, the normal ladies also, especially the normal old people, we play the musical games as well, which is very, very good for the dopamine release. That is the happiness hormone are released. So we play a lot of musical games, Antakshari, sing with this word, rapid fire, humming the tunes. So we play a lot of games, and they are so enthusiastic. So these are certain tools which we use.
Very nicely you have put it how the raga can help in curing so many diseases and of course loneliness. At this point of time, I would like to ask you. Now, there are times when we have take up job and we don't have time, though we may be inclined to music, may be inclined to learning painting. Now, when we are retired and we have a lot of time, so I would like to know how to start learning music. Actually, how to choose that rag which from which we can start learning music.
So ragas, which the basic ragas which everybody should learn and they will learn very easily is Yaman, like which I have taken in the last few episodes. Yaman is very very easy and it's so popular that people normally resonate with it. Then Bhopali, second. Then Bhairav third. Now Bhairav is which I think I have not taken that thing. So these three ragas are there which are quite and Khamaj is also very basic rag. So these ragas are there which is very very popular and it you can easily sing if you are learning that raga, especially Yaman. Yaman is so like I said 95% of the Bollywood songs, cinema songs, ghazal, bhajan, Sufi, qawwali, so many songs are in Yaman. So when you sing, definitely you will be able to, you will recall any song with it. That okay, this is the song, this was the song. So, so people can learn it very because it's very flexible rag. Now, but this is a very pleasant rag. Bhairav is a rag which is very, very important, and as it is, created by Lord Shiva, it's so ancient rag. So it's very important to learn rag Bhairav when you start learning classical music. But the thing is that it's a dull rag. It's a Gambhir Prakriti rag. So normally, I read the students or adults or whatever. If they are a little, some students tell me I'm a very serious person. I like Gambhir ragas. So then I start Bhairav. They have everybody is from different attitudes. Some people are very playful, bubbly. So the Yaman, Kafi, these kinds of ragas we do introduce. So we start with these ragas. Bhopali is a very bubbly rag, very very sayonara. So these kind of songs, and it's very important to tell them the casual music of that particular raga, so they normally understand the raga. When they understand, so it's easier for them to go to other steps.
Right. Actually, now I would come back to our day raga, where the raga which we are discussing now, Khamaj. So let's listen some music or some songs of this raga.
So yes, so just to introduce this raga, has all the Shuddha Swar Saptak except Ni Komal while coming back. So we go with all the natural notes and it's very pretty much easier. Sa ga ma pa dha ni sa. Come back with Ni Komal. Sa ni dha ma ga re sa. So this is how all the other notes are. Now the prime notes in this raga is ga and ni, that is the Manipur, the ga and ni, Manipur and Sahasrar. And very important song in this, very popular. It is actually a thumri, but it has been taken into fusion music by Shafqat Amanat Ali. Mora saiya se bole na, लाख जतन कर हारी, लाख जतन कर हारी, मोरा सैया मुँह से बोले ना. Then आयो कहाँ से घनश्याम. This is also a thumri which was taken into movie. Buddha Mil Gaya, there was a movie. आयो कहाँ से घनश्याम. Similarly, there was a song in Gadar. आन मिलो सजना. सजना डन धीरे धीरे मचल ए दिले बेकरार कोई आता है यूं तड़प के न तड़पा मुझे बार बार कोई आता है धीरे धीरे मचल पिया तो से नैना लागे रे. This is not fully a command, but it's a base. पिया तो से नैना लागे रे जाने क्या हो अब आगे रे नैना लागे रे पिया तो से नैना लागे रे. These are certain songs which if you are little dull, you're feeling low, if a person is attached to something and he's not feeling very good, the opinion problem, so many problems, so they can listen to such songs and they can just feel good.
बहुत ही खूबसूरत. It was so wonderful to hear singing you all these oldie songs, and they are good also. So as usual, it is so good to talk to you and to listen all the songs and understand the Khamaj rag. We'll be meeting again and discuss many more ragas in future episodes. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Thank you so much.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmek gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmek and smash that like button. Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live and I am Chandrakant. This is a session where we will actually talk about what is the pragmatic approach towards partnership, towards successful business. And today in this episode, we will be talking about hints. And to discuss that, we will have a very special guest joining us from UK. So I'll take a very short break and join back along with my guest. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, friends, and I am very honored and pleased to have Mr. Mike Bradley in our studios. Welcome to the show, Mike. How are you doing today?
I'm very good, Chandra. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to you. And trust all has gone well for you this last week.
Yes, thank you so much, Mike. Everything is well, live and kicking, and very excited to start the discussion with you today. And it's about pragmatic approach towards partnership, which is so important. Such an apt subject to discuss. And I think today is part 3 of the series, and you're going to tell us the hints, isn't it, Mike?
I'm going to give you a few hints and tips. Yeah, I mean, these are not always cast in concrete, but hopefully a few will be of use. Obviously, previously we've spoken about how do you identify the right partners, and also the 4 pillars of pitching and proposals with partners. So today, yes, hints and tips. I guess to start by thinking about the overall goals of partnering. And forgive me for using alliteration. I'm always using this. I find it helps me to remember, if nothing else. So productivity, performance, and payback. That's one of the reasons you want to partner if you're a growing SME company looking to expand efficiently and effectively, Those are the considerations. So productivity, performance, or payback, I should say. Secondly, another alliterative statement: resources, revenues, and returns. It's all about those three R's. Not writing, reading, and arithmetic, but resources, revenues, and returns. That's what we're all interested in the business world. How we can achieve, particularly within partnering, a win-win. So I think those are the overall goals we need to remember. That said, let's look at some of the hints and tips. First of all, I always say that you need to go top down. It's absolutely 0 point going into a partner or joint venture with another company and without getting executive sponsorship, securing, if you like, the hunting license to go work with the team, the partner team, to go and develop business. If you don't have executive support, you're going to struggle. So that is fundamental on the starting blocks, to use an Olympic analogy. That's one of the first things you need to ensure is you've got top-down engagement and support. The second one is another key partnership principle, if you're going internationally, is, and this is sometimes called glocal, which is go global but act local. That means that you've got to realize that different countries, different regions, even different areas of a country, they have different cultural norms, different ways of doing things. And so if you're wanting to achieve an effective go global strategy, don't go steamrolling in your international plan. Go in there with your product and identify local people on the ground to work with and take you into their trusted clients, because you are relying on them to open the doors for you. So you have to ensure you do it in a way that is locally suitable. The third one I have is what this is my own interpretation of Pareto's law, the 80-20 rule. Okay, because when you're going in to work with a partner, you don't want to work with necessarily every one of their accounts. If you want to get fast results, you need to ensure you work on their top 20% customers who are delivering 80% of their business. So don't go in there saying, oh, share your account list with me. Go in with the support of the executives, with the support of the sales management. Go to the top salespeople and work with their top clients and work to ensure that you develop the initial opportunities in conjunction with them. Otherwise, you will be pushing jelly uphill. There's some starters. So I'll come back to you, Chandra, if you've got any sort of questions or matters arising on that so far.
Excellent, Mike. In fact, there is Ramesh who was asked this question about when, opening up a new market. How do you basically, identify if there is a need for your product in that market? I mean, given the fact that you are harping on the point that you must have a local partner to help you, to take you there. But in the first place, I think what people are looking for is how do you identify that this product or this service will be sellable in this market? How do you do that, Mike?
Right, I think that goes back to probably part one of our conversation about identifying the right partners. I think it's very key to, and you won't, let's face it, secure executive support unless you fit with the 5 C's that we identified in the identifying partners. So it's got to be complementary to their existing product set. There's absolutely no point in trying to sell a competing product which is already part of their portfolio. There's got to be a cultural mix, and I don't just mean, India versus UK. What I mean is the cultural mix, the style of going to market, probably the way in which the product is sold, engaged with the client, the way that it's invoiced, the way it's rolled out. That all needs to be complementary with the culture of the organization you're working with. There's got to be a common and agreed mechanism for communication. You need to particularly identify within your partner who are the key contacts that you need to work with. You probably need somebody who's going to own the relationship. If you haven't got anybody who's nominated within the partner to agree that approach, you're going to struggle. And then, of course, you need to ensure that the clients that they are talking to and are trading with, particularly that 80-20 rule, ensure that you believe and you can clearly articulate and demonstrate that your solution is going to fit with those clients. So I think, as you know, that's a lot of the homework before you probably get to the hints and tips I'm talking to you about, is actually ensuring that you're identifying the right ones to approach, and then that there is a complementary fit.
Well, I think thank you for answering, Mr. Ramesh. I think that's a very important key finding, even though it is already covered, but I think it's always good to recap. Mike, when it comes to pragmatic approach, I think there are ways to do it, and you have been telling us that, you know, these are the ways, you know, you have to look at the cultural differences, and it is always best that the local party represent you in that marketplace. But sometimes, you know, language can be a big problem, and you know, there is a business waiting to happen, but you are not able to find a partner whom you can communicate with. So in those instances, how do you, you know, find the right mix of your business?
Well, I think if you don't find the right partner, you have to say, well, actually, maybe this isn't the right time to go into this marketplace, because it's no point throwing good money after bad, and you will waste, you know, bearing in mind our goals, our productivity, performance and payback, resources, revenues and returns. If you don't qualify in or out properly, you can not achieve your objectives, your overall objectives. So I think it's really key to say, yeah, much as it would be lovely to sell into New Delhi, we haven't got somebody who wants to help us do that. So maybe we'd be better selling into Mumbai, because we've got somebody who's very keen to work with us there, and that might be the right approach. So, you know, there's no right or wrong answer, but it can be very difficult to just keep pushing the jelly uphill, to use that analogy again. If you don't have a partner to go into a market, maybe it's time to focus elsewhere. And I suppose that, again, coming back to a few more hints and tips, Chandra, my next one is the infamous KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. And that applies to that last one, you know, which is, at the end of the day, you need clients, you need prospects, you need partners who want to work with you. If they are not obvious, then actually maybe there's a different focus that you should be having, and a different angle or a different territory or a different niche. There will be somewhere, if your product's got traction, there will be somewhere that you can exploit that. And that also then comes up to the next hint and tip situation. In this post-pandemic world, SMEs have got massive opportunities now to work on a national and an international basis, because the world has gone online even more than it did before, whether it be for interactive meetings, communication like we're doing here, or whether that's to actually develop a market. And so the key to credibility is to ensure that you've got the right references, material, clients, prospects, the right case studies. If you are, you know, trying to break into the fintech market in Mumbai, but you haven't got any fintech clients, then you're probably going to be finding that a bit difficult. So keep it simple, KISS approach. If your business is particularly strong, say in health tech, well then go to health tech markets in your new territory. Don't try and sell into a new market that you haven't even conquered in your own territory. So it's case studies. Then there's referrals. I think it's very important here that we all do this in our personal life. You know, if you want to have somebody come and do some plumbing work on your house or some brickwork, you generally would go for a referred contact, because you want someone who your neighbor has said, yep, they didn't actually, you know, flood my house, or the wall fell down or whatever. So you go for referrals, and the same is true in business. It's all about referrals. Now, what you can also utilize to open up new markets is use cases. So you can take an existing experience of other markets, other niches, other geographies, and basically say, well, actually, this worked really well in the logistics market. This is what they achieved. This is how they improve productivity, performance, and payback. This is how they optimize their resources, revenues, and returns. And therefore, we believe you could do the same if you have the same situation. This is how you establish credibility, I believe, in an online market environment and online communication situation, when we can't all necessarily meet or need to meet face to face. This is the great leveler for the SME market, in my opinion, that, you know, at one time it was only the multinationals who could afford to spend 10 days on face-to-face meetings, shaking hands and enjoying mango lassis and chicken tikkas. But now SMEs can do global trade online. And yeah, as we've said before, Chandra, it's very nice to meet. And when we do, we can celebrate the deals rather than spend 10 months trying to develop an opportunity. All of that can be done, I think, effectively online. I've got another hint and tip here, which is having secured your initial sort of flagship deal within a partner, then I would say promote that unashamedly across the partner organization. Let the executive who sponsored you know. Let the sales team know. Let the sales management know. This is a great success. We have achieved, as a partner, productivity, performance payback, resources, revenues, and returns through implementing this joint proposition. Because these are your beachhead moments. They are the ones that are going to say suddenly, oh, well, actually, now we've got that deal out of Mumbai, we want to do a deal in Bangalore and Delhi and Kolkata. So, you know, I think that's very important.
Well, we are having a very interesting discussion with Mike Bradley, and viewers, I think it is important for you to also know that we are live right now across multiple platforms, and you can actually post your questions using the chat functions. If you are basically having any questions regarding business or partnership or any other subject that you want to discuss with Mike, you can shoot your questions. We will get it right now, and we will get it answered by Mike straight away. So viewers, moving on our discussion, Mike, when it comes to approaching a marketplace, there are two responsibilities. One is building a sales channel, and your partners can fill in that very nicely. And the second challenge is actually doing marketing, you know, for that product line. So
Yes.
many times people say that, hey, because I found a partner, he will do it for me. But you know, this marketing and awareness or propagation of the product line requires a little bit of funding. So what is your opinion on that? When you're approaching a new market, you should have a budget, or you want to completely rely on a local partner?
Yeah, I think, again, I think it depends on the situation you're in, Chandra, because if you are a large global player, yes, you may want to have some sort of marketing budget. But if you're working in a joint venture environment, which I think is the most effective, is basically both parties have put some skin in the game. What can be done is the new entrant should ride on the back of the existing profile of that particular partner in the marketplace. There will be requirement at some point for some form of, probably initially, product branding, some sort of product awareness. Maybe it's training sessions, it's webinars, it's letting people know about the solution. There are effective ways to do it, or there are mega multi-million rupee budgets that need to be spent in order to raise profile in the end user or the B2C marketplace. So there is a degree of branding that's required. I think the stage you're at in the development of this partnership should actually mean initially the whole point of it is to optimize resources, both ends. So the way to optimize resources, I think, is through referral, reference contact. Your partner's sales channel should really be the place where the initial product and solution awareness is made, even if that means that the only thing you request of the partner is, one, that they give you a platform, probably an online opportunity, to present your solution. And you do that first meeting jointly and you develop that together. I don't recommend that people put aside a massive, unless they've got the money, put aside a massive marketing budget to spend on, advertising on billboards across the whole of India. It just does not make sense. And as you develop the business, once you've got into that top client list, once you've got into the 80-20 rule that we talked about, yes, then maybe there's opportunities. But what will come out of it is once you sign that flagship deal, get that as a case study, get that as a reference, use that as a referral mechanism across the sales team. I think you can be very efficient at the way you go to market.
Excellent. So I think the advice is to find the right partner. And just in case if anyone wants to get a template, they can approach Mike or they can reach out to us via an email. We can make the connection happen. And by the way, viewers, Mike Bradley actually is one of the key members of Scale Up Arena, which is a global entity, and it helps SMEs comes together and startup come together and multiply their strength to approach a market. So I think Mike is the right person to answer your question. So reach out to us. The email will be given in the end of the program or in the description down below. But Mike, my last question from you would be that having done all this, I think the biggest challenge we get is finalizing contract, and there is a legal cost. So how do you circumvent that issue? Because if it is India and UK, it's fine because there are a lot of similarity between the legal system. But if it is like China or some other country, there could be challenge because we may not understand the language, etc. So how do you circumvent that at a lower cost? You have an opinion on that?
Yes, I do indeed. In fact, we've got partners across the Scale Up Arena platform that help with these particular aspects. So they are specialists in in-country establishment of entities. They are specialists in agreements. They are specialists in employing people. So I would suggest if you are looking at a market you're not familiar with, but you know that there's an opportunity, or you signed a partner, or you're wanting to sign up a partner, then reach out to us at Scale Up Arena. We can introduce you to people that can help with those, dotting the I's and crossing the T's, making sure that all the legalities are correct, because that is fundamental to the dotting the I's and crossing the T's is fundamental to getting that partnership right. And what you don't want to find is that you end up with the Indian tax man chomping at your numbers when you worked hard at them because you didn't get the agreement correct, or the type of approach that you had was incorrect. So I think it's really vital that people get the right support there, but that's specialist support, and that's where our platform and network can come to the fore, and we can really help. So apart from helping companies who want to do this, we can dig deeper into what strategy you should have for going to market. Obviously, that's a chargeable basis. Otherwise, I get slimmer because I don't eat very much. But we can work on strategies, growth plans, access to market, access to finance, access to partners, and then introduction, be a signposting organization for those that need that sort of support.
Excellent. I think that is a very good support, and people who are watching us today can leverage Scale Up Arena Network and Mike Bradley's personal connections across the world. Mike, so thank you so much for coming over this afternoon and talking to us on this very important subject, pragmatic approach towards partnership, part 3, which is hints and tips. Pleasure talking to you, Mike.
And to you too, Chandra. Have a good day.
So I will catch up with you in the next discussion. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye for today.
Yeah, goodbye to you too.
Hello, I'm Kanchan Verma, and today in this series we have a special guest, Ritu Gupta, and we'll be discussing a very interesting topic. But before we start our topic, let's welcome her.
Thank you, Kanchan. I'm absolutely fine and hope you're also doing fine.
Well, yesterday night, James Webb been shoot up, and we are, I think it's a leap, and it's a leap for the advancement of human race, I guess. So what is your reaction on this, and how really you will feel when you will come across any alien species through James Webb?
Well, I feel very, happy, and I cannot just understand, because it's the space, the universe is still a mystery to us. So for me, James Webb Space Telescope, which has been launched by NASA in collaboration with European Space Agency and also in collaboration with Canadian Space Agency, to succeed the Hubble Space Telescope, which is already doing study about the astrophysics. It's something which is very mystical, very unique, very different, for most of us, because physics is still a mystery, and I understand that it is going to let us, the people of NASA, will come to know about various things which are happening in the space, because the mission of this particular telescope, which is let in the space, is to basically study about the origin of life, is to understand about the formation of stars and planetary system. So I feel very great, and it's something very mystical for me.
You have really mentioned that it is mystical era, and that is they have specialized in finding the signatures, life signature, if at all they exist in the universe, through ultraviolet, and the screen and the telescope can see beyond the clouds, which earlier Hubble was having little problem. So my question is, in case we really come across any alien beings, what will be your first reaction?
Okay, the first reaction, I'll be really very glad and surprised to know that, okay, we have been watching movies about Alien, and we have been watching, foreign American series. We have been reading the comics and the stories, but actually if aliens are existing, then, this is a very different and strange feeling. I would really love to see aliens. It's something, getting back to your childhood and physics, the development of the physics. So although I've studied physics till 10th grade, 10th standard, but there is some kind of mysteries which are there in the universe. For example, this particular James Webb Space Telescope, which is there in the space, the main mission of this telescope is to search for the light from the first stars, galaxies that form the universe and the Big Bang. And to know about the Big Bang itself, to know things about it in detail, and yes, to meet the aliens. I'm sure everyone would wanting to be doing that. And it's going to be really, and I'll be very happy that in my lifetime I have come across an alien. And why not? Because the world is changing. We all need to know about this particular universe where we are living. So how everything has been formed, the evolution of galaxies. So I'll be very happy if I get to see one alien. I really want to meet. I really want to see aliens.
Well, I don't know what will be the scenario when we really come across the alien beings, and if they are intelligent beings, how we will, as a race, react to those alien beings. But when we are talking about James Webb, I think the NASA has been, this particular telescope has been designed to stay at least 5 years, but then the leverage is being given that it can stay for almost 10 years. Now, what I really is excited about the technology, because it took around 30 years to develop this. And now when we are looking forward, it's being launched and it will be giving the results after 6 months. So, don't you really feel that when we are talking about colonization, and there any aspect of alien will also start thinking colonizing Earth? So, is it a good idea to really shake hand with aliens, or how will you react to that?
Kanchan, people have been talking about the life on Mars and various other planets, and people from Earth, the scientists, they have been talking about if at all there is life on Mars or any other planet, then to start some kind of colonization. I personally do not really feel happy about it. I really do not know how the human body is going to react on other planet, and how can a human body survive there? How are we going to? What are we going to eat? What about the medical conditions? What about the conditions of the atmosphere? How the body is going to react to certain things, chemicals, other things. So if you are asking personally, I do not want to leave Earth and go on another planet. But yes, to enhance my knowledge, to know new things, I really want to study and know about the new things. But yes, I do not want to be moving out of the Earth to some other planet, because it's very different. We really do not know. And yes, I think this particular telescope has been delayed. I think it was supposed to, it was started, the project took off in 1996, but it has been delayed. And let's say it will not come back after 5 years, it will come back after 10 years. So let's wait and watch that what's going to happen. What are the things, and how are aliens reacting to us getting closer to them? Are aliens as intelligent as human beings, or they are something different? So that one has to really understand, and every human being on this Mother Earth should understand before making any decisions.
Well, you mentioned rightly, because we don't know whether there are intelligent beings out there, or they are, maybe the main aim is to really search the life formation, or life, is there life exists in the universe. So I think it's a great effort, and it's a something which I think we should
over the years will cherish that we have been part of launch of James Webb. But apart of this, I also feel that I think it is like going into unknown and navigating, finding out new findings. I think that is very, very crucial and critical for human beings. What is your take on that?
I absolutely agree that it's an unknown thing and a very crucial take for any human being, whether it's you, me, or the other people who are very intelligent, who are scientists. It's a very unknown thing. But yes, we should need, I mean, there is a curiosity in everyone that what about the first light, how the human life has been formed, what about the water on any other planet. So we all want to know about it. The curiosity is always there, and this is the essence of being human being, that we all are curious. So yes, I really would want to know. I really want to know that new things should be discovered and told to us about it, and we all need to know about it. But universe, I really I think it's, again, I would say it's a mystery, and I really want to know things in detail before we human beings are told to do something. But I'm sure in my lifetime no one is going to move on any other planet. But yes, Kanchan, as I understand, because of global warming and other things, I do understand that people are trying to find life on some other planet if we can really live there. And perhaps, who knows, over for next 100 years, or maybe after next 100 years, people from Earth may move to some other planet. We really don't know. But yes, the scientists are doing something magical for us human beings to live longer, the human race to exist longer. Because as I understand, as I read, that the human life is going to end very soon because of global warming. That's what I understand.
Well, rightly said, but I look forward for some interesting fact which will be delivered by James Webb in coming future. And I think that is something which we would like to congratulate everybody, you and me, that this is a technical advancement which we have done. And it took many people really worked for the day, and it took 30 years to really develop these kind of sensitive telescope and to be sent in the space. So with that, I would like to end today. Any last thought you would like to share with our viewers?
Yes, I also think that we all need to congratulate this entire team of this particular project, because it's in a way, it shows that how intelligent these people are, how intelligent the physics and the science is, how intelligent the human brain is. We should really need to congratulate, because definitely whatever has been done, this is for the positivity, and let's all remain positive. And we are going to get new results, we are going to get new knowledge also. So let's look forward towards the positivity, and let's definitely thank the world of the physics.
Thank you, Ritu. It was interesting to talk to you. We'll be meeting again with some other interesting topic in the future. Till then, bye-bye, and you take care.
Bye-bye. Take care. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Assimilate Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today we are taking you to a wonderful country. To give you a cue, this is considered as the site for emergence of first Homo sapien. So we'll be discussing about this country and its capital with our guest today. So stick around to this episode till the end. You will enjoy the episode and you'll get more information. Hello, welcome back. And today we are taking you to yet another city of the world, which is wonderful and very traditional. I am sure we will be discussing a very nice city today. And to discuss this, we have a wonderful guest, Mr. Sitesh Srivastava, who is an IT professional and also a radio broadcaster. So, welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
Kanchan, it's nice to talk to you again. And this week, I will take you to a place which is supposed to be called the African capital, the capital in the continent of 55 countries, but only this city has got the name of an African capital. And it is duly destined to be the futuristic African showcased city of the world, and this is nothing but Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia. Would you like to go, Kanchan?
Yes, definitely, because I really admire Ethiopian culture, because I've been associated with this country through coffee, and I know the finest line whispers are from Ethiopia. So please, let's discuss about this city.
Well, Addis Ababa, as we know it, is around a very, very famed land in the African continent. For one reason, because it is said that the earliest humans took a few steps from here and spread across the rest of the world around 60,000 years back, or some scientists, some experts say 100,000 years back, the first humans. The second is about definitely the people of Ethiopia. In the last few hundred years, Ethiopia has been one of the countries which is kind of free from colonial onslaught, except for the few years of the Italians, and they are very, very proud about it. And Addis Ababa is the nerve center of Ethiopia, and it is also the headquarters of African Union, which is a combination and consolidation of all the countries in the African continent. And the president or the chairman of African Union is the South African president, Cyril Ramaphosa, which is also so close to my heart, South Africa. So Addis Ababa is a place which is shrouded in history. It is shrouded in the pride of the nation. It is shrouded also in a great mystical kingdom, and tourists flock there to see the mystical kingdom of that Ethiopian land. And also in the modern life, in the modern tourism sector, our Nile River has got also very interesting aspects flowing from the place.
Very well. So suppose if we want to travel to Ethiopia, how we can plan our trip and how can we travel? And one more thing, where we need to stay in this capital city of Ethiopia?
Well, Kanchan, Ethiopia is best known nowadays through its airlines, Ethiopian Airlines. You can just see behind me, very reasonable tickets, very efficient airline, and very good hospitality. And visiting Ethiopia, just hop on to any Ethiopian Airlines flight and it has to pass through Addis Ababa. Being a tourist, we should not have much qualms about when to go until there is a great celebration happening or a great event that is worldwide famous to see that. But of course, I would suggest that avoid the rainy season. Beyond rainy season, you must go and you must see. It is also very chilly in the winters. Also, and it has got a kind of a tropical kind of a temperatures at places. Though it is far away from the sea, it is actually landlocked. If you see the map. But when you get inside the Addis Ababa capital city,
you realize that this is a modern city. It has got some wonderful buildings, wonderful architectures, public transport systems. Equally, though only probably 25% or 22% of the people of the country live in the cities, rest everyone lives in the rural areas. That also shows that, from the Ethiopia is, there are a lot of people who are under the poverty line, and Ethiopia has got all the ingredients to grow in the region. Its youth is very, very promising. Crime is very, very less. And that is a great aspect of staying in Addis Ababa. And this is something, a place not very much on the tourist map, Kanchan, but one who wants to explore. If you are planning to go to Egypt, don't miss to go to Addis Ababa and Ethiopia as well.
Well, Ethiopia has a special place when we talk about the history of the world. So let us maybe discuss what is the history of this beautiful country who have so traditional people, and they are following traditional rituals from very, very long time, from antiquity, I can say. So what is the little history about? Little history, but it is quite a broad history in terms of world's development.
Well, Kanchan, this is interesting. Addis Ababa's history, let's not go to ancient times. But when we talk about the region's history, it is about, it starts around in 19th century by an emperor Menelik II and his wife Taitu Betul, empress, who basically chose the present day Addis Ababa. And it was also called, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly, Hora Finfin in the Oromo language, which means that the presence of hot springs. And because this was because of the Oromo clans that lived in this area. So when I say 19th century, before that it was part of some kingdoms, and Mount Entoto is a valley in Mount Entoto's valley where Addis Ababa is based. And then the Menelik II emperor and his empire was a very, very powerful empire. And somewhere around 1910, the city had almost like 70,000 permanent inhabitants. So, but while the colonialism was growing up, Ethiopia and especially Addis Ababa was basically tried to be occupied by the Italians. They have tried to do away with the colonialism, as I said in the beginning, but Italians got into the Addis Ababa, and they were there up to 1941, if I am correct. And then they were, independent. They were made independent, and Emperor Haile Selassie returned to Addis Ababa in 1941. So probably for 4 or 5 years, there were Italians present in the city and also on the Ethiopian land. But you know what? Around the same time, when they returned from a few years of Italian occupation, they set up the Organization of African Unity, which was, later in a new form, it is called African Union. And, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa also has its headquarters in Addis Ababa. So this city is something, if I have to tell you, it's in Hindi, in Afriki Rajdhani, it is called Afriki Rajdhani, or the African capital. And it is also placed to the famous university, Addis Ababa University, Kanchan.
Very well, Sitesh. So what are the places one can visit while visiting this country?
Well, Kanchan, this place is full of wonderful places to visit. Addis Ababa skyline in the night is a very scenic things, scenic proportions. Ethiopian Airlines headquarters is at the Addis Ababa Bole International Airport or Bole International Airport. So tourism is something which is growing an industry. It is just a growing industry. And there are a lot of places to see. Sheger Park is there. There's a zoo. Zoo is there. There are a lot of churches. Christian churches are there. There are Muslim mosques are also there. Architecture wise, basically this is one country where it has very less impact of the colonial architecture. So it is also, as I said, Mercato district, which is one of the largest open market in Africa. There is a Grand Anwar Mosque. It is biggest mosque in Ethiopia. It was built during Italian occupation. And interestingly, it is very close to one of the church. It's called Raguel Church. And the proximity of the mosque and the church symbolizes the long peaceful relations between the Christianity and Islam in Ethiopia. And also, talking about the architectural styles, it was, as I said, not built on colonial settlement, but still you find some Italian architecture influence over there. There is an Africa Park. There's a Unity Park, Mercato Market, race course, recreation centers. There's a railway line to Djibouti, which is another great African city. And there are some, Emperor Menelik's Imperial Palace, which is the official government seat for the current Ethiopian government. And, there are so many places. It depends. If you have a deep interest in the area, in the geography, in the people, you will find each place, just like any other place. Addis Ababa has a lot of things to offer. One interesting thing here, Kanchan, is about the usage of the calendar. They use something which is called Ethiopian calendar, which is different from the calendar that we use. So I'm sure they must be finding it little complicated to basically map it with our calendar, the Gregorian calendar that we use. And of course, there are a lot of, they say that the fossilized skeleton is some earliest hominid. I don't know why they call hominid Lucy. Is there preserved in the National Museum of Ethiopia. It is a great place for the sports as well. And we had some 2 or 3, I think, Olympic players, the known Olympic players across the world. And I remember Abebe Bikila as one of the greatest athletes from the place in Addis Ababa. So, yeah. I just remember this day when I was in Addis Ababa and I had my day out.
Well, so now I'm sure while talking to you, the viewers must have realized the love of yours for this country and the capital city. So what is the maximum time duration a person can stay there and enjoy the city, enjoy the surroundings? And of course, what type of cuisine is available for the visitors, for the tourists?
Well, I realized, Kanchan, that Ethiopia is generally used as a transit point. While people travel in Africa, outside Africa, or even, they take detours, Ethiopian Airlines must be recognized for the contribution for bringing in tourists to the city. So I would think that, a week's time, 3 to 4 days time is for a culture, nature, history loving person. I think a week's time, exactly between Monday and Friday, I can say, 4 days, 4 nights, 5 days kind of thing. Itinerary is good enough to see, places in and around Addis Ababa. And, it's mostly about the city and the, monuments and the cultural center, and some of the, one must be really surprised to see the kind of big buildings are there, commercial banks are there, cathedrals are there, lot of interesting infrastructure is there in the city. Now, from the food perspective, it is about the African food, and which is like a North African kind of a food that is available. And of course, meat is a very important part of it. But I know that there are Indian restaurants across the city, because a lot of Indians work in Addis Ababa, because it's also a industrial city in terms of healthcare, IT, public sector, private sector. It's a very important capital of North Africa, Kanchan, Eastern Africa, and it is always bustling with the activities in the town. And as I said, it is also a very less crime city, which also attracts a lot of not just tourists, but also the workers who want to go and work there on a long-term basis.
Well, it is so great to listen about your part of experience with the city. So how you will describe the city in 1 or 2 words, and what is 1 or 2 special things about Ethiopia and its capital?
Though I am very much mesmerized by the 300-400 years of history in about any place, I am also very optimistic about the future. And living in Africa, I realized that Africa needs support. Africa just does not need support of money. Africa needs support of the world in terms of finding out their capabilities. And Addis Ababa, situated as the African capital, place of African Union, is a very rightly placed in the African continent. And I would think that Ethiopia leads the African way of living. The most interesting languages they speak is Swahili, which is spoken in many parts of the African continent. And I think Addis Ababa is a well-placed city, which is closer to the West Asia, not very far from Southern Europe. And at the cusp, as I said, people go up to Egypt, and they just from there, it's a hop on to Addis Ababa, and you must see the bustling city and how it is taking the whole African continent ahead with itself.
Well, as usual, it is so wonderful to talk to you, Sitesh, and I know the Sohalis and the culture and the traditions of native people of Ethiopia is wonderful, and somehow we see a little bit of traditional custom rituals, somehow little like India. So I think, and the people who are so friendly and they are so welcoming to Ethiopia. So I think viewers should at least once in lifetime should visit this country and know about the people and know how this is important city for mankind. So we'll be meeting again, Sitesh. You have any last thoughts?
Well, now I have to find Kanchan Ethiopian coffee in Bangalore and go and have it. Now the lockdown is kind of lifted up, so I have to find where do I get my Ethiopian dose of caffeine.
That's nice, but you have to take care because the third wave is about to come. But anyhow, as usual, it was very wonderful to talk to you and know about the city and culture of Ethiopia. We'll be meeting again with some next city. Until then, bye bye and take care.
Thank you.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmak Live. We all know that India, the Indian part, the peninsula was connected to Africa 200 million years back, and for certain time it was an island. Eventually it hit the European Asian belt to form Plateau of Tibet and also the Himalayas, the legendary Himalayas. As we know, the Himalayas are the youngest and the world highest mountain. However, we have found that this record is going to be broken very soon. How? The other part of Africa, which is after the Rift Valley, there is a Rift Valley in Africa, and that whole portion of the Eastern African continent is breaking apart. However, the topmost portion of that belt, which will break apart in future, there is a country called Somalia, the current day Somalia. The Somalian part will hit India, and this will create a situation where a huge mountain range will be created on the western coast of India, and this mountain range is now dubbed as Somalia, and it is going to beat Himalayas not only in terms of the length of the mountain, but also in height. And there is going to be dramatic change in this entire landscape, because one side we have Himalaya still forming and increasing in height, and on the western side there will be another land mass, and in between India current land mass and this new land mass, the much bigger mountain, much higher mountain is going to form. So we don't know exactly how it will change the geography of this region, because currently we have monsoons and whole lot of weather system which is controlled by Himalayas. But when this happens, we have no idea right now, or very difficult to predict what will be the changes in terms of weather systems, in terms of geology, etc. But one thing is very, very clear, that when this happens, the current western coast of India will be buried almost 50 kilometers below the Somalian belt. And then eventually Somalian belt will rotate to form these mountains. So it appears, friends, that this is a very exciting information. And, I will meet you with more stuff, more information in the next video. But if you have any comments, do write in and I will respond to each one of you. And I will meet you in the next one. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmak Technologies and welcome to The Journeys. Today I'm very pleased and honored to bring you a very distinguished personality who joins us from Atlanta, Georgia. And he is the elected secretary
of World Council of Boxing. Let me present to you, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. James Clement Dunn.
How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Nice to meet you. God bless y'all, and I hope y'all having a wonderful day. I am honored, CK, to be on your show and everything. It's great meeting you and everything. I'm very honored.
So I think our viewers would like to get inspired by your story. You are a very disciplined human being. You are an athlete. You have a great exercising routine, and you also compete. So why don't you tell about your life story and share some good inspirational story with our viewers?
Um, well, I'm James Dunn. I'm from Roanoke, Virginia originally, but just relocated down to Atlanta, Georgia, which I'm going into a whole different field of work. Um, Born and raised Roanoke, Virginia. Um, Played sports, track, football, and baseball. Played sports just 2 years in high school. I played semi-pro football. Um, Pretty much, I'm a jack of all trades. From electrical, from whatever you know. I done firefighting. Um, Pretty much, my story is, I've been through struggles all my life, ups and downs, challenges, and, been through, I done been homeless before and everything. And I just want to let everybody know, they'll never give up on your dreams and everything because, what I'm saying? It's always hope. Life is what you make it. And that's what I want to tell everybody. Recently, last year, the end of last year, I got nominated on the executive board, the Hughes, the Third Enterprises, which is Miss Geraldine Hughes. She worked on a molestation case for the attorney on the defensive side for the Michael Jackson case when they tried to say he molested the little boy. And she nominated me. And right now, she's done a book called Redemption, and she did a documentary called Redemption. You can find her book on Amazon. She nominated me on her executive board. Right now, we working on the about to be give it start working on the movie. Then I got nominated with BMM AFU, which stands for Boxing MMA Fight Union. Mr. Charles Russo is president. He pretty much nominated me as North Carolina State Chairman. Then Miss Geraldine got me on a conference call with Troy Edwards, which he built his own brand, 3HP Marketing Promotions. He's doing the soundtrack for Redemption and a lot of other soundtracks and working on a lot of other things. He got a lot of things going on and coming. Um, Troy Edwards called me around January and wanted to nominate me with his staff of 3HP as his A&R promoter. So been working on promoting and things like that. And then recently, beginning of this year, they nominated me again with the BMMFU as vice president of talent support, which I recruit talent all over the globe and United States, international. I could recruit boxers, managers. Pretty much, they reach out to me because of my title, but I also reach out to them as well. And I got nominated this year too with the World General Council of Boxing as committee secretary, which secretary I keep track of all records and files and everything that's going on with the boxing and the boxing union and things like that. Just keep records of everything and keep track of everything and keep everything in file and everything. So I've been working on things with that, and then I built my own brand from ground up. I've been working on, which is global and is in the market with Denisa. She pretty much started her own Hoinser. She's got CEO of Hoinser's magazine. I'm global partners with Hoinser's magazine, and I'm a brand ambassador. And my brand, I'm building my brand. My brand is Done Right Promotions, which is a brand for the sports entertainment, and you know, pretty much for pretty much kids and whoever want to wear the brand and support the brand or whatever. But I created the brand, and I'm the owner of the brand, the founder, and I'm pretty much gonna start going. Maybe I'm gonna go to some schools and stuff like that. Maybe hand out some shirts and stuff for the kids and things like that. Because I'm big into like donating, and like big into like homeless and cancer. I lost a lady I was with for 3 years. Back then, years ago, she had breast cancer. So I'm a big, huge supporter of breast cancer, homeless. I support the homeless and veterans, things like that. Um, USO, I donate to USO. I donate money every month to the USO. I'm big on nonprofit. Big on nonprofit, and that's my plan to go around and make donations and help out nonprofit organizations and things like that.
Fantastic. You had a fascinating journey, I think very inspiring. And you work with the boxers, and you also are recruiting a lot of boxers. Would you like to share some of these traits that you're looking for in the budding boxers?
Repeat that again.
You are working for the Boxing Association, which is also looking for the boxers. So what is the big quality a boxer must have?
Basically, what I do, we a union. BMMF AFU is a union. It's a union we started, to help out boxers. What we do, we make sure the boxers have insurance. We make sure they have life insurance benefits. We have our own events we do, and gonna be holding. But is COVID stepped in, and we had a lot of stuff coming up last year got canceled. But you got to go by government rules and certain things on airlines, and getting fighters, because we globally, so we got fighters all over the world, so getting them here and getting them back, a lot of things we work off the government, and it's a lot of rules, and what I'm saying, you got to go by. And we here to support the boxers 100%. That's what we do. We're the law of the boxing, and we here to stop a lot of nonsense, because a lot of boxers get treated wrong and stuff like that. You got managers and promoters treat boxers. Some of them treat boxers fair and good. Some of them don't. So we here to find out all the negative and all the crookedness going on in the boxing, and we're gonna weed all the negative, everything out of that. You know what I'm saying? So what our goal is, that's what we do, man. We here to support. We here to support, and we the law. We here to stop all the nonsense, and everything. That's what we here for to do.
Very good. And the people who can associate with you are from the United States,
or they can be from anywhere in the world?
We got them all. We got boxers from United States, UK. We got we got them all from all over. China. You know, Britain. We got them. We got them. They all over the world. This a global. This a global union. Global boxing union. You know, it's a global boxing union.
So how do you engage with these boxers which are in China or UK or Malaysia or in United States? Do you have a website for registration? How does this start?
A website. Basically, they like I said, they reach out to me. Anytime you're in a boxing field and you promoting and you are managing everything, your title, we normally reach out to their managers, promoters, and we normally their commissions, and we normally reach out. They reach out to us, and if they want to decide or their manager, or whatever, bring them on with the union. We bring them on. We bring them on with the union, and we pretty much sign them up and get them in. And once they get in, we're gonna take care of them and make sure, we're gonna put them on there when we have our sanctioned events, our fights and stuff like that, fight cards, and you know, let them fight on the fight cards. We're gonna pay everybody fair, equally. Ain't nobody gonna get cheated, things like that.
So is there a joining fee that your organization charges from these boxers?
And repeat that again.
Is there a joining fee that is charged for providing these services?
Nah, it's not charged. It's no fee.
Okay. Very nice. Very nice. So what is the plans
like I
forward?
said, we here to support the boxers. We here to look out for them. Make sure we here to support them. That's our job. We here to support. Support.
Understand. So what is the plan looks like in 2021? How do you see restarting the fights this year, considering the new administration is there in United States, and at some point in time the lockdown may be lifted? Are you preparing for this?
Oh, right now it's looking good. We had a lot of some. We had some stuff. We had some stuff promoted and pretty much started, but the COVID, like, it's a lot of things. It's a lot of things going on with the COVID in other countries and things like that too. Like, we still playing everything by ear. You can have and schedule events and put things together, but also things can come up too. And if we might have a date on a car event, but the date could, because of that, could be pushed to. We'll still have it, but it can be pushed to a later date. But it's nothing we can control with whatever the government dishes out. With the COVID, it's better to be safe. You know what I'm saying, than anything. So basically, we got things happening and things coming up and things in the making. You got to go by, you got to go by the government rules and the government laws and stuff like that. In the COVID, we had to having this big issue with the COVID and stuff like that. So basically, we got to wait on, so a lot of stuff we've been having, we just waiting and everything, but we still, it's all in the making and everything is happening. We might have to push maybe back some events back, maybe a month back or something like that. Like if it's March, you might have to push it to April or something like that.
Sure. So in terms of the future of boxing, where do you see this sports going?
Can you repeat that again?
The future of boxing, does it look very bright, or people will stop doing practice because of COVID and they will take some time to get in shape? Do you see some challenges in that area?
I think other than the COVID, I can't really say nothing about that because the COVID is a COVID, but people are still trained. They might, train. I mean, gyms and stuff is back open right now. People still doing like training and stuff like that, but you still got to be cautious. Certain stuff you do and this and that. You can't really say much. It's a lot that you can't really say because you don't really know. We don't we you plan things and you know things, but with this COVID, you don't know. You don't know if it get worse or it can clear up. You know what I'm saying? You don't really know. So basically, right now, it's a cautious thing. Boxing is looking good and looking great and everything, but with this COVID, you never know. That's with anything out here, not just boxing. That's with anything, jobs or anything. Anything that's going on in this world right now, this COVID. You don't know. Entertainment, anything. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I don't see any new movies also coming in, right? So we are all waiting for these new movies to come in theaters, but we don't know when they are going to get released. So you're absolutely right.
Yeah, we about to start working on some things and stuff. We got some things in the making. I can't really say much more or say really anything, anything else about. I know we got a lot of things coming close and in the making, and a lot of things get ready to happen. And you know what I'm saying? I just can't say more, you know what I'm saying? But, we got a lot of stuff coming.
So I think it has been my greatest pleasure talking to you, James, and learning about the fight and the kind of work you do for the boxers, and you help them in terms of having the fair remuneration being given to them, legal support, and you work across the world. You have UK boxers working with you. You have Chinese, Malaysian, all over the place. So I think you're doing a remarkable job. You are already have done so much for the boxing community, and above all, the boxing as a sport inculcates the discipline in people. So would you like to give your last advice to youngsters about how to be disciplined?
Well, I work with the boxers and the discipline and everything. Basically, I just tell the boxers stay healthy. That's the main key of boxing and everything. Stay healthy. Make sure you eating right. Make sure you dieting right. Stay training, but be safe. Try not to get hurt. Stay healthy. You know what I'm saying? Basically, watch out. Watch out for this COVID and everything, because if you get that, it can harm you too if you get, if you got a fight coming up and you get sick or COVID, anything, you know what I'm saying? Just be safe and everything, just stay healthy and be safe. That's the main thing right now in this whole world is being safe and staying healthy. That's the main key of life. Being safe and stay healthy and stay disciplined.
Absolutely. This is a very powerful message that you have given us today. Stay disciplined, stay healthy, eat right, and never stop practicing. So, with this, I'd like to say goodbye to you for today. It was my personal pleasure talking to you, James, and I would like to interview once again after few months or so when the situation looks better and more boxers are coming to you for getting associated with the World Federation of Boxing.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. It's my honor. Once again, my honor, and appreciate the interview. And you be safe and everything out there. And God bless you and your fam. And what I'm saying, stay healthy, yourself too. And yeah, you enjoy the rest of your day and week. What I'm saying, weekend and everything. And God bless you, my brother.
Thank you, James. You have a good time and stay healthy, safe, and disciplined. Bye bye.
Bye bye. See you.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I am Kanchan Verma. During this pandemic, even young achievers are doing great work. We will be discussing about their contribution and achievement. But before that, a word on our giveaway.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmak gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmak and smash that like button. Now let's get back to our discussion.
Hello friends, we have a very wonderful child from India, and she is showing us project. And you know, when kids show us projects or something special they have done, it is so wonderful, it is so awesome. So without wasting any time, I would like to welcome Tia Bedi from India. So welcome to the show, Tia. How are you doing?
Greetings, everyone. I'm fine. Thank you, ma'am.
Great. So, you see, these are summer vacations. You must be doing something, right?
Yes, ma'am. Empathy means to understand the feelings of others. Uh,
So,
that is empathy.
you have done something which is kind of a case study or kind of a project, or it is like you have made a model. How you have done it?
It's a project, ma'am. So I sold 20 odd paintings to the people who were unknown to us, as my mother wanted me to face the rejection as well. So after selling the 20 paintings, the money I got, I transferred it to a bank account of an orphanage.
That is such a wonderful act you have done, and that to that young age. I think that is something everybody should be doing. But I also want to ask you how this beautiful idea of compassion came into being, and how really you planned it.
Ma'am, my mother gave me the idea of helping people, and I thought I was good at painting, so let me sell paint some of my paintings, and the money earned I would give it to the orphanage.
So, if I can ask you how much you have donated to the orphanage in Manipur?
I've donated about 2,000 rupees to the orphanage at Manipur.
That is so wonderful, and it is so wonderful gesture. I think all other children should be learning from you the kind of work you have done, and at that too in this COVID period. I think many children should join you, and they should do some creative, compassionate work. So, what are your next plans?
Ma'am, I am recently working on Project Empathy Part 2.
And what you will be doing there?
Ma'am, it's a secret. I don't want to tell anyone right now, but I will share it after some time.
Okay, so I think while talking to you, I really got very impressed the kind of work you have done, and I know that you are a good in painting, and you also like cooking, and the project which you have done, it has really must have impacted all orphanage children, and they must be very happy about the help you have given to them.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I told the sister specifically, the sister who takes care of the orphan children, that uh, you can please buy them the stuff they want with this money.
Okay, that's great. So, last message, what you want to share to all your friends and children who are watching you?
Ma'am, I want to share that from this project I learned how to understand others' feelings.
Yes, that is very great because this is the time mankind and human beings should understand each other's problem and cooperate and come out from this, especially pandemic, in a flying color. So it was so wonderful to talk to you, Tia, and I look forward to talk to you regarding maybe your second project or any project you would like would be doing in the future. So thank you so much. Take care. Bye bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Bye bye.
Hello, friends. Welcome to our show, Great Kings of India. And every week or every fortnight, we bring this profile of the wonderful kings of India. So, we will be discussing this wonderful king today. But stay tuned. We'll be meeting you back after a few disclaimers. Welcome back, and today we have renowned historian Mrs. Binda Paranjpe, who is also professor at Banaras Hindu University, India. So without wasting any further moment, I would like to welcome her and would like to hear what king we are discussing. Welcome to the show, ma'am.
Thank you.
It is always a pleasure to talk to you and hear the greatness of the kings of India. So, what king we are covering today, ma'am?
He is an important ruler from one of the dynasties of western side of India, southwest we can call it, present Karnataka. His name is Sri Purusha.
So, Shri Purusha, and how he is, I mean, what kind of king he was, how we come to know. So, kindly tell us, who is this Shri Purusha?
He is a ruler of Western Ganga dynasty. We have got two major Ganga dynasties. Ganga is the name of the dynasty. One is from the Odisha side. In ancient times, it was called Kalinga. And one is from the present Karnataka region. So we are going to talk about this ruler who is from the Western Ganga dynasty. And he ruled in 8th century. So from the first 2 decades of, from the 3rd decade of 8th century, almost for about 30 years he supposed to have ruled. And very important ruler. He really made an impact on his times.
So, as you mentioned that he is from Ganga dynasty. So, who were these Western Gangas and what type of dynasty it was?
Yeah, the Gangas, traditionally, some of the sources tell us that they trace their origin from northern India. But scholars are of the opinion that they were from the very region where they ruled. Now, why is it so that if they were local rulers, why were they trying to trace their origin from North India, especially from around the region of Ayodhya? That is because in the early medieval period, this is the early medieval period, almost after the Harshavardhan's period, we call it gradually the beginning of a new type of administration, the political authority. So they try to give legitimacy to their rule by tracing their origins to some of these North Indian regions, or the tradition typical of North India, like the Vedic tradition or the tradition of the epics or the tradition of the Puranas. So the Gangas also they try to trace it to North India, but the scholars have studied it very carefully about the culture, the patronage that was given by the Gangas, the kind of language that they used, and they are of the opinion that these are very much southern Indian people.
So, how really we come to know about this wonderful rural of India?
As we have discussed over and again, that most of these rulers have left behind a number of inscriptions. Thereby, we mean that they have certain records which are on some hard surface, like copper plates, or maybe the stone surface. So, we are lucky that after a period of even 13th, 14th centuries, we come to know about these rulers. So Sri Purusha also has got a lot of inscriptions, like Devanhari inscription is there, Halwood inscription, many inscriptions are there. So through his own inscriptions, we come to know about him. Also, the Gangas were actively involved in politics of South India of this period. So their contemporary rulers also mention them. So we have references in Rashtrakuta inscriptions, in Pallava inscriptions, in Pandya inscriptions, and so forth, Banas and all that. Also, we have got a lot of Jain texts. So because Jainism was largely patronized by the Ganga rulers, so we come to know about them through the Jain sources also. But most importantly, this king composed himself a text, Gaja Shastra. It is a text on the different aspects related to elephants. Gaja means elephant, Gaja Shastra means a science of elephants that we can call it.
Okay.
So he wrote that. He's supposed to be the composer of that text. So additionally, we have one very special source, which is his own text.
So when we talk about this wonderful king, and I'm sure he's, as you mentioned, that he transferred from, he has a connection with North India. So what kind of title he took, and why? I mean, I'm told that he took some grand titles. So why he was inclined to take these grand titles?
See, most of the rulers of this period, they used to take grand titles. They used to call themselves the rulers of the entire earth, and they have conquered the whole earth surrounded by seas, and they are the oceans of all good virtues. But in case of Sri Purusha or similar rulers of his times, what is most important is that many of his titles show a combination of Sanskrit and Kannada.
Okay.
Now that is most important thing. So a part of it will be Sanskrit, going by the North Indian tradition maybe, but a part of it will be very local. And that local element is indicative of the region that he had conquered or he was ruling, or some of the very special characters which probably are considered more important for the local culture. So I think rather than going to the loftiness of his titles, what is unique about it is the combination that is there. I can read some of the titles. Say, for example, he was called Muttarasa, Prithvi Kombini, Konkana Muttarasa, Paramardi, Sri Vallabha. Now, Sri Vallabha is very typical North Indian title. Bhima Kopa, Ranabhojana, and things like that. So these are all very interesting titles, but most of them they indicate his military valor, how brave he was or how skillful warrior he was.
Well, when we talk about the skillful warrior or a brave commander or army professional, I think I must ask you what are the major political events during his time. That's why we remember him, we are discussing about him today.
Right. Now, as I said that this is a early medieval period, gradually the local identities were getting formed. And for Kannada identity, for this region of Karnataka, we can say that this ruler must have been really very important. What did he do? Now, this was a time when Rashtrakutas were very powerful. Pallavas, though still powerful, but gradually their power had started declining. But the Pandyas were coming in a big way. So, in the southern part of India, the Rashtrakutas are there from the Deccan side, that is present Maharashtra. Then we have got this region of Karnataka, and then down south we have got region of Tamil Nadu. Now, Rashtrakutas and Pallavas were at daggers end. They were fighting against each other. There were some smaller states also, like the Banas were. Now, what Sri Purusha did is that first of all, even when he was not the crown king, he was still a prince. He started participating in the affairs of the state, taking lead in the wars. And when Rashtrakutas and Pallavas were fighting, he seemed to have taken the opportunity to consolidate his empire, and that created threat in the minds of the Rashtrakutas. So, Rashtrakuta King Krishna first came to the southern part of India, the Karnataka borders, and he tried to annex the territories which were under the rule of Sri Purusha. But Sri Purusha, not directly himself, but he had some very brave, very good at military skills. Such commanders were there, and they fought very bravely to the limits that they lost their lives also in the battle, but they protected their boundaries. So first and foremost, we can talk about this king is that he protected his boundaries very efficiently. But it was not all. He also tried to capture some of the territories which were adjacent to his kingdom. And that was constantly bringing him in conflict with the other kingdoms with whom he was sharing his boundaries. So sometimes with Pallavas, sometimes with Rashtrakutas, then Banas, as I have told you. So these fights were going on constantly. And he was trying to show that how powerful, how skillful as a fighter he is. And he gave a good lead. And more than that, this was a time when people would feel their regional pride elevated because their king has won the wars.
Right.
So that role we can see of this leader.
Well, when there are many powerful dynasties around one kingdom, so I would like to ask you, what is the position of Ganga dynasty during his period of ruling?
Yeah. One thing we should understand that this region, there are some parts, some tracts which are very good for agriculture. But by and large, it is not just the agriculture that will sustain this economy. So trade was very important during this period. Then, all of us will know about the Kolar mines. And that region was over and again, different powers they were trying to keep under their control. We have got one very interesting reference about a war with the neighboring king. And it is said that he snatched a necklace which had a very special kind of a gemstone. I'm sure it must be from the Kolar mines. So, or the region around that. So, when we talk about the rule of the Ganga ruler, especially Sri Purusha, it was a kind of balance, not only for the political power, but for the economic power. Because the coastal regions were under his control, so the trade which was through sea, the maritime trade, but the maritime trade also needs inland linkages. So inland linkages were also controlled. And that's how we can see that his kingdom is very wealthy kingdom, very rich kingdom.
Right.
In fact, we get one very specific word for that, Shri Rajya. And the very word Shri means wealth.
Right.
So it is a kingdom full of wealth. And that wealth is not just because of the agriculture. As I said, that agricultural tracts are not so plentiful, but maybe because of such minerals, trade, overseas trade, and all that was very skillfully managed by Sri Purusha. That is what is my impression about this thing.
Well, as you mentioned that this dynasty, they have migrated somehow from north and they established themselves in that. So that means in a way they are not from a royal lineage, right? Am I right?
I'll tell you, Kanchan, one thing here. That most of these dynasties, when they try to claim their lineage from some North Indian very important region, which was important because of the Vedas or Puranas or epics and all that, one thing we can assume that probably, but we cannot say it with certainty, that their origin was a very humble origin. Probably they were not naturally the inheritors of the Kshatriya or very important royal lineage. And one thing I would like to kind of say it again, that I'm not saying that they came from North India. They were, because most of the scholars who work on South Indian history, they are of the opinion that they were local. They were people from the regions of Karnataka. But they were claiming that they have migrated from North. Now, this part of the story, we have to analyze historically and try to see that why is it so. And that is probably because to give a legitimacy to their rule. To say that they have a natural right over the throne. They are given the responsibility to rule by the Varna order.
Right, then sure, when day-to-day activity, he must have taken help of others. So how he really organizes administration with the help of royal people?
Yeah, I mean, this is again something very interesting to see. And I think you must be remembering that we talked about Vikramaditya 6 of the Kalyani Chalukyas. There we saw that how this ruler, he gave the responsibility of certain provinces to his queens also. Now, earlier to Vikramaditya, we see this in Sri Purusha. He not only gave the responsibility of provincial administration to his sons, the princes from the royal family, but also to his wives.
Okay.
Now, that is something which I think can be seen in two ways. One, that it will not lead to any kind of family tension. When the power is shared and everybody is given some responsible position, there is less chance that there will be a family feud. One. And secondly, it also prepares the future king. It also prepares for the next generation to look into the administrative matters of the state. One more thing which I feel is very important when we talk about the queens being incorporated into administration, these queens used to be from other royal families. Like one of his queens was from the Chalukya family. Now, Chalukyas were still very important in Deccan. So, a princess from that family coming into the harem or being the chief queen of Sri Purusha, and she getting a responsibility in the administration, indirectly gives importance to her parental family also. And that kind of becomes a cementing or bonding between these two possible rivals. And I'm not saying that it is effective always, but Shri Purushan is supposed to have given a try to that, because he married off his daughter in the Pandya family.
Okay.
And the Pandyas, as I already told you, that they were fighting against each other, Pandyas and Shri Purushan. So maybe through matrimony, he tried to have a friendly alliance and minimize the possibility of tension and war. But as I said, that it doesn't work always, because the Gangas and Rashtrakutas also had matrimonial connections, and still the Rashtrakutas invited Gangas. So it was probably just one of the ways of negotiating with the contemporary powers, and Shri Purusha was trying his hand on it.
Well, it is quite vivid that you cannot ignore women power. Not today, not it was there in antiquity. So I would like to ask you, what were his religious views, or what was he quite tolerant king?
I think so. I would say so. We have a little problem here about exactly what was his own religious following, because some scholars, they say that he was following the Vedic tradition, but some are of the opinion, because of his family lineage, that he also was following Jainism. And Jainism and Vedic tradition are not same, and they are quite opposite to each other. But if you see what did he do, then we can see that definitely he was a very accommodative person for different faiths. He was not a fanatic. Like, he patronized Jainism to a large extent. He gave a lot of donations to the Jain temples, to the Jain, as they call it, basadis, means the Jain religious centers, where the monks and their teachers and the persons higher in authority in the Jain hierarchy, they will be there. At the same time, he gave donations to the Brahmins to perform rituals and rites as per the Vedic tradition. And within that also we can see that there were Jains, there were Buddhists, Buddhists I don't see any reference there, but the Jains were there, the Shaivas were there, the Vaishnavas were there, and absolutely pure Vedic tradition was also there. So what I mean to say is that we can definitely call him, somehow I don't like the word tolerant, because it is not just that he was tolerating, because he was getting the benefit of it also. So we can say that he was accommodating. He was respectful towards the other religious followings. And that is certainly a good character of a king. Especially today, when we are talking about different tensions being there amongst different religious followers and all that. When we see that in our historical period, there were lots of kings, lot of monarchs, very powerful monarchs, but still they were very appreciative, accommodative, respectful towards the faith, the religious faith, which was different from their.
When we talk about any special king who is powerful, who was created a dent in the historical period of that time. So that combination is of good commander, good administrator, and a tolerant king. So what about the progress of art and literature during his period?
Yeah, now this is a time when most of the learning, what we can call it as a formal education, that was imparted through religious institutions and by the religious teachers.
Right.
They will deal with different subjects. They will not just simply deal with the religious subjects, but the medium was such religious institutions. Now, when we say that Shri Purusha patronized the Brahmins of the Vedic tradition, he patronized the Jainacharyas. Through them, lot of learning must have happened in his kingdom. And the testimony of it is that, first of all, the language which is used for his inscriptions, very good quality Kannada, or also you can see a good amount of Sanskrit during this time. At the same time, he himself is supposed to have composed a text. Now, unless he was deeply appreciative about the learning, about the letters, about different kinds of expressions in language, how he could have written a text. So that itself is a good example that he must have promoted learning. So far as art is concerned, in ancient times, temples used to be the places where most of the arts would be patronized.
Right.
And when we say that Shri Purusha gave donations to the temples, especially one very interesting factor that we can see is that there was a temple which was built by a queen from the Pallava lineage, and that needed repairs. And Shri Purusha donated for the repairs of the temple. Now, who would repair a temple? Obviously, those craftsmen who are skilled in the art of the temple construction, temple decoration. So when we say that Shri Purusha patronized that or donated for that, indirectly we can see that he must have patronized all these craftsmen.
So, what is the importance of this particular great king of India, and what the position he held in the historical aspect of the culture and tradition of India, which we are following currently?
Correct. So, as I said, very importantly, that this period is very important. The major part of 8th century when he was ruling. And this is the time when India had started very good trade with the Arabs. And because of that, there is a boom in the inland trade also. Lot of new areas were brought under cultivation. Lot of new townships were getting developed. And this is the time when this king is ruling. And if he promotes all this activity, and that we have seen that he did, then definitely we can say that he becomes a major link between his earlier predecessors and of course the successors. Like we can see in this family, one very great ruler, Marasingh. So it is not that he emerged all of a sudden. Shri Purusha or the likes, they must have created the base for that kind of very strong, powerful, vibrant kingdom. So in that sense, we remember him. We also remember him being very accommodative ruler. And see, this is, as a policy, is so important. Because as I said, that this was a time when trade had picked up. And the traders come from different religious followings. So if a king is appreciative of their faith, the king gives support to their faith, obviously they are going to be also supportive to the rule of the king. Or when he patronizes acharyas and brahmins, these are the ones who are the main links between people by and large and the king. So if the king has to consolidate his empire, make sure that his rule continues, his lineage continues, then he has to create a nice base of support from amongst the people. And I'm of the opinion, I feel that Shri Purusha definitely created it. That's why the dynasty continued for a long time after that and kept flourishing. In addition to that, the king himself writing the poetry, appreciating the poets. In fact, we get one of the titles of him as Prajapati amongst the poets. Now that is so important, because Prajapati is the highest god. So he was given that position. Now what does it mean? Because in those days, poetry meant not only putting together your imageries, but also working more on the language, different figures of speech, different expressions that you use, very strict rules about the syllabic structures that one is expected to follow. So unless somebody is well versed into that, will not be able to appreciate. And somebody who appreciates to that high degree gets that title of being Prajapati of the poets. So I think this is all again something that we must remember, when we are remembering this great king.
Well, it is so wonderful to listen about Shri Purusha, and he is a great king of our past, and we should value him for many, many years to come now. So as usual, ma'am, it was so wonderful to talk to you today, and again, learning about our great kings of India. So we'll meet again. Till then,
Yes.
bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Welcome back, friends. And today is a special edition of our group discussion on our group, Facebook group, which is called Everything You Should Have Learned in School, But You Didn't. And before we start the discussion, let me invite our chief guest, Mr. Naval Gund.
Good morning from the UK. Good afternoon if you're in India. And good evening if you're in Indonesia. So there we go. We've covered the world. Apart from those in America, actually. They're probably not even awake yet. So anyway, how you doing, CK?
I'm doing very good. In fact, it's a weekend for us. Like you said, the Americans, they have not even woken up for the weekend. They are still sleeping, but we are enjoying ourselves. And the topic today is budgeting, because we announced it that we will be discussing how we can do budgeting. So eager to learn from you, Naval.
Well, you know all about budgeting, CK. I know you do. But the interesting thing is the majority of people know about budgeting, but they don't actually realize it. And it's something that we did learn at school, because we learned how to add up and we learned how to take away. You learned how to add up and take away, CK, didn't you?
Well, you know, to be very frank with you, I hated the commercial maths and I never used to attempt it. But you know, you're right. I used to add up and I used to subtract, but I, in nutshell, hated commercial math. I loved the trigonometry and calculus.
But even with geometry and calculus, you still had to add up and take away. So whether you call it business math or just simple math, it doesn't make any difference to me. It's just maths. So let's test you. Here you go. You have 100 rupees and you buy something for 20 rupees. How much have you got left?
Ask me something hard, Neville. It's too simple.
Of course it's too simple, but we need to, you know, we need to just basically understand that that is how simple it really is. So, simple question. You have 100 rupees in your wallet and you're going to buy something for 20 rupees. How much have you got left after the purchase?
79.999 till infinity.
Now, you're really taking the mickey here, okay? The point is you've got 80 rupees, okay? There's nothing difficult with that. Okay, but let me ask you now a more complicated question. You still have 100 rupees. You haven't bought something yet. But it's going to cost you 20% of your 100 rupees to buy what I'm going to give you. Once you've bought it, how much have you got left?
This is a tough question. So let me repeat the question. You are saying that I'm going to buy something which is 20% of what I have. So I'll be left with 80 rupees.
80 rupees, exactly the same answer. I wasn't trying to trick you. It's exactly the same answer. And now you know about percentages. And interestingly enough, that's all you really need to know when it comes to business maths. You need to know about how to add up and take away and how to understand percentages. But it's percentages on the base. So you had 100 rupees. I asked you for 20%, and that means you've only got 80 rupees left because 20% of 100 is 20. It gets a bit more complicated because if I would have said to you, you've got 95 rupees and now you're going to give me 20%, what would you have left? Because now you're getting into decimals. So it can get a little more complicated. But the interesting thing is we do have a calculator that can help us. Even on my iPhone, there's a calculator, if you haven't got a calculator to one hand. And it's perfectly okay to use a calculator. But it's a lot better, actually, if you can do these things in your head. Because once you start to do it, you will realize how easy it is. And taking 20% of 95 as opposed to taking 20% of 100 is just a matter of keeping numbers in your head. And you can do it lots of different ways. You can take 20% of 100, then take 20% of 5, which is the difference between 100 and 5, off that number. Because 20% of 5, you know what 20% of 5 is, don't you?
Let me think. Is it
20% of 5 is 1. Yeah, it's a fifth. So you can do it lots of different ways. But again, you can use the calculator. And the whole purpose about this is learning how to do budgeting. So when you were at school, TK, and in the trailer to this, we went through some of this discussion. When you were a child and you were given pocket money or an allowance or money in return for doing chores at home, because that's how I earned some of my money, you were given approximately how much on a daily basis or a week?
Well, to be very frank with you, in school, I never dreamt or even had an idea that I'll have to do mathematics, because I had made up my mind that I am going to become either a pilot, a fighter pilot, or if I fail to become a fighter pilot for whatever reason, I'll become a scientist. So I never have to do any mathematics. And as the luck would have been, moment I landed into a job, I had to do sales. That's all about calculating profitability, calculating margin.
And do you know what? Even as a pilot, you would have had to, or a scientist, you would have had to learn the same thing. So all these lovely things you see in the background, you still would have to learn quite a lot of mathematics. And certainly, as a scientist, you probably have to learn some pretty detailed mathematics. And pilots have to learn pretty good mathematics too. But most of theirs are in a practical arena. But the interesting thing here is once you've been given an amount of money at home or during the day, that's an interesting pair of legs. That's mathematics. Were you joining us? If you're joining us, it'd be great to see your face. At the moment, we're looking at a blank wall that you could fill up if you like, but it'd be really nice to see your face if you're joining us. Can you hear us? Anyway, CK, while this person decides to join us or not, you were given, your parents gave you an allowance. And let's just say, you're quite old, so that allowance was probably around about 100 rupees, I would imagine, which was a lot of money back in those times. And you had to budget for what you want to spend out of that allowance. And for some of it, you could spend the whole lot. You could walk into a nice sweetie shop and you could spend the whole lot. In which case, you've now got sweets and you've got no money left. So that's called spending it all up front. Really quite simple. And what it means is you've got to carry sweets around until next week, in which case then you get another allowance. But as I know, you are quite a smart individual. So you might have thought, well, I'm going to have some sweets, but I'm not going to buy all the sweets at the beginning of the week. I'm going to buy sweets during the week. And equally, I'm going to save up because I would like to buy something else in 3 or 4 weeks' time. And I know that I have to have at least 150 rupees, which is more than my 1 week's allowance, to go and buy that one thing that I really want. Does this sound reasonable? Is this the sort of thing you might have been thinking about when you were quite young?
Yes, I think you're right. I had to plan a little bit about my allowances in terms of buying a bus pass to go to the school and college, and also spending in the cafeteria, and also saving some for something that I needed to buy, a gift for my mother, a gift for my father or my sister, or spending money. So I think I had to do a little bit of planning with my allowances. You're right, absolutely.
Yeah, so planning is brilliant. Okay. The thing is, at school, we didn't learn how to plan. We just learn how to do sums, and don't look at the back of the books. That's where the answer is, and that would be cheating. So what we need to be doing is planning what we're going to be doing. And how would you have planned to do what you were doing? How would you have done that?
Neville, I think I would have definitely planned upfront, and you're right that the teachers in the school were not teaching us how to do planning about budgeting, but definitely we were learning about this aspect from the parents, because they were doing budgeting, and I think there was a rub-off effect where we were actually learning how to do budgeting, and that really helped us in planning how much to spend in cafeteria, how much to save, and how much to save for gifts, etc. So I think there was a little bit of planning. By the way, we have a guest here in our show, but I can't see his name. Hello.
Okay. Well. Okay. Well, we can continue. So, so planning. The main thing about this is planning. So let's just take us through the steps of what you did. So your parents would have had a budget. They would have taught you, how to utilize a budget and how to work on a budget. So typically, I mean, what my parents did was they told me to write it down. So at the top of the page, I would have the money that I was got for my allowance. And on the left-hand side of the page, I would write down everything that I wanted to spend. And some of the things I could afford straight away, and some of the things I had to save up. And by the end of the week, I needed to make sure I had money left so that I could actually buy those additional purchases further down the line. So if I wanted to, mine was I wanted to buy a little scooter. I can remember that. It was just a 2-wheel scooter, one with the handles, nice and easy. And that's what I wanted to buy. I can't remember how much it cost, but it was certainly about 8 weeks of my allowance money in total. But because I wanted to buy other things with my allowance money, like, as you said, bus pass, meals at school and other things like that, I had to save up to pay for the scooter. So the way I would do that is to write it down. There's nothing complicated. I mean, we see the blackboard in the background here, and we would just write it down. So you start off with your, let's say it's 100 rupees, and let's say that your long-term purchase is going to be 200 rupees, and you would like to buy it in 10 weeks. So how much would you have assigned each week to afford that 200 rupees in 10 weeks' time?
Well, Neville, I think I approached this problem in a different manner. What I did is basically assign for my long-term purchase, assign the money first. Say, for example, if I have 500 rupees with me, I will assign 200 straight away, and then try to limit my expenses within that remaining amount. And that way I didn't have to write anything. That was my way of, during school days.
But even so, you'd have to remember it. You'd have to put it in a jar somewhere, so you could see it on a regular basis. So again, you don't have to write it down, but it makes life a lot easier if you do write things down. You could even these days you could put it in your iPhone. So and put it in on your calendar as a permanent memory. But the simple fact of this is you need to learn how to plan what's going to happen going forward. And that's called budgeting. There's nothing difficult with this. We can make it really complicated if you like, but your parents and you now as a parent, you have an income that comes in, maybe it's weekly or monthly, but you've got regular outgoings. There's maybe a mortgage or the rent, then there's food, then there's family bits and pieces that you put aside for entertainment, maybe to go to the theatre or go out to a restaurant. And each of these items, that you're going to spend and you're going to have the budget to make sure that you can do them all. But equally, big items like a new car, you tend not to buy that out of your monthly income because new cars tend to be quite expensive. So it tends to be more than your monthly income. So you need to save and put it to one side. And I had a very simple way of doing this. We used to have piggy banks. When I was a little boy, we had piggy banks. Did you have a piggy bank?
Of course, we had a piggy bank, sometimes made of plastic, sometimes made of clay, which you can break, and suddenly you're rich when you break that.
Well, I can only remember the plastic kind, because I probably would have been breaking the other pigs all the time. But we had piggy. Well, we called them piggy banks. Sometimes they look like a pig, but typically, my mother had a teapot actually that she used to put in little extra bits of money that she'd saved during the week so that she could go and treat herself or treat someone else. So she was doing her own budgeting within another budget, okay? So being very smart. So I used to have 4 piggy banks. How many piggy banks did you have?
I used to have many. Actually, every year I used to break one. And once my parents got the plastic one, or also metal one, that lasted for a couple of years. So maybe 3, maybe 2, I don't remember exactly, but 2 to 3 at least, which lasted for a couple of years.
No, I was actually talking about a number of piggy banks that you had going at the same time, almost like deposit accounts at the bank or bank accounts. So
one at a time, Neville. I never had multiple piggy banks. One at a time.
Okay.
One for me, one for my sister.
Okay. Well, I used to have 4 because I would put money in each one because each piggy bank had a particular reason. And the first piggy bank was I used to get my weekly allowance, and I used to put the amount in there that I would know I was going to spend. So that could have been for my bus pass and lunch at school and maybe bits and pieces when I was traveling to and from school. And then I had a second piggy bank, which was for my nice purchases, but they tended to be quite big. So I would always put a percentage of my allowance into that piggy bank. I wasn't quite sure what I was going to spend it on, but I knew that if I had a big purchase, I would need to have money in that piggy bank. Otherwise, it would never be. And I used to put 10%. And this is where percentages come good, okay? Because typically my allowance, it covered 100% of my daily costs, my bus pass and my food at school. And that was about 70% of my allowance. So let's just say, for instance, let's say I had £10 Or let's say let's say it's 1,000 rupees. Let's make it easy because majority of people listening would be Indians. So it's 1,000 rupees. And 70% of that I would put into that first piggy bank. So what's 70% of 1,000?
That'll be 700 rupees.
I'm getting you thinking again, you see. You have to think on your feet here. 70% of 1,000 is 700 rupees. So I would put 700 rupees into piggy bank number 1. And then 10% I would put into piggy bank number 2, which was 100 rupees.
I have a question. 10% of the remaining amount or 10% of the total amount?
No, 10% of the total amount. I always started with the total amount. It's a lot easier. So the 1,000 rupees is 100%, 70% goes into piggy bank number 1, 10% goes into piggy bank number 2. And what percentage have I got left now?
20%.
20%, absolutely. And I've got 2 piggy banks left. So guess what I would put in each of those piggy banks?
10, 10?
I did. I used to put 10 and 10. And 10 was for my comics. Because I used to love, you know, Superman comics, Batman comics. That was in my comics jar. And the other one, the other 10% was my treats. So if I fancied a Mars bar or a Kit Kat, I would take it out of the treats. And sometimes at the end of the week, so I could get to Wednesday, which is less than halfway through the week, and I wouldn't have anything left in my treats jar. But I would still have my 10% in my comics jar and my 10% in my long-term jar. And sometimes I used to sneak some of that money out of each of those jars and put it into my treats jar and then treat myself. But I would never take it out of the 70%, which literally was my bus pass and my food at my lunch at school. Because I knew that if I didn't have 70% in there, I wouldn't eat. You know, so again, this is just being smart. So by using 4 piggy banks, and these days you could use 4 bank accounts, you could put money into one and then transfer it into the others. And there's nothing complicated with that, but each of them had a purpose. So you can see where I'm going here. I could recognize by just shaking my piggy bank just how much money I had in each piggy bank.
So what is
and
your
that's the way I
advice?
did my budgeting.
So, Neville, I think I have a very fundamental question here. What is your advice to entrepreneurs? I think this is an example which is used. The example that you have actually used of piggy bank is a very basic example where all of us can actually start planning, thinking. I think that is your objective. So in today's world, entrepreneurs have multiple expenses. So for all of these expenses, they need a separate account. What is the best practice? Or they can maintain a book like you were starting off when you said that, hey, did you write your budget? Or have a separate account. What is the best practice? Open separate accounts?
Well, the best practice is have a budget. That's number one, and stick to it. And recognizing that if you've got limited funds, you need to make your funds stretch to get the best value from your budget. So if you are opening a bank account, I mean, I can only advise very simply what happens in the UK, and you can perhaps tell me what happens in India. I mean, I can open a personal bank account here and it doesn't cost me any money. And I can open 5, 6, 7, 8 bank accounts in my name, all attached to that one bank account, and I can transfer money from one to the other on an app. Simple as that. So, and it doesn't cost me any money. So if I wanted to open a business account, typically in the first year, the business account doesn't cost you, but after a while, a business account is something like £6 a month. So for every single account, you would have £6 a month going out. So that would be a bit silly to have lots of accounts there. So this is where you would have a spreadsheet outside of the bank account, and you would clearly make that link to your budget. But the main thing here is to know how to budget. Every expense that an entrepreneur has, from the amount that you pay for your phone, to your broadband, to your car expenses, your travel expenses, telephone expenses if you've got those, webinar costs if you're subscribing to a webinar package, your website, whether that's monthly, annually, or weekly sometimes. Every single cost that needs to be ascribed to your business needs to be accounted for. There's a simple reason for this is you need to know how much it's costing you to run a business. So there's nothing complicated here, CK, is there? I'm not really saying there's rocket science here, am I?
Not at all. I think, you know, but the whole thing is that many people don't do this as a practice. And sometimes, you know, there are lump sum claims, they put it on their company and they don't write each and every expense like the way you are explaining. But I think it's a good practice to write each and every expense that you are making. And then next year budgeting will be a lot easier, I think.
Well, the thing is, once you start to do this, the easier it becomes. And what I would suggest is break your annual budget down into months. You don't need to go into weeks, but do it into months. And then during the month, keep an eye on the budget. Sometimes you're going to be doing lots of travel, and that's absolutely necessary. But it might be business travel that you would only do in certain times of the year or in certain months. If you're going on a networking, you know, if you're a BNI member or whatever, you know that every single week you have to pay. And therefore, every single week you have to travel. And each of those is a cost. And the more important thing is there, then ultimately you can find out what it's costing you to run your business. Because a lot of people will say, oh, it doesn't cost me anything. You know, I've got a cheap website and I've got this and my phone's just a monthly fee, et cetera, et cetera. But the point is, if that's the way you're thinking and that's the way your behavior is going, what's that saying to your potential customer? And what it's actually saying is, I'm not in control of my costs because I don't actually value them. Therefore, if I don't value my costs, I don't value me. And when you start then to negotiate with your with the person you're going to be selling your business to, whether that's a service or a product that you're selling, they're going to start to question, actually, do I want to do business with this person? They don't really value themselves, or they're overvaluing themselves. And typically what I hear with entrepreneurs is they'll come up with this fictitious amount of £500 a day. That's what they want to get paid. But they've got no handle on what it's actually costing them. And in these COVID times, it's probably not costing a great deal because you're working from home. But the interesting thing is that means that your electricity costs are going up, your gas costs are going up, your food costs are now part of your, you know, daily eating bill. Whereas where you would have been outside, you may have been paying by credit card for a coffee here and a sandwich there, or lunch here, or drinks over there, or petrol, or, you know, gasoline, or whatever you're going to do. But the point about this is you need to learn and start learning how to budget. And it's quite simple. Just put it on a spreadsheet. And as you start to identify, I mean, I don't know if you've noticed this, CK, but Excel's pretty good, isn't it? You know, you make an item and you say phone, and then as you go down later on and you put another phone in, you start to type PH, and all of a sudden phone comes up. So it's even told you, oh, you've had that before. And that's good because you're being consistent. You're now being able to look at all of the phone costs and summarize all of those phone costs to one side, and then find out what it's really costing you. Because when you start out as an entrepreneur, typically budgeting is just a paper exercise. You don't really know what it's going to cost you. And that's being honest. I mean, I don't, when I start a business off, I've got a better idea because I've run lots of other businesses. But I really didn't know when I started my first business what it was going to cost me. And the types of expenses that I would be incurring. But after a while, you get into that consistent arena by allocating all of these titles on a simple spreadsheet. You can actually work out what it's really costing you. And then if you go down the driving range and you put golf on your spreadsheet and it comes up again, but actually that was for your benefit, not the business benefit, then you can realize not only where your money's going, but where your time's going to. So again, these are all simple things, but your budget is an integral part of your business. And it's really important to start it off in a good way, right at the very beginning. Get yourself into a daily routine. So at the end of every day, if you actually say, well, here's all my expenses. Some days you won't have any expenses. You'll be sat at home and you'll be on webinars and just talking, and your phone will be on a contract, so that'll be once a month, say. And everything else, there won't be additional expenses. But when you're out and about and you're traveling, to and from networking meetings, there will be expenses. So just have a piggy bank. Take a little box with you and put all of your expenses into that box. And if you don't get a receipt, have a little notepad and just write down, toll cost. You put the cost of the toll and you just put a little bit of paper and you put it into that little box. Create your own piggy bank in the car. And then at the end of the day, pull out all of those receipts and put them on your expense form so that you know exactly what it's costing you and exactly what it's budgeted, what your budget's cost you. And it's as simple as that. There's nothing difficult to it. But again, this is about discipline. And it's about perseverance, and it's about doing the right things at the right time. The worst thing is you can do all this and you literally put it all in a box and wait until the end of the year, and then you start to write down all of these things, and you've got like 1,000 things in this box, and it's a pain. Whereas if you'd have had a couple of things on a daily basis, you could have just put it straight into the spreadsheet, done very quickly, and then you know what your business is costing you on an ongoing basis. So again, this is about just being disciplined and knowing what's going to make an impact to you.
I think
does it make sense?
Yes, absolutely, Naval. In fact, today we have a very nice tool called Spreadsheet, and it's free. It's there in all mobile phones and also in all the PCs. So people can actually start getting into practice of, first of all, identifying what are their different sections, which is columns on the spreadsheet, and putting these expenses there, and then starting keeping records. I think that is most important. And earlier, we never had things like spreadsheet. We had to note it down on something on a diary, which was quite a work. So right now it is as simple as that. Suppose you spend money, just put it there. Hey, spend $1 for coffee, $2 for Coke, or things like that. So I think it's most important to get into the habit of recording it. And that will help us in making our budget. So if suppose we start writing it today, after 3 months we will have very clear picture of the budget, and that data
absolutely use. And that's the data that can be used right the way through. And these days, it's even easier. So when you're first starting out, it's obvious to use a spreadsheet because you don't need an accounting package. But as you move further on, the accounting packages really do help you. So, for instance, the two most common that I'm aware of in the SME arena are QuickBooks and Xero. And both of them have apps. And it's so good because for every receipt you get, so say you're in the car and you've just gone through the toll booth or you've got a coffee at McDonald's or something, you've got a receipt and you literally just scan the receipt and it goes straight in and it says, where do you want it to go? And you put down coffee or you put down toll or you put down travel. Whatever you want to put down, because you've already set that up in your accounts. And it goes and allocates it there immediately. And once it's done that, it can reconcile to the bank account as well, if you've put it through your bank account. So there are some fantastic tools out there that are making your life easy. You don't have to use them at the very beginning. I would suggest is get yourself into a discipline which is a bit more manual to start with, because that will then help you set it up and realize what's actually happening. So you can, by looking at your spreadsheet, you can have a ready reckoner of just exactly how much it's costing your business and whether you can afford to do things, and ultimately you will get the average cost. What's your break-even cost? You can get really complicated with this and really sophisticated. What is your break-even cost? Well, if you've got a decent spreadsheet system or a decent accounting system, it will give you your break-even cost. And you might want to do that at break-even cost per day. And you might even say that's your fixed cost per day. I need to, every invoice, every contract I do, I now know that 10% is going to my fixed costs. Why is that? Because I know what my fixed costs are. I can see what they are. I've budgeted for them. And I now know I've got a ready reckoner up here of what's going on. And that then leaves loads of time for you to do the really important things about your business, and that's selling it, getting incomes through the door. That's where the majority of your time should be spent, either in marketing, sales, or fundamentally invoicing to get the money through the door. So very simple lesson today. It is everything you should have learned at school but didn't. The point about this is it was always there. Maths was telling you how to add up and take away and what percentages to do. You were actually working out your break-even cost, even though you didn't know it. And that's what wasn't taught you at school because you didn't think. There wasn't a thought of being an entrepreneur. It wasn't a thought of being a business person. It was all about the answers at the back of the book. Don't look because it's cheating. So hopefully that's helped a bit today. We'll have another insight next week on everything you should have learned at school but didn't. And I know, CK, that you've learned this over the years and you're pretty good at budgeting, having run sales teams around the world. You know what a budget is. And therefore it sets people like you in good stead. So this isn't all about, a bit of smoke up the chimney. This is reality. It's real life. And the other thing is it will help you run your home so that you can afford to be in the nicest home possible. And it's as simple as that.
Yes, Naval, I think thank you very much for giving this very simple message to the budding entrepreneurs to start maintaining a budget and to start maintaining data. I think we had few participants today, but they were not very keen to learn. But I'm sure in the group there are a lot of people who are keen to learn what Naval is teaching us. I will leave this video recording so that people can watch the video and pick up few good things. And if you have a question, please do write in, and we will take that question in the next episode of Everything You Should Have Learned at School, but you didn't. So catch you next time, folks. And Neville, thank you so much for finding time and coming over. We will catch up in the next episode.
My pleasure, CK. Take care, everybody.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmak Technologies, and today we have a very special program. This is called CEO Roundtable, where we have the CEOs as a panelist, and we discuss about issues which are related to business and things like that. So today we are honored to have two CEOs as panelists. One is joining us from UK, London. He is the chairman of MindFit Limited, Mr. Neville Gant. Neville, welcome to the roundtable.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody, and looking forward to a very healthy discussion.
Certainly, Neville, we are also looking forward to a very healthy discussion. So our second guest and second panelist is Ms. Kanchan Verma, who is the CEO of Akulmak Technologies, and we are honored to have Kanchan on the roundtable. Welcome to the roundtable, Kanchan.
Thank you, CK, and hi, Neville. We look forward for a healthy and progressive discussion today.
Certainly will be.
So today's roundtable is about the human resources, and human resources is a very vast subject. So in limited time and limited duration, we would like to tackle one bit at a time. And today's discussion would be mostly around the teamwork. So as you know, it's a big challenge. People get hired in different companies. They get formed into different teams, and they get assigned different projects, and they have to execute, multiple things as teams. But this is a very novel thought. When we talk about this, it looks like a very novel thought that everything is working like a clog in the machine, but it's seldom like that. So the first question that I would like to ask the panelists today is, what do the employees say about the teamwork in any organization, and does the reality align to the actual website of the company? So let me elaborate this question. The organization says that, hey, you guys have to work as a team, but the website of the company does not project that image. It gives a totally different image. So is there a correlation between actual teamwork happening in the organization and the company which is projecting themselves? So Neville, would you like to take that question first?
Well, it's always an interesting question of what we say in public on the website and what happens behind closed doors in the organization. And I actually find it's typically the other way around. We're very supportive of things on the website, and we use all of the right buzzwords, let's say. We're a progressive company. We believe in our employees. We inspire them. We encourage them. We engage them. And then the reality of life is, when you talk to the employees, it's nothing of the sort. They're told what to do, and they just have to get on with it. So they function. So, but it's rare that we actually see the website reflecting the reality in the organization. So I think that's one thing about teamwork, that on this particular arena, in that if you're a potential recruit and you look at the website, because you don't know anyone typically in that organization, you're going to be looking at what they say about their company. And of course, when you then have done all the research, as you would do as a good interviewee, you've looked at the company, you've researched what they do, you've seen what their newspaper ads have said in the past, and then you go in for interview and you ask those questions. And that's when HR are put on the spot, because now they have to, if they're being honest, they have to reflect what's happening in the organization. And the majority of people I find don't even know what's written on the website. So here's an interesting one. You know, when someone does write things on the website, do you know, as an employee or it's someone in HR, do you know what's there? But I think there's a disconnect. So that's my general feeling. It's very, very rare that there's a dynamic connection between what people say on their website and what actually happens. But Kanchan, maybe you've got a different view of this, or maybe it's a similar view.
Well, I will agree with your views, because I think that website is merely information. First, an information is given to the public, and when we recruit employees, so they have fine dreams, and they go through the website, and then they come for an interview, and when they are inducted in the company, the whole story is different, because then they have to go with the core values and the concept of the company. They have to train themselves, and they have to train their working style in the company, and they have to achieve what is being given on the plate, and they have to be productive. So the teamwork starts when they join the company, and it's kind of, sometimes it is kind of forced teamwork. Is not kind of very happily go merry kind of situation. But then if you are not working as a team in a company, so then that will be not good in a productive terms, and as well as in the progress of an employee as well as the company. So I fully agree the point which you have made, that a website doesn't reflect what is going internally in the organization.
Well, what I've seen is that, you know, people don't tend to believe the website where they have applied for a new job. There is a new portal called Glassdoor. So I'm not sure whether the Glassdoor is popular in UK, Naval, but you know, it's very, very popular here, where it's an open platform where the current employees of the company can talk anything about their current employer. So any new recruit who's trying to get into a company, I think they don't look at the website of the company to understand what these companies are selling, but they rather go on the Glassdoor and see the actual reviews of the working employees. You know, so that is what is happening today. So it would have been better if the company has a little bit transparency in their operations, and then the Glassdoor type of websites will be out of business. Don't you think so?
Yeah, we have Glassdoor over here as well. I must admit, I've looked at it in the past, and it tends to be disgruntled employees that have been let go for one reason or another. It's an interesting approach to TripAdvisor's approach with regards to, you know, hotel and holiday stays. But the thing is, we're moving into the arena where in the digital world it is so transparent, and people can see that what you say in public, it better be pretty close to what happens in private. Otherwise, you will lose credibility. And organizations can't afford to do that these days. So hopefully we'll see a narrowing of the gap between what organizations say on their website and the reality inside. But you never know.
Yeah.
We better move to that next question, otherwise we'll be on websites forever.
Certainly, I think the conclusion from both panelists is that there has to be reality check for the companies, and they have to bring transparency to their working, as well as what they do should be projected on the website. So that brings us to the next question, which is related to the selection process. So Naval, I would like to ask you, when you hire people in your company, do you follow certain selection method? And if you do follow, does it really useful?
It was interesting. I don't think the companies I worked for were typical in this arena. the departments were responsible for their own hires. So if you had a vacancy in your team, you were responsible for basically replacing that individual. Obviously, a lot of help from HR, but we had a fairly small HR function. And so consequently, it was more about the operational effectiveness. And did we have a process? Well, I had a process. I don't think we had a rigid process that was adopted throughout the organization. And it was the days before Google, so it was last century. So when I had a proper job, it was probably last century than this century. I'm as a consultant these days. And I would literally, we would put an ad into the particular arena that we were looking for, and we would trawl through people we knew, and we would get their CVs, have a quick look at their CVs, and just literally identify 3 or 4 people that we thought were worthy of interviewing. And then the interview process was pretty straightforward. People have got to the interview because of the quality of the CV. Working in the oil industry, you tended to know who these people were as well, because it was a big joint venture type of arena. So it was almost alien to many other industries. So the first 5 or 10 minutes was asking about the CV, just proving the person's actually who they are, what they've said they are. And then we were delving into attitude, their behaviors, what they did under pressure. In many respects, nothing that you could get from a CV, and everything that you would get from an interview. And these interviews would only last, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. They wouldn't need to be that long. There was no rigid an hour, hour and a half, and you pass the person on to the next person, to the next person, to the next person. But the ultimate one was, can that person fit in with the team? So the last interview, which typically was the second interview, would be meet the team and let the team literally pick you. If you're the one, you've normally identified one of 2, or maybe it's one of 3, and then it's meet the team. And it's meet the team typically in the social arena, so that your guard is down and you're relaxed and you see the real person. So I don't think that's very typical of what would go on in many companies, but it worked. So I do know in recruitment these days, my son's in recruitment, and he went through a very similar process when he was recruited into recruitment. So I thought it was quite interesting, and he literally was passed from one person to the next. So there was a consensus of opinion. It was almost like a war of attrition. So it was a full day interview. And at the end of it, they met the whole team together in a social environment. That's hard work, I mean, you try and be interviewed for 8 hours constantly, asking very similar questions put by slightly different people, so that everyone's forming a consensus. Because today, when you recruit somebody, it's an expensive exercise if you get it wrong. Just imagine all of the development you're going to be putting into that person over the next 5 or 6 months, all of the knowledge you're going to be giving them about the organization. And then all of a sudden they say, no, this isn't for me. I'm going somewhere else. So it's a really expensive exercise. So, I mean, in these post-COVID times, probably more expensive, because there are more people that potentially are out there looking for a job. It's a big arena. Sorry for taking up so much time with this one, but it is a big arena. I think recruiters need help. So we'd be interested to hear what Kanchan might have seen in her side of life as to what's happening in recruitment.
So I'll discuss or I'll tell you that I agree with a few parts of your opinion. The thing is the classification of resume and meeting a candidate and talking to them is kind of a process, and then he goes from one boss to another boss and kind of getting an opinion about the candidate. But I have seen in whole this process, there are candidates who may be little percentage wise less in communication, but well in delivery. And sometimes and you can judge because you have an experience of interviewing and meeting so many candidates. So what classification is fine, but generally what I personally feel is that sometimes it doesn't work, because once you hire a particular person on a classification based process, but when he comes on the board, the delivery part sometimes is kind of 60-70% only. So I generally go with my gut feeling, and I am not being failed till now, because I can see that a person whom I've hired has delivered, is a productive person. And if there's some downside of that person, that can be corrected, because we organize a lot of training process, and then a person also needs some time to gel with the culture of organization and the core value of organization. So I do classification, and I think it is important part of hiring any candidate. But also I put my feeling, my gut feeling, and how long this candidate will helpful to in development of organization, and also a part of a team in the organization which is already existing.
I think that's a great way of putting it. It's a gut feel. And yeah, of course, it's a gut feel. You're asking the questions and you're seeing the answers, and you can feel if that person is telling you the truth. And it's a funny thing, but you've got to experience it to actually feel it. And that means you're engaged in the conversation.
Right.
All too often, I find lots of recruiters out there are not really engaged in the discussion. They're going through, they've got a checklist of 10, 12 questions, and they just ask each question. And if they've got a satisfactory answer, there's a tick. But if they haven't got a satisfactory answer, or there's a question around the answer, they haven't got a second question. So they can't, in an interview situation, lots of young people in particular are so tense when they go into these interviews, and they're tense because they really want the job.
Correct.
And it's up to the interviewer to put that interviewee at ease, to get them relaxed, because then you get the truth, then you get the real person.
Yes.
So to be an interview is hard work, actually. It takes a lot of practice, and until you do that practice, you never really know where you're going. The other thing I'm also finding with recruitment is that they are over-reliant on what we would call tools, but they're not using them as tools. So, for instance, a psychometric,
Right.
there's lots of psychometrics out there. And the thing about a psychometric is it's just an opinion at a point in time. Some organizations believe in these psychometrics as the way to pick their leaders going forward. And I think the message I've got for all of them is stop doing that, because they're not that good. The purpose of a psychometric, of an assessment, is to get an opinion of somebody and then have a discussion so you can find out what they really mean, what this result really means. They're good in particular instances, perhaps when you're trawling through lots and lots and lots of people, asking them 12 questions and trying to get a consensus of what they do, how they behave. When you've got thousands of people coming through, they're good in that way, because it starts to eliminate a few. Doesn't mean to say you're going to eliminate the ones that actually were probably best suited for the job, but when you've got 1,000 applicants and you've only got 5 jobs available, it's physically impossible to interview 1,000 people.
Yeah, but actually what happens that if you go with these kind of tools, sometimes the right candidate is also being eliminated. I'm not against these kind of tools to be incorporated in the interview and HR practices. But then again, the human mind and human machine is quite complex. You can't take all these parameters to really reach out to a right candidate. That's
yeah, you're absolutely
my
right.
take.
It is, in many respects, it's a little bit of a lottery. But
Right.
as you say, this is a gut feeling.
Right.
You can see something there, but the person isn't quite giving it, or they're really giving it, and you're not quite sure. Maybe this is just too well rehearsed. You can't do an AI on this. There is no sort of learning. What goes on up here is quite complicated. And of course, if you're going through lots and lots of interviews in a day or a week, you're constantly thinking of the other questions that you've given someone else, because you want to be fair to the person in front of you.
Right.
I know some organizations that literally do back-to-back interviews, no gaps. And I turned around to the head of HR and I said, that's fine for the candidate, because the candidate each time is coming in fresh. What about your interviewer? Why don't you give them like 10 minutes to recharge, because that last interview could have been really hard, very taxing. If it's really taxing, when you're trying to pull teeth out of the candidate, give me something that I can push you on to take the next step. That's really hard. It's draining. It's not physically draining, but it's mentally draining. And we all know that after 8 hours of mental exhaustion, you're exhausted. It's almost like running a marathon.
Yes, very much true.
So we all need, if we're into this interview arena, as I'm sure a lot of people will be, take 5-10 minutes out in between, just recharge the batteries, go for a walk, have a cup of tea or coffee, glass of water or something, and really focus on the next candidate. So it's almost like you wind down and then you wind up again. That takes time.
I remember my own experience. In one of my corporate career, I was promoted, and then I was asked to find my replacement before I move on to the next role. So I knew exactly what was the job, and I selected 25 candidates. So I spent so much time, making sure that the right candidates are on the table for taking over my role so that I can move forward in my life. And surprisingly, like anything else, even HR has their own jargons. So they come up with all these processes, systems, and all that different methodologies. And out of this 25 people, only 2 candidates cleared the qualification round, and the one guy who actually got selected left the job after 2 months because he didn't fit in. So, I'm very happy to handle this panel today, where both panelists, both CEOs are agreeing to what we are discussing today. So it's a fun for me. So this brings me to the third question, and Naval, I would like to ask you that is, do you promote the team behavior, and as per your gut feel or your intuition, what is the ideal team player in your company?
That's a really good question. A team player is a leader that stands up when they need to. So if you've got a team of 10 people, you're in there for a reason. Sometimes you should be in thoughtful mode, listening, reacting, just generally contributing. And other occasions, you need to be out there saying things, inspiring the rest of the team, being encouraged to give your opinion, because that's how the team works. You know, like anything else, if they're my team, then in other people's language, then I'm the leader. But that doesn't mean that I lead all the time. It means that I want all of the others to contribute at the level that they feel comfortable at contributing. And then it's up to me and the rest of the team to push people into contributing at a slightly higher pace. Because next time, you want them to form the team. You want them to be proactive. That's how we all grow. That sounds like utopia, but actually in practice, it can be done very simply. When you've got a project, you just bring everyone in together and say, okay, this is what we've been asked to do. Have we got any experience of what we can bring in quickly? You know, how are we going to approach this? Is this going to be a distraction from what we're doing? You know, you just keep asking questions to each of the people in the team and getting them to come forward. So I look for people that are going to contribute. It's as simple as that, really. And feel confident in the contribution and know that if they say something that sounds a bit stupid, perhaps, no one criticizes them. It's all constructive. We might have a laugh and a joke. There might be a bit of banter. So you do need people that have got some resilience. You know, there's a level of business banter that always goes on. If it gets into anywhere close to bullying, then you stop it. You nip that in the bud. But some banter is very healthy. You know, it creates a good team adhesion. So the simple answer is I'd like people to want to grow. Personally, is fine. You know, as a potential leader, well, that's ideal. But not everybody wants to grow and move up the ladder, and you just have to acknowledge that and accept it.
So I think the second part of this question is you have identified a very nice person to lead a team, and you are thoroughly convinced that now this is the person, a male or a female is going to lead the team. But in your experience, do you always see the team leader connected with the team or behaving like a team leader all the time?
It's varied experience, really. Sometimes I haven't been connected with the team. You know, my mind hasn't quite been there, and then I've had to readjust and reset, and apologise and say, guys, sorry, I wasn't there. You know, I will be there now. So the simple fact is, if you're not engaged with the team, you know, commitment is 100%, really. So if you're in a team room, if you brought the team together, no mobiles, nothing, unless there's someone, you know, a family member that's critically ill or something like that, something's catastrophic happened in your life, that time is now for the team. My focused energy needs to be in that team room. Not what am I having for dinner? Who am I playing golf with this weekend? You know, that's not being a team player. That's thinking about other things. You just need to be focused. And once teams are engaged and focused, then I always see great results. So the key to leadership, really, is to make sure that cohesion happens. So a chairman of a boardroom, you know, the chairman's got one role: making sure everyone is contributing, following the agenda, keeping to time. Is the chairman's role to make decisions? No. That's the chairperson's role. They still call it chairman over here, despite the fact it's chairperson these days, politically correct. But their role is literally just to keep cohesion, make sure things happen. They may not agree with the decisions that have been made around the table. But in that arena, the chairperson has only got one vote. If you're a team leader and you feel that the team isn't making the right decision, voice your opinion and just say, we seem to be going down a track that I wasn't expecting here. You know, can we consider this and this and this? And maybe, you know, maybe they're so far ahead, you're on the wrong track. You know, you have to recognize that, you know, the team might just grab hold of something and start running in a completely different direction. And that's the right direction. In which case, you've asked the question, go with it. Because this is, you know, this is like a consensus. This isn't a dictatorship. So yeah, I've seen good and I've seen bad. But when they all come together, when they really actively, positively working together, boy, do you get some great results.
I think what you're saying is really speaking from the heart, and you know, it's a great learning for our viewers and for me. You know, how to handle a team, how to inculcate the leadership quality, keep changing the leader, have a rotation, because every time each person cannot behave like a leader. So there are a whole lot of discussions and the good points came out from this discussion from the panel. And we're quite honored to have Naval and Kanchan on the panel today. We learned a lot from both of you, and you know, we will, you know, welcome you in other CEO roundtable in future again. But thank you so much for joining us, Naval from London and Kanchan from India. Thank you so much for joining today.
Thanks.
Cheerio.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Naval.
Good morning, CK. Did you have a good weekend?
Yes, the weekend was good. In fact, it was quite busy. Although we watched a few movies, but weekend didn't feel like a weekend. It was like a working day.
And it'll feel like a working day for lots of people, because we need to be very careful now, because for those that aren't used to working at home, the weekend has disappeared. So you need to make sure you take that break. You and I are, you know, are seasoned professionals in this arena, in that our business is almost 24/7, but we take breaks in the week because we know that the weekend might be busy. So there's a message for everybody here. Take some breaks. You know, this is day, what now? Day 6?
Today's day 6
of lockdown. Day 6 of lockdown. And let's face it, although there's another 15 days planned, we expect that to be extended. Even the Western world, even Donald Trump now is being aware that perhaps we need to take this a bit more seriously, and we might need to extend the measures. So let's take a leaf out of their book. But you watched some video. You watched some TV and some movies. What movie did you watch?
Yeah, so I watched the kid movie, but I think more important subject which I would like to inform you is that there is no news at all, actually, because there is nothing happening. Everything is in lockdown, except there was one news which was sort of a fake news, and that created little bit of chaos in certain parts of India. And as you know, Neville, India has a huge migrant population. The people who work as laborers on daily wages. So some troll told them or gave them the impression that they can go back to their native places, to their villages, and there will be buses available to ferry them from major urban areas to rural areas. So although this message or this troll is under investigation, because I think it looks like there might be a conspiracy to against India as a country to spread the virus into rural population, which is so far not affected by that. It's only the urban centers. So I think that is the only news which created a global news, because India lockdown is a global news. India is controlling the count of corona patient is an edge above 1,000 in a population of 1.3 billion. So it is controlling quite good. So this was blocked on the bus stations across a few major centers across India. They were given shelter and food, and they are not going to their respective homes. So they have been stopped. Government is taking good care of them. So this is
that's brilliant. And the interesting thing was, it did go global. I mean, I saw exactly that, and it was covered on not just the BBC, which is supposed to be very factual news. I mean, they covered what the news was giving, and you might say it's not very good investigative journalism. Nearly got that word right. Because they really didn't look at the real issue here. Because, as you say, it was fake. Someone had put some fake news out there. And this is going to happen all the time. And it happens in business all the time too. And our audience listening today, we need to focus on that one thing. Fake news will affect you if you stop thinking. If you allow hearsay to work, not just in your social life, but more importantly, we're talking about our business life, you will make the best decisions on facts. So make sure you get the facts. If there's a gap in your understanding, don't fill it with assumptions and supposition. Fill it with thoughts, expectations, what ifs. Because, as you say, that fake news wasn't just limited to India. It went viral. It was covered on the BBC News, not once, not twice, but 4 or 5 times in the same day. So they just repeated and repeated and repeated. And by the end of the day, I actually believed what I was hearing, because I'd heard it so many times. And the other thing is, they're putting it out on all of the BBC channels, on the World News, on radio. It's on BBC One News, it's on BBC Two News, it's on BBC Three News, it's on BBC Four News. So eventually I'm going to believe it, unless I start to ask the questions. Now, I'm lucky enough, I've got you, my Johnny on the spot, my man on the ground, who is a very smart individual, and he's living it. And you know the facts. Now, the point is, that's a really good example. If you don't believe it, phone a friend. Phone a friend who's actually really good thinking. Not who's going to be affected by this shiny spoon mentality, shiny objects. We all know what it's easy to follow shiny objects. We can all follow them everywhere and be very unproductive. But get the facts. And you get the facts by talking to people like you and using this. And that's the message for this week. There's lots of fake news. It's going to be out there in spades. You know that your business is going to be the best if you act on information that's right. So get the facts.
And I think the message is there for BBC also, because they are not getting any news anywhere. So they are also struggling to create their own program. So they get some negative news about some country which is not their native country, and they keep repeating in all the channels, So if you repeat it 100 times, people start believing. So
Yep. And the thing is, they're not to know until someone says that's wrong, because they're just reporting news. Businesses don't work on news. Businesses work on facts. You know, it's a small word, and facts actually come from information and using this. So garbage in, garbage out. That's what we don't want to be working with. So I say the message this week is don't create something, don't fill a gap because it needs filling. You need to do it. And it works. You know it works, I know it works. So that's the simple message today, day 6 of lockdown. Get the facts. And then your business is going to be in a far better shape.
Great, Neville. So how your day looks like today? Are you also in lockdown like us, or?
Yeah, we're locked down. We've been in lockdown for a little bit longer than you. You know, as we speak, I can hear things happening outside. Our refuse disposal is still working, so there are still things working. The ambulances and police sirens are still out there, but the birds are singing. The air is clearer. You know, when you put your face out the front door, it's a cooler breeze and it's clearer air. So there are some positives about this. And the other thing is, so let's think forward now. Lots of people have become very productive working from home. The really good businesses are going to mix and match working from home, working from the office, because they now know that you're on day 6. You know, you've had effectively 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, of not traveling to the office. That's saved you, on average, 6 hours. An hour, most people travel good 45 minutes or an hour to the office. So you've got 6 hours you've gained in your life. But are you using it productively? That's the question. Wouldn't you prefer to have 6 more hours? And this week, it'll be 10 hours, 2 hours a day. Fantastic. Use it. Fill the brain with facts.
Yes, Neville, absolutely. I think we got extra hours which we can utilize productively. And I will catch you tomorrow. Check how the lockdown in London is affecting. And I will also share how my lockdown is working in India.
And don't forget, everyone, remember to thank all the people that are having to work and having to save our lives. You know, let's not forget those. So keep them in your prayers all the time. But yes, CK, I'll see you tomorrow. London will still be here. And so will all of India. So let's get after it.
Sure. Take care, be safe, and bye-bye for today. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and welcome to the CEO Roundtable this Friday. And let me also welcome my friends who are joining from different parts of the world. First guest is Miss Farida Charania. She joins us from Singapore, and she is also the CEO of Career Zoom, a very specialized HR company.
Hello everyone, hope everyone has had a good week ahead and everyone is looking forward to the weekend. Let's get started. I'm so looking forward to this discussion today. Interesting topic.
Certainly, Farida, welcome to the roundtable. Our second guest is Ms. Kanchan Verma. She joins us from India. She is the CEO of tech ed company called Akulmac Technologies.
Hello, how are you all? And I'm looking forward for a good discussion today.
Certainly, Kanchan, welcome to the CEO Roundtable. And before we start, today is 2nd October, and I'd like to wish both of you a very happy Gandhi Jayanti.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, and same to you. It's a very, very important day.
Yes, so to begin our discussion today, let me also talk about the topic that we have chosen for the CEO roundtable discussion, and that is the value creation. And in fact, let me give little preface of what is value creation. Value is the perceived value of what you provide as a business to your clients and to your audience, and also to your prospective or your investors, prospective investors as well as your current investors. So it's basically value you bring on the table as an organization is something that we will talk about. And many times what happens is that the people just offer solution without thinking of the value. They say that, hey, I have this solution, but what is the value, perceived value or the real value to the client is not really understood. So we will discuss this aspect of doing business. And thank you for giving me time to give this preface, but I'll leave the floor open to anyone to start the discussion.
Okay, I just recall one very old saying that become a person of not become a person of a success, but become a person of value. So that means a person of value can give you more than what he receives. So when we talk about value in terms of sales, in terms of company, in terms of organization, I think there are three pillars which are very important. That value to your customers, value to your employees, and value to your investors. So all things starts with the value to your customers, because that is the main aspect. But I think that's irony that if we want to give value to the customer, we have to again find out options where we can give value to your employees, because both of these two parameters goes hand in hand. And now when we are talking about value to the customer, which is the first aspect of value creation in the market. So that means we have to take care of your customers' desires, and you have to there are some products which from very early we are producing, but then we should be open to innovation. We should look after what actually a customer is looking for. And over the period of time, one customer, though there are some few essential things, but of course, if you add some value to it, some innovation to it, that gives altogether value proposition to the organization.
Okay. Thanks for sharing that, Kanchan. This was, quite something that I had in my mind as well. The whole premise of creating value in a business begins with value creation. So business itself starts with value creation. It's the purpose of the institution to create and deliver value in an efficient enough way that it will generate profit after cost. That is my understanding of generating value. And just to kind of pick up from where CK was talking about, that there are a lot of services and products which don't clearly define the value that they bring to the customer. I'll go a step further and say I have seen products which probably try to find solutions to problems that no one has. So it is very important, one, to understand what is the value that your service or product is actually adding to your client's life or to your customer's life. How does it impact the entire industry in general? And creating of value is something which should be the very premise of creating a business. Because what is it that you are doing in your business? Are you actually delivering a service which is making their life easier? Are you, for instance, are you designing a logo that's taking away a part of their work and doing it professionally for them, and then saving them the time and cost to hire someone who can actually design a logo for them? Are you creating a website? Are you actually helping them do digital marketing? Or you selling a physical product? What exactly are you doing, and how is it adding value to the end customer? It's very, very important to be aware of what it is even before you actually start having a business idea in your mind. It should always be backwards or top down, in my opinion.
Great. So I think all of us has made the opening remarks, and what we would like to do is basically discuss much more in depth. So let me start this. See, basically what happens is that when you start a new project, anyone, if you are a CEO or a project manager, you have to see exactly where, what the value that project is going to bring to the end customers. So the whole situation is that you may think that something which is very appealing to yourself, but it does not have any bearing, or you don't find too many people looking for that particular line of service. So that is where the confusion is. I would say if you look at the startup community today, 70 to 80% are in this bracket, because they see that, hey, others have done it, hey, they have created a product, there is so much demand of that product, I will also create it, and hence I will also succeed along with it. But the whole problem of understanding the value, so the whole point is, if you don't understand what you bring on the table, which is a perceived value of your client. So I think the first step would be to start a dipstick exercise where you actually find out who are the clients, who needs this, who doesn't need it, what is your strategy to reach out to the people. When you start telling people that, hey, you are developing something like this, you are going to start this digital marketing, you're going to start whatever service you have in mind, you will actually launch yourself. So what is the timing? And all this will add into your value, because now you have, say for example, contacted 100 people, so 50 are waiting for it. That means 50 people are perceiving that you will bring some value after 1 month or 2 months whenever you launch yourself. So I think this is where the starting point of value creation is. It goes a long way, but I think over to you. Any remarks on this one?
I feel that though it's very important points you have raised, but when we start selling, the concept of customer perception of the value, what customers looking at, is very, very important. So the moment you start selling, you have to keep it in mind that when you are providing value of service or product, the retention and the profit. So as I was telling you, this is a cycle of value, creating a value proposition among 3 pillars of an organization. So when we customer retention and profit, and in return, it's again goes to when we have a profit, it goes in the organization. Then again, we have to create a value proposition to keep our employees happy. We have to provide training so that they come out with new ideas, new innovations. And we can also, there's also, you have to retain your employees. So in a way, it is a whole cycle where you are starting, as Farida said, with a thought that we are establishing a company. But then these are the parameters which you have to think. We have to think about innovative products, and how we are providing this into supply chains, into distribution. So all this has to be taken care. Then we have R&D to be taken care in the organization, and thus creating value proposition in all these sectors, in all these places, to really create an organizational value proposition in the end.
So, Farida, before you come in, I would like to have a little debate on this aspect. See, the whole point, Kanchan, is that people are not even clear what value they are going to bring. So I think the first step would be to do a market study. For example, you create the whole infrastructure and you spend $1 million, basically saying that you have to build the supply chain, you have to build your team, you have to have innovation, you have to R&D. So you have created different departments only to learn after 1.5 years or 2 years, hey, there is no demand for it. So whatever you have been doing, spending money and building all this infrastructure will not result in any value after 2 years. So my point was that we create the value upfront. What is the value that, so we have to know exactly who are the buyers and to these buyers, what is valuable. So I think I'm going to say that is the other way around. You don't develop something which is running in your mind because you feel it, but you have to find out who are your first 100 clients and see what they need, because the need of a client is very important. So I think this is something.
Exactly. So that's what I was saying, that before even you start, when the idea of creating a product or services, establishing an organization, you must know who are your customer, who are your end user, and how you can create a value for your product or services. But then along the way, I feel that when you're establishing, so these points has to be taken care along.
I'll just try to, just give a structure to what both of you are saying. So the purpose of a business is to create value through the work. So, whatever you are selling or trading or services that you are providing, and capture some of that value as profits, because that is the ultimate end game of any business. So that is how a business is actually expected to run. Now, in terms of value, very truly, because you are not creating a product for yourself when you are an innovator. If you are a service provider, you are not creating the service for yourself, but you are creating it for the users or for your consumers. Yeah, so I agree with you, CK, that it is very important to first understand who is your buying audience and then work top down from there, because we can't just have an idea. And it's okay to have an idea, but before actually creating a product or a service out of that idea, it's very important to understand who is actually going to be your buying segment and how will it actually make a difference. So let's take an example, and I've said this before, that very often when I see my friends in the startup scene, and I work a lot with the startup founders here in Singapore, because that is one of the services that we offer, which is basically incubation support. At that point in time, I realize when I do speak to people that they are not very clear as to what they should be selling. So very often they have a whole pitch of 20 pages which is selling what they have. Nowhere do they actually say how will it actually add value to your customer, how will it add value to the buyer, how will it actually impact their way of working, their way of life. So people are selling features, whereas they should be selling benefits. So I think it boils down to the same thing, that understand the value that you are creating as a business or a service, articulate that, be very clear, so that you exactly know how it will add value to your customer's life or to your customer's business. And that is the main thing. In my mind, value creation is of utmost important even before taking up a project.
Absolutely, Farida. I think you hit the nail. Is that you have to know exactly what is the value to your immediate client, and if you don't have a list of prospective clients in your startup, then you better make one. I think that's where the whole thing boils down. You should have a list of your top 100 clients, because when you're ready, these 100 or 50 of these 100 people will buy from you, and that is how you build your network. So let's come to the point number 2, which is now you have created a list of prospective clients, and they have given you some sort of information that this is what they expect from you once you launch yourself. Number 2 is how much value you can demand. For example, you have created a ERP solution, you have created a some sort of a sales solution or a digital marketing platform, or even a physical supply chain management, or anything. How much value that you can demand for your business, and specifically when you are actually giving certain solutions or package to your client. So I think that is where the challenge is, because I've been talking, like Farida, you said you work with the startups. I've been talking to a lot of startups who are my friends and also who are in the network, and they give me story on, and there's a strategy, you know, this is what they want to do, and this is exactly going to succeed, and how it's going to succeed, but they don't have these basic building block. So how much value they should ask for is a big challenge. So Farida, what is your opinion on this one?
I think pricing is definitely, it's a function of how much value actually you are bringing in, and that's precisely what value creation is. Now, not all value created is equal. Value can be created by somebody opening the door, that's a service, to, probably a scientist finding the way to actually convert the solar energy to, run electronics in your home. So values are different. Now the pricing is something, if there is a competitive space and there are other providers providing the same kind of service, you already have a reference point. But if it's a niche, and if you found a niche which did not exist and started, kind of providing services in that area, then how do you value it? So I would say that let's take an example. For instance, you have created, say, a solution which is an artificial intelligence solution, which automatically, takes away the customer's pain. If your customer actually comes on the chatbot, all the initial queries are answered already before they actually reach a real person. So what is the value that the service provider is actually creating, or the product is actually creating? It's taking away the admin task from real people, allowing them more time to focus on work which a machine cannot do. So it's actually saving them time in terms of, people investing time, manpower in terms of somebody actually going and sifting through those queries. So how do you actually define the value? If it's going to cost the organization same in the long run, there is no value. But are you actually, so what is the value? So you are increasing productivity, as a service provider, or your product is increasing the productivity of that organization. It is fine tuning the time to respond. Eventually it will also impact the cost in a positive way. So it will actually bring down the cost. So value is basically a function of all those three things. Now, if the value is probably even similar to what they would invest when a real person is actually doing it, it should be fine, but it has to give them some clear deliverables as to this is what will happen if you use this. So if it's a service, that if you're going to, like I started with that example of a logo, what is it that, as a service provider, you are actually creating value for? You are creating the value there by saving the company that headache of actually going and hiring somebody on their own roles, somebody to basically manage day to day, and then keep paying that cost even when they don't need the service. So you're saving them that time. So that is the value creation. So that definition has to be very, very clear. And I think a lot of companies, lot of startups possibly falter at that particular point.
I'll take an example of from education field, because now everything is digitization, and I very much agree about the pricing factor which Farida has discussed. So, for example, now suppose if we are talking about online education, for example. So, what happens nowadays? From very long time, children sit in front of screen. So, in case if we want to some additional know-how to a children, so the package the company should provide a lesser screen time and on a lesser price and more learning outcome. So in this way, it creates a value proposition for children and for parents, and of course for the company. They built a name in that sphere.
So I think all these comments that you made, both Kanchan and Frida, they are very valuable. So let me summarize all this. See, I think in terms of value, the thumb rule should be 10x. That means if you are able to give 10x value to the client, considering all the examples that you have quoted, Farida and Kanchan, that lesser screen time, for example, is a value, how much that will save the client. For example, Farida, you mentioned about, how much time saving that person is going to have because they're using some XY technology, and what is the value of that time for the client. So I think all these parameters needs to be evaluated and computed, and the thumb rule should be 10x. And if you are able to give 10x value to the client, you take 1x out of it. So I think that is what I would like to say. You give 10x and take 1x out of it.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
All right. So I think we have discussed the first aspect is, first of all, you have to know exactly which is your client and what is the value you bring. Second is how much value you want to assign to yourself. And I think all of this should go into planning. Even before you start rolling out or investing money in setting up your business, you should have a clear idea of, what is the value you bring on the table and for whom, and how much is the value of your business. So a copycat, for example, will not succeed because a copycat, he may be sitting in some other marketplace, and guess what, he would have already done his market study and he knows exactly which are the clients who will buy from him. So you can't look at the success of somebody else and drive in some other market. So I think that is something which people should have clarity. So number 3 point in value is, when you actually create a value, how long this business will be valuable. Maybe if I have to throw example, when we were kids, our parents bought a car and they ran a car for 20 years and they used to feel proud. In fact, we had a car in our home which we had for 30 years. So we used to feel very proud about it. We bought this for some 5,000 rupees. Now it is, after 30 years, still running. So the whole point is that is not the case anymore, because if you are in 50s and 60s and 70s, a car manufacturer could project his business. If I sell my car, people will use it for 30 years. That means even after 60 years, I will still be in business because they will be buying spare parts from me. But that is not the case here. I mean, car has become more or less like a mobile phone. People use it for 5 years. So even a heavy machinery industry like a automobile, the life is 5 years. So I think what is the value that you bring on the table and how long that value will be. And I have a fourth connotation after that, but I'd like to take your opinion on this one.
I think, I kind of agree with everything that you are saying, because honestly, that's exactly how I feel as well. And I think it's very valuable. Also, like in today's world, this whole COVID situation has rocked the global economy so strongly. Yeah. And with these challenges, there are opportunities to pivot and find virtual solutions to meet the needs of the changing business landscape. Now, in this thing, I see a lot of mushrooming companies coming up with a lot of offerings. But here the key is to actually find value. How do you get heard in a noisy world? You do if you have the value. And it goes down back to the drawing board, where you define the value, understand who are the people who are going to actually get that value from you. How are you going to price it to return the value to you in terms of profits? And how long will your proposition be valuable? What is the life cycle? Is it going to be valuable for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year? Will it actually be valuable in the post-COVID world when things would have changed drastically? So it's very important to define all of these things. And CK, I think when you were saying that, it was almost I was hearing myself saying it, because it's exactly the same way that I feel as well.
I think that when we establish a value proposition, and when we have to establish a life cycle also for our services and our product. And but along with that, we should also be keep in mind that okay, fine, maybe this will run maybe for this product or service will be there for my clients maybe for 4 to 5 years. But after 5 years, what we will be doing? So we'll not be closing our doors. So in that case, we should have that kind of thought process that maybe after 5 years we'll do this, we do this in innovation, or we'll go into a different direction. We'll cater different clients, and we may add more feature to our services or product. So this enhance the sustainability in the market.
Yeah,
so
just
that
picking
is
up.
also very important.
Sorry, I thought you had finished. I'm also saying that, it's also important when you're creating that value to understand what is the resistance that stops that particular value from scaling, because
Right.
that should be part of your planning, since
Right.
already you already know that it might be the life cycle or the lifetime value of that proposition is only that much. So we
Right.
also need to kind of, as a service provider or as a business provider, we also need to figure out that what is the resistance that will stop it from scaling, and be prepared for that as well.
Right.
So I think from both of your comments, which obviously coming out from successful business that you have run in the past, I think the fourth point in terms of value is the diversification. Because what is happening is, if you don't diversify, then there is a limited shelf life of your offering, of your value. And after the value is exhausted, your products or services will not have any need, because the industry has moved on. There are new things which are coming in the market, and you have become outdated, obsolete. So I think the fourth point is to diversify your offerings in terms of keeping your business alive and sustained. So let me just end with a simple example. We have all heard of a company called Nokia. They started as a paper company 200 years back, and they became very successful, and eventually they became a high-tech company. And today, when we use our mobile phone anywhere in the world, we actually go through Nokia technology. The whole impact of Nokia is so profound on today's world, is that you cannot use your mobile without going through one of the Nokia endpoints or a server. Yet the company is no longer existing. They've lost their market share. Nobody knows about Nokia anymore. I mean, they know, but they keep launching their mobile devices, but it's not really great. So having reached, really the top end of the market, they simply vanished. And they vanished within a period of 1 year. A 200-year-old company, what it took to vanish is only a couple of months, like to be precise, 8 months. So I think the point is diversification, and I'll leave the floor open for you guys to comment.
Yes, actually, diversification is very, very important aspect of any business. For example, I'll take example from an education field. Now, suppose if we are providing a math courses online, so after some time, people will also get bored. What math? So we have to come up with new, maybe Vedic math or maybe abacus. So these we have to integrate with that. Now after that, what we cannot keep on teaching abacus, though math is a base of a base subject. Then we have to add maybe coding, which can very well integrate with the math education. So likewise, step by step, it's very essential to really upgrade the business offerings to the client, and then this create a value proposition.
Yeah, I think absolutely, because just to kind of, understand where the diversification should actually start, because it shouldn't happen that, in a matter of few days or few months, the company actually becomes obsolete. So we don't just have Nokia's example, we have Skype's example. I'm like, bro, you had 7 years of head start on any other, system like Zoom or Teams, etc. What happened? This was your opportunity. What happened? So it is very easy to kind of go out of sight, out of mind, if there is not enough engagement, if there is not enough diversification, and there is not enough alignment with the market. So yes, I mean, on that I would say that you got an idea, great. First, find the right people. Two, explore together. Third, just make it happen. But don't forget the thing that the basis or the premise of anything is value creation. And don't forget that in that enthusiasm to get something going.
So I think today's discussion was very meaningful, especially for the SME segment, the startup community, or whoever, a young entrepreneur, whoever wants to start their own company or some small group or anything in life. I think the 4 parameters, which are the really basic parameters of starting a business, is find value, how much to value, what to sell, whom to sell, and diversify at the right time. So these are the 4 our expert guests have given us this wisdom. And I thank you, Farida and Kanchan, for joining us in the roundtable.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So we will meet again next Friday with some other engaging subject related to business. Until then, bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live. My name is Chandrakant and today we want to discuss about the COVID situation in wake of this COVID, how it is impacting all different types of businesses, whether you are enterprise or you are SME or a startup. So I think we have to embrace the technology, and something that we would like to discuss in our show today. But before that, a word on our giveaway. We have some unique Akulmac memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmac gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmac and smash that like button. Now let's get back to our discussion. Hello friends, let me introduce our guest today. His name is Mike Bradley. He joins us from UK. He is the Chief Strategy Officer of RHF and Scale Up Arena. We are very pleased to have Mike today on our show, and we will be discussing about the sustainability of business in the wake of COVID outbreak.
Chandra, good to see you again.
Good afternoon, Mike. Good to see you, and I envy your background. Don't you see any COVID impact in UK?
Well, we've seen a lot of COVID impact in the UK, of course. It's a recognised fact that we've had a very high number of deaths. We've had significant lockdowns. We've had, a large number of shops, retail outlets shut. We've had the tourism industry pretty much shut down. I think barring China, which I think is now boasting 18% GDP, I don't think there's an awful lot of countries around the world that have managed to avoid the negative effects of COVID. So yeah, unfortunately, we're all in the same boat. One thing we share together is this wretched pandemic.
Well, talking about China, Mike, I think I have my own doubts because it's a large country with a lot of infected people. We don't know what is the reality in China. There is Iron Curtain. So it's very difficult to believe their GDP growth of 18%. It's not, it's miraculous. But let's come back to more democratic countries like India, where, as you know, for last 15 days, I think we are reeling over exponential rise of COVID cases. And for the first time after November last year, we are actually facing the heat of medical equipment, oxygen, and rather lack of it, doctors availability. I think there is a lot of challenging issues now propping up, and that might impact a lot of other businesses that we have. So I would like to ask you, how do we cope up with this, considering that the enterprises, startups and SMEs alike, all through are going through the same music? What all of these different segments should do from your point of view?
Well, I mean, first of all, I'd just like to say I think it's a horrendous humanitarian crisis everywhere. But with the news that we're seeing and what we're hearing about India, it's a dreadful situation. And I think we all have to try and pull together to support. That I hope that there'll be a humanitarian effort to assist with this. And of course, we all have the challenge of we don't quite know what the real situation is. For a whole host of reasons. I mean, India is a massive country. There's a lot of places in India that, it's difficult to accumulate the statistics. It's difficult everywhere to accumulate the true statistics. But I think one of the ways that business can try and survive and pull itself out is obviously through vaccinations. And we are, in the UK, crossing our fingers that the monumental effort and success of the vaccination program, which we've now got a well over 50% of the adult population with at least one jab of their 2 jab vaccines, and I was reading an article this morning which said that we're now actually the results have been more positive about lack of hospitalizations as a result of 1 jab. So I do believe one of the ways to unlock life, be that social, be that business, is definitely to get a significant major vaccination program underway, which I'm sure is something that India and Mr. Modi and all of his team will be looking at. And, it amazed me. I saw yesterday a chart which showed the percentages of each different age group that have actually been vaccinated. The 70s and 80s, 100% have been vaccinated, pretty much. When it gets down to the 50s, there's only 70% of people who've been vaccinated. Yes, okay, there may be some minor risks to having a vaccination, but the risk of being hospitalized and being put in an ICU without a vaccination, to say nothing of the fact that you're potentially more likely to spread catch, pass it on, and also, be unable to resume normal life makes not taking a vaccination if offered totally irresponsible, in my personal opinion. So if you get the opportunity to have a vaccine, it's crazy not to have one. That said, coming around to the business side, assuming business people are going and getting vaccinated, they're doing their best to sort of minimize the impact, because I believe last night I saw that Delhi is 99% capacity of hospitalizations, and it's a crisis level. But also, of course, being able to maintain business is very, very tricky in the traditional sense. Face-to-face meetings, small retail outlets that rely upon people walking into their store to buy things, to have things fixed, traditional businesses, is a very, very tough situation. And so I think the governments, the large organizations, the charities, they need to find ways to trade with startups and SMEs to ensure that they're able to sustain themselves, because ultimately this is where the economic welfare of any country comes from. 99.9% of all companies are SMEs. That in terms of employee volume, it's not that, but in terms of actual businesses, it's a very, very significant part of any economy. And so we have to look for ways to really seriously support that area. And of course, the SMEs are also the tax generators. So another reason for governments to get behind it is if they want to have public sector funding, they need to ensure that the domestic SMEs are able to succeed and overcome the problem. So within that context, I think that there is 3 key areas where business can try to sustain itself over this period. There's obviously the national and international aspect. So, for example, with Scale Up Arena, as you'll be aware, we have a network of people across the globe who are involved in the development and support and growth of SME businesses, whether they be traditional or tech, and providing things such as access to funding, access to joint venturing and partnering capabilities, the ability to acquire, to be able to expand without the need to actually travel to a country, but actually utilizing, for example, what we're talking on now, Zoom, the ability to trade internationally. There you are in Delhi, here I am in London, oh, sorry, not London, in the UK on the wonderful South Coast, you can see the picture. Yeah, the very fact that we can still talk, build a relationship, trade, hypothesize, come up with solutions, and then actually, thankfully, the logistics business is still operational, apart from when the captain of the ship tried to turn around in the Suez Canal, of course. But thanks to the logistics still being operational around the world, we can still trade using online communications. What would have happened if this situation had occurred 20 years ago is beyond, it's not worth thinking about. We would have had a few video conferencing suites running poor ISDN quality communication. There would have been maybe a minor percentage of people that could communicate. But here we are using digital tools that enable us to talk across the globe, and I don't know, a very small percentage, let's say it's 80-20 rule, 80% of people can now talk online, whether it be Skype, it be Zoom, it be video, it be, you know, what WebEx, whatever brand it is, or audio, web, video conferencing solution. Thank goodness we can now do this. So, you know, one of the first things you need to do is not be afraid to use this stuff. It's available, embrace it, optimize it, and at the other end of your call is just another human being with the same challenges, you know, and it doesn't matter where we live in the world. As you know, Chandra, we all want the same things. So, you know, just remember that if you're an SME business, don't be afraid to, like in sales, some people used to be afraid to pick up the phone. You don't sell if you're afraid to pick up the phone. These days, you won't be trading if you're afraid to talk on video conferencing or you don't like it. It's reality. It's there. Be yourself. Be cooperative. Communicate. Collaborate. Connect and close deals together, because you can do it online. I've done it for 15 years. Okay, so I know you can do it, whether it be with clients, whether it be with employees. There are ways. Yes, it would be nice to meet face to face, but you don't need to be in an office. You don't need, although I enjoy traveling to India, incredible India with lovely views of the Taj Mahal. You saw my LinkedIn post. I love traveling to India, but we don't have to travel. It's nice to travel, and one day when we meet, we'll enjoy having a meal together in Delhi, I'm sure at Connaught Place or somewhere. But, you know, for now, I can sit here in the sunshine of Christchurch and Dorset. In the UK, you can sit in the even warmer sunshine in Delhi, and we can still communicate. So the first thing is, let's embrace the technology. Let's not whinge. Let's not worry about the problems. Let's just be grateful that we can actually still communicate globally around the world and use it for business to generate opportunities. Then, of course, the second area is traditional versus tech. So if you're a steel manufacturing company or a hydraulics business, you know, typically that has been a face-to-face traditional way of doing business. In this day and age, in this current climate, embrace the technology. Because I remember I was running a hydraulics business 15 years ago, and not the Suez Canal, but we were shipping some hydraulic cranes to Mumbai, funny enough. And the shipping company broke down. No, sorry, it didn't break down. It went out of business when the ship was docked in Dubai. And so we had our hydraulic crane sat in the container somewhere on the ship. And it was at that stage really challenging to work out which container it was in, which ship it was on, where it got in the journey. And we had one of these audio conference calls with us all trying to connect in traditional business, you know, the person in customs in Mumbai trying to identify what manifest and what container it would be on, and the shipping company in I think it was Felixstowe in the UK that was organising the transit from here. And then we also had the shipping company that was representing the company in Dubai. And we were trying to unravel the spaghetti situation. But again, thank goodness we have got online communications now. So I could share the manifest with you on a screen. We can say, oh, that's where it is. This is the ship it should go on. We can organize the transfer. The logistic industry is still working. So traditional companies as well can utilize current technology to keep trading, because ultimately there's still trade that's needed. There are still bridges to build. There are still houses and factories to build. There's a whole host of new technology that's going to come out with the goal of getting to zero emissions. You know, there's the solar, there's the wind farms, there's the, water power. all sorts of technologies that we need to implement to save the planet. And COVID is not going to change that requirement. So let's just embrace it and get on with those challenges. And then, of course, in the tech space is always changing. India, as you well know, is a hotbed of innovation when it comes to technology. You know, some of the world's best technologists are based in India. That space is expanding massively. And India, being a free democratic country, has the ability to generate solutions and support change, which is happening across every sector, and in some ways has been accelerated by COVID, to things like e-commerce and AI-based tools for making faster, more efficient decisions. So that robotics, Internet of Things, all these areas are expanding. So although COVID has impacted maybe the speed of deployment because people haven't been able to work, there is still a crying need for this technology, and it's expanding. And there's an opportunity for all of our countries to implement, optimize the technology that's there. And then, of course, there's traditional and tech as well.
Well, Mike, I think you made very pertinent points. And the good news is from tomorrow, the entire population is open for getting the vaccination. All adults will be registered from tomorrow. So anyone who's above 18 years to whatever age will be able to get vaccination. And to basically clarify the point that you made is that 70% of 45 and above are vaccinated and 30% are not vaccinated is because of certain people not wanting to vaccinate. You know, there are people like I've seen these interviews in UK also. Similarly, there are a lot of people who have been asked by neighbors to get vaccinated. They said it's my choice. So the legal system provide that choice. So I think those are the people who are actually putting everyone else on risk, and they are not going for the vaccination. And I think you made a very good point about digital space. I think one of the positive things that happened last week was the Ingenuity helicopter had a successful flight on a planet Mars, and it is a Wright brother moment for mankind, even though it's a NASA project. But for the first time, we have flown a man-made aircraft on a different planet. So, you know, all this is happening because of tech. So I think you made very, very important points that technology is driving. And you also made a point about the India leading in the digital payments. Thank God the COVID has come now, because most Indians are covered using biometrics-based mobile phones now. So, in fact, 99% Indians have mobile phone linked to their biometrics, and that gives a opportunity for Indian government to start digital micropayments. And gradually over past 4 to 5 years, the limit has gone as much as a banking system. So you, as a, if you are in India, and if you're an Indian citizen, you can pretty much transact money as much as a bank would allow as a daily limit without having a bank account. So from A to B, you can do that. So I think it's all technology which is driving it. But I think the numbers are staggering in India. If you look at the population is 1.2 billion. The COVID patients are also huge in numbers. Sometimes almost equal to a country's population. So I think the situation is quite difficult for businesses.
Yes, it is. And I think that, you know, what the vaccination is vital, and what we need to look for in the future. And in the UK, potentially, but we are the one to watch, because now we've got more of our adult population vaccinated than most other large countries. So my feeling is that we should be looking not at have you got COVID, but have you had to go to hospital because of COVID? And that, I think, should be the distinction moving forward, is to say, actually, We can see if vaccinations are working by previously there was 5% going to hospital. Now there's only 10% of the people that are actually needing to go into a hospital that get COVID. That for me will be the success. And that should be what we have to focus on, because then COVID becomes just another illness that we have to be vaccinated against, like influenza. And it's about keeping perspective and proportion, because what we don't want is we don't want the economic system in any country to collapse entirely because we're so worried about getting the swab test and oh, I'm positive or I'm not positive. That's not the point. You could be positive with a vaccination and you've got much better chances than if you are positive without the vaccination. So for me, that's the crucial point there. So the other point you made that I think is really a great opportunity is there is an increasing need for energy. And that energy can be generated through environmentally friendly mechanisms. I mean, India has a lot of sun. It has a lot of heat. And that is an opportunity to provide energy to parts of India that previously haven't been reached, I believe, for all sorts of infrastructure requirements. And as you rightly say, digital mobile technology connections are actually enabling that. And there are also now easier ways to adopt things like mid-tier technology, mid-tier satellite technology, to light up regions of large countries like India that have previously been dark to the internet and dark to digital, to open those areas up so they can have access to digital technology. They can then trade with their SMEs globally like we are. And so there's big opportunities, and I think an area that governments need to get behind and support innovation that enables the lighting up of digitally dark, if you pardon the alliteration, digitally dark areas of India and other places like Africa and South America that up until now have not had access to technology. And that can now be made available, which is good for trade. It's good for the local community. It's good for education. So lighting up digitally dark areas, I think, is something that needs a massive focus. And perhaps it's time to divert some of the public funding away from, dare I say it, from bureaucratic processes. Let's move it into stuff that's going to drive the entire population forward globally, in each of our individual countries. That's what we need to invest in. In the UK, it's super fast broadband. Everybody needs super fast broadband. If you don't have digital connection, you don't have the same opportunity as a business or as an individual. And the same is true across the world. Whether we like it or not, we live in a digital world now. And so we need to be connected. And then, of course, there's also other massive opportunities around cybersecurity. So these are industries that are growing, expanding, and need support, need to be funded and supported by government and implemented by our SMEs. That's the lobby we need to create for our governments. Utilize the SMEs with the technology, with the innovations, help them to scale so that they can support the economies and the SMEs that they're part of, and then trade internationally properly like we're able to.
Absolutely, Mike. I think you made a very important point. I think about 2 years back, we have provided broadband across all villages across India. I think we finished that job 2 years back. But the problem still remains when you leave your village or you go out of your town. That is where the problem is. And the good news is Starlink has started their beta program. And it is pretty much available like any other internet service here. So once the Starlink by end of the year is fully operational in India, then we will not have that problem
of losing the connection when we move out from the urban area or from the rural area outside the broadband connectivity. So I think it's a great opportunity for businesses to change their ways and come on the bandwagon. I think there is an opportunity for cybersecurity and also AI-based solutions, because I think when we are actually talking using these video platforms, then we are still missing out the 3D connectivity. So I think we need an AI experience plugged into all of these video platforms, because right now you see me in 2D and I see you in 2D. And it's pretty much like a video conferencing, but I think we need more personal experience. So I think there has to be an AI based engine which is plugged into these.
See my hand coming at you.
There is an opportunity for entrepreneurs either based in UK or India, and I think your platform can help bridge that gap where I mean there is a news about oxygen being scarcely available now in India because of more number of patients. So there is an opportunity. All hospitals have been allowed to produce their oxygen. So there is a new plant required, and so many millions of hospitals across India. So I think there are opportunities waiting to happen in health tech also between UK and
absolutely.
India.
Yeah, another growth area, like life sciences and digital health. It's actually an area that we're spinning out of the Scale-Up Arena ecosystem. The other way is to work with exhibition companies who many of them are now gone online, but they don't have an ongoing presence. So exhibition companies who are running exhibitions across India, we can help those clients of those companies, the exhibitors, to have an online ongoing presence, to help them open gateways into other countries, they land and expand. We can do that through Scale-Up Arena. We can provide support on funding, which I don't know a single company that doesn't need funding in some way, shape or form. So funding is another major area that we can support companies that are looking to expand, and also joint venturing and with acquisitions, potential acquisitions. You know, the way to enter a country is highly unlikely to be quick and effective if you try and go in, open an office, start a subsidiary and grow it from that. The best way to do it is to have a joint venture or to acquire an existing business. And there are lots of people who are, shall we say, reaching the age where they want to pass on their business as a retirement sale. So there's massive opportunities for that. Our M&A brokering team on Scale-Up Arena can support those sort of initiatives. So, you know, we welcome any sort of communication connection for people who are looking for funding, access to markets, partnering, joint venturing, M&A across any sectors, because they all, like I say, need those areas.
That's a very powerful offering, Mike, and I think our viewers would love to participate in your platform and leverage it from various angles, you know, whether they need funding or they need new clients or new regions. I think it's a very powerful platform. So with these positive words, I would like to tell the viewers that let this COVID not put brakes to your plan. You can come and take help from Scale-Up Arena, join in large numbers and expand your business. Thank you so much, Mike, for joining us today. We'll catch up in the next show next week.
Been a pleasure, Chandra, and have a great week. And stay safe.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Akulmak Live, and I'm Chandrakant. And as you know that we are live across all social media, and you can actually now communicate with us directly during the live streams. Whichever part of the world you are, whichever social media you are joining in and watching us, you can actually post the question and use the chat function of your social media platform. So moving on, today we have a very interesting subject to discuss about. It's about how the finance and marketing can correlate and work together. And for this discussion, I'll be joined by a very senior person, an industry leader from Singapore. So without further ado, let me invite Farida Charania to our show. Farida, I think she'll be joining us soon. Suddenly Zoom is connecting again. So Farida, welcome. I think we got disconnected for a moment because of the Zoom outage. How are you doing today?
Well, I am fantastic. Thank you so much. And always a pleasure to be back on your show, CK. I hope you're doing well.
Well, everything is fine, Farida. Thank you so much. And the question today that we want to ask you is about how the finance team can work with other streams of businesses, and also more importantly with marketing. What is your opinion on that?
Yeah, sure. So, the thing is that the last 16-18 months have completely changed the way that we used to do business and we do now. COVID, probably gave a tailwind to a lot of things which were not that big at that point in time. If I were to pick up two functions which in the past used to only work in isolation, those would be finance and marketing. But today, as we kind of move into this new world, more and more companies have started realizing that it's imperative that these functions actually work together. Because earlier, a marketing budget used to be fixed. Today, more and more, I see the trend that these budgets become flexible because of all the reasons that the world has seen in the last almost 2 years. Online has had a huge spike in the way it's being used. So whether it's e-commerce, whether it's engagement, so marketing is one of the very key functions within that area. And in the past, like I said, the budgets used to be fixed, but more and more companies are moving towards keeping it flexible because marketing and finance need to really work together. There are a few misconceptions that budgets need to be fixed, maybe marketing strategies, only the marketing's job, or only perfect is good enough. But as I kind of see more and more, we are moving away from those thought processes. Things are getting more flexible. The marketing strategies, not only the marketing, but finance gets involved as well, because money out, money in is becoming, the correlation is becoming a lot stronger than it used to in the past. And you don't wait for perfect, because there is no perfect. As long as it's good enough to go and test it out, because to actually make anything better than what it is right now, you need to run it for a period of time to understand how you can make it better. So I think these things are changing a lot. And therefore, in my opinion as well, I think while I do see the trends, I agree that marketing and finance need to come together a lot more than they are doing at the moment.
Viewers, just to tell you more about Farida, she has been a serial entrepreneur and she has created multiple organizations. And why she is an authority on this subject? Simply because she has seen it all. And currently she is heading a organization out of Singapore, which is called Career Zoom. Farida, I think the question really is that in the organizations, the finance teams are always treated with a pinch of salt, saying that, hey, don't go near them, and they are like treated at a different pedestal.
that you can't mess around with them because they will stop your salary and stuff like that. So many times we need the finance involvement in closing the deals, especially if you are a sales guy or a marketing person. You know that you need your budgets to be approved by finance. So how the correlation can happen seamlessly, because finance is bothered about the profitability and sales is not too much bothered about profitability but just conversion. So I think that fine balance, how you as a CEO see that these two departments playing a role in your pyramid.
Firstly, when you said I'm an authority on this, I suddenly feel very old. Okay. Okay. So I think look at it this way. So finance, yes, it used to be a function which probably, did not, it operated in its own silos, because again, finance is also in a way, say, compliance of the business, to make sure the profitability is there, to just make sure that, everything is working well. But as we move further into the future, you see that most of these, most businesses actually, have a demand-driven approach. Think of this scenario where, there is somebody who's searching for a particular service on the internet. Nobody has the patience to go to the 10th page of Google search. People probably, look at the first page, and how quickly they can find you on the first page is how good is your SEO. How good is your SEO is a function of how good is your marketing function. And all of this, you have to invest money to get, inbound, right? So the thing is that in the past, it was not like that. A lot of these businesses probably, didn't even bother about a, presence on the internet. But today, more and more, we are moving towards a very digitized world. So when someone is going to search your services and your marketing is not capable enough to put you on the first page, it is a loss out there. So a few days ago, I met a very interesting young man. And his job is basically, so he is actually a consultant. Now, people who have a lot of skill sets, they actually become consultants to others because they know that they can add value. This person, his claim to fame is that he actually researches a certain type of business, and then he finds out who are the people or who are the businesses, small businesses, which do not have any reviews on Google. And they probably don't even have a presence online. And these could be, old-fashioned businesses, brick and mortar shops or whatever. So he actually gets in touch with them and offers to give them a presence on the internet and charges them a fee for that. Because it's a huge opportunity loss. If somebody is actually looking for a business like that, say pet grooming, for instance, if they are looking for a business like that and they can't find you on the internet, half of your battle is lost already, because you are not surfacing. You might be very good and you may have like a group of loyal customers. You can never grow. You can't scale because you are competing with people who are offering all of this information online. So that's where, the dollars actually need to go into marketing. Because in fact, I don't have a marketing background, but more and more I have started believing that marketing, presence, visibility is becoming very, very important in today's world. So that's why, and finance probably cannot fix a budget that this is your marketing budget, take this and get lost, see what you can do, because it needs to be kept flexible in terms of that this is the money in and this is going to be your output. This is your input and this is probably what you can expect. Therefore, I feel that this whole working in silos might not be the future of work.
Yes, I think you're making a lot of sense, Farida, when you talk like this. How do we break these silos? Because I think these are two different skill sets where one party is bothered about reducing cost, that means not spending at all, and the other party is all about spending and not really worried about any cost reduction. So how this balance can be struck? That's really the moot point.
So I'll share an anecdote. Somebody told this to me a while ago. So I come from very humble backgrounds, and we grew up in a family where you wouldn't spend more than you earn, and actually much lesser than you earn, because you want to keep something for a rainy day. And I think most of us grew up that way. But there was a time when I had to actually make an investment, and I said, but this will take away everything that I have. So I had this close friend of mine telling me that don't think about how you can reduce your expenses. Think about how you can increase your income, because that's the only way forward. If you keep thinking of reducing your expenses, you will forever be caught in that drama, and you will forever keep justifying to yourself that you don't need to spend that. So I think it's the same thing. If I were to take that analogy a little further, I think the role of finance also is probably changing. They need to ensure profitability, not really kind of cut cost, because cutting cost is going to impact the bottom line a lot more than we think now. Because where can you cut cost? You can cut cost in resources, you can cut cost in services, like marketing, for instance. But are you able to do that now with the entire world going through this whole pandemic situation? We have evolved to do all our business without actually meeting people in person. You and I are doing this show. I'm in Singapore, you are in India. So we are not sitting in a studio, right? So this is going to be the way forward. And also sometimes, the lion has tasted blood. It can be done this way. So probably if cost reduction is, okay, if that is something the agenda is for the finance, then probably they reduce cost in things which will not really impact the customer finding them. So they could probably, take away the cost of fixed offices, and they could do these maneuvers elsewhere. But you need a presence in the digital world. And I think not just me, but anyone who's experienced last 2 years is going to agree with me that you need a digital presence. And to have that digital presence, it's not just being on the internet, it's being found, is being heard, is being, kind of visible to your audience, which is going to buy your services, your products. So I think more and more this whole thing about cost cutting will become less and less relevant. It will be more about how you increase your profitability. And to do that, you have to have a presence. So I don't see this actually, remaining silos anymore. It will start getting integrated. And who knows, in 5 years' time or even earlier, we might have a function which probably calls itself, visibility function, which actually is a combination of finance and marketing. Nobody knows that, but it could happen. It could evolve that way.
Well, I think, Farida, what you're saying, made me to think, because whenever we hire CFOs for the organization, we actually give them a task of increasing profitabilities. Otherwise, we don't have to hire CFOs. We can just manage with a manager, finance manager,
Correct. Correct.
If he has to just do the bookkeeping, we don't need a CFO kind of a person. CFO is required because the profitability is at stake. And if the new world is going ahead with the investments strategy, where the strategy is coming directly from CEO, then my next question is, what is the difference between the role of a CEO and a CFO, or is this role getting diminished in the new world?
Well, I think the C level is becoming increasingly much broader. So, the CEO function. So in the past, the CEO's function was to, drive the organization as a whole, in terms of leadership, strategy, etc. But increasingly, it is being seen that the C level, there are new titles which are coming up on a regular basis, new functions which are being formed. So I don't think a CFO will ever become obsolete, because finance is a very specialized function. Finance is not just about, like you said, it's not about bookkeeping and accounting and things like that. It's a lot more. It's about, the money in, money out is the simple maths, but whatever happens in between, how it is allocated, how it is, leveraged, that is the CFO's job. So I don't think it will get diminished, but it might change. It might, like for instance, few days ago, I saw a job description which I was very confused, because it talked about somebody being a chief product technology engineering officer. And what the hell does that mean? Because these are all different functions, and they are very different. But it just tells me that increasingly the skill sets are being combined. It tells me that increasingly people are looking for people who are agile and can do different roles. So finance function, marketing function today look very different. Agreed. But in the future, maybe it could be possible that it could be one function under which different experts actually sit and do their job, because more and more we are also moving away from task-based work. We are moving towards action-based, so result-based kind of work environment. So I think more and more it will change. Most of these functions will never actually become obsolete, but the way these services are delivered will change. Like for instance, in the past, it was very important. If you are a salesperson, it was very important to sit with your client, have a meal, and talk through things, and then give them the confidence they need to trust you. But what do you do in today's world? You can't stop selling. Your client still needs to buy those services, and you are at a disadvantage because a lot of people like you who couldn't reach this person earlier are talking to them back-to-back. Zoom meetings are happening. So you are in a lot more competitive world, but the way you deliver your service has changed. You have adapted. So the same thing will happen for any function. You say finance, marketing, sales. You don't know. Probably, it might be one, large entity which would all kind of, assume different roles. You don't know. Yeah. But having said that, to answer your question, no, I don't think it will become obsolete at any point in time. It may evolve.
Well, I think we are still on our journey to evolution in business. And I think you very rightly said that very soon the era of all-rounders may come. We used to have an era of all-rounders in cricket in 70s where, if you are a cricketer, you have to know bowling, you have to know fielding, and you have to also know how to score centuries. So I think that kind of era may come, and I think we should buckle up to embrace that change. So any last words you want to give to our viewers, Farida?
Well, I mean, I think one thought I would leave the viewers with. So, when the cell phones came about, everyone said, wow, watch in the phone. And today you have phone in the watch. Yeah. So I think it's all about evolution. So there was a time when you had all-rounders. Then came a time when you had specializations. But it might again actually come to a time when you have all-rounders again. Yeah, in the past you had community magazines which would be about your community and things like that. Then came the era of magazines which are international. Today we have again gone back to the communities, because you have your LinkedIn community, your Facebook community, your Twitter followers. So I think evolution doesn't stop. Things kind of don't go out of action, but they just change the way that they present themselves. So I think we all need to be bracing for new things to come. Last 2 years have been a very, very steep learning curve for most people, and probably tighten and fasten your seatbelts, just go on with this journey. So have a good day, everyone. Hope all of you are safe, and take good care. Bye for now.
Thank you, Farida ji, for finding time and joining our show. We will catch up next month at the same time. So wish you all the happiness and success, and also be safe. Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and welcome to Legal Matters. And as you know, that we discuss legal matters in this series, where we have an expert, Mr. Jeet Bhatt, who joins us from Ahmedabad. So, Jeet, let me welcome you first before we start our discussion. So, welcome to the show, Jeet.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant. Good morning and a very warm welcome to you as well. Thank you to you as well for inviting me to this show.
Yes, Jeet. So I think the discussion topic today is, about what is happening with Republic TV, and we all know that 1,000 people from Republic TV have been under an FIR, and this may have a long-term effect. So, would you be kind enough to tell us from the legal standpoint what it means and why this is happening?
Yes, certainly, Chandrakant. It is in the news these days, and we are seeing on TV channels as well. This is the topic of discussion these days. But this raises some very important questions regarding the right press and also the restrictions on the press and how important the role of media is today in our democratic setup. Media is considered to be the fourth pillar of democracy, as apart from judiciary, executive, and the legislature. And it has become such an important source of transferring information and giving up-to-date knowledge to the viewers and the citizens. Media certainly has the role of media is increased in last several years, and today we have 24 hours news channel providing news to the citizens around the clock. But right now we see there is a lot of uh, investigations and FIRs being registered against media houses, especially what is happening against Republic TV and against Arnab Goswami. So basically, in last couple of months, around 4 FIRs have been registered against Republic TV and its anchor as well as its owners. So it started from the Palghar incident in Maharashtra, where first FIR came to be registered for instigating communal tension and spreading hatred. So this was the first FIR. Then thereafter, the second FIR was registered with regards to the migrant problem in Bombay during lockdown. And thereafter, another third FIR was with regards to this TRP rigging case. And fourth, recently, last week, the FIR that is registered against the Republic TV is for the story which was published on 22nd October regarding the biggest story tonight, the show, wherein allegations were leveled against the police commissioner of Bombay. And the FIR says that the story, which was aired on 22nd October, tries to incite disaffection amongst police personnel against the police commissioner and also maligns the police image. So these are the 4 FIRs which have been registered in a couple of months' time. And probably, as it is being said by Republic TV, that this is a witch hunt and at the hands of the top leaders of Maharashtra. But the matters have reached the courts, and the courts are hearing the matter. But this raises two important questions. One is the freedom of press, and the second is what are the restrictions or reasonable restrictions that can be imposed, and whether the freedom of press is absolute and unfettered, or whether there can be any restrictions or there can be some reasonable restrictions which can be put on the right to press in India. With regards to this TRP case, the facts which have emerged are that uh, some houses whose TVs have been fixed with barometers were they were bribed to watch certain channels, so the certain channels TRP ratings would come high. And one of the TV channels, as alleged, is Republic TV, and the other two TV channels are some Maharashtrian local TV news channels. So this is the allegation against them, and this against all these FIRs. Petitions have been filed before the High Court for quashing of these FIRs, as these FIRs, the accused say, are an abuse of the process law, and the matters are still pending before the High Court. Even one matter reached to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court four FIRs in a short period of time is slightly unusual, and also FIR based on some show saying that this incites disaffection amongst police personnel is also unusual, and probably this is the first time I am hearing that such FIR is filed against a TV channel based on such reporting. So certainly it is unusual, and it appears if four FIRs in a short period of time against one news channel, it appears to be some sort of it prima facie gives a picture that it appears to be some sort of a witch hunting targeting some person in the media. But let us talk about what is freedom of speech and expression, and how this covers the uh, gives right to the freedom of press, and also what can be the reasonable restriction.
So
Freedom of speech and expression, yes.
before you begin on that subject, Jeet, in fact, I would like to also tell the viewers that the law which has been invoked against Republic TV has been invoked after 98 years, and after 1928, even the British felt very in a hot seat when they were using this law to put the freedom fighters in jail. So even the British had a lot of challenges, and after from 1928 till India got independence, this law was not used by British, and it was used once again during the emergency. So this is a law under which Republic TV and its staff has been booked. Is a very rare uh, law which has never been used in independent India except during the emergency, and even during British Raj for a certain time it was used until 1928. So I think the use of such laws in India, in independent democratic, India, it's unprecedented. And I think, Jeet, you can talk about what is the impact of of this action by the government and the police of Maharashtra on the democracy of the entire Indian as a country, as a region.
Right. So you rightly pointed out this is the first time in modern history that such sections have been invoked and an FIR has been registered. So this shows that that this appears to be draconian, and it is rarely used, and therefore sometimes something which is rarely used can also be misused, and it seems to be an attack on the right of press in India, and therefore it has to be curtailed. And I think the High Court will come down heavily upon such FIR if it is found to be frivolous. But right now investigations are going on, and we will come to know ultimately at the end of the investigation. But you are right that such sections are not usually invoked, and it is very rare, because it always raises a question regarding the freedom of press, which it is a fundamental right not just of the press houses but also of the citizens to get information. So so therefore this does raise some important questions on democracy and the right of citizens, and also the rights of these media houses who are providing information and running the news channel. But what can be the reasonable restrictions? So freedom of speech is guaranteed under Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution, and it involves the right to express by word of mouth, writing, printing, picture, or any other matter. And it includes the freedom of communication and the right to propagate or publish one's views. So this is the freedom of speech and expression, which is guaranteed under the Constitution and is a fundamental right of every citizen in this country. Even the press and media have the same right of freedom and expression, because there is no particular right of media under the Constitution except the freedom of expression. of speech and expression. So this is the right of media is covered under Article 19(1)(a), that is the freedom of speech and expression. So it gives the right to right to an individual to write, publish, circulate, and broadcast information. The press derives this right from right to freedom of speech and expression in Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution. The restrictions under the Constitution which can be imposed on this right are given under Article 19, subclause 2, which constitute reasonable restrictions. And this can be on the ground that the interest of the sovereignty and integrity of India is being compromised, or the security of the state, or the friendly relations with foreign state, or it disturbs public order, public decency, morality, or it is in relation to contempt of court, or defamation, or incitement to an offense. So these are the 5 or 6 restrictions which are imposed under the Constitution. And I will again repeat, they are if it compromises the interest of the sovereignty and integrity of the country, the security of the state, it harms the friendly relations with foreign states, or it disturbs public order, public decency, or it is harmful to the morality of the country, or it is in relation to contempt of court, or it is defamatory, or it incites, or it is an incitement to an offense. So these are the 6 or 7 restrictions which are imposed under the Constitution. Apart from this, if it does not cover, if any reporting or if any writing or any type of information does not disturb the security of the country or harms the morality, public decency, or public order, or it is in contempt of court, then the press has a right to express and give its opinion and give a fair reporting of the matter.
So
these are the restrictions. Yes.
For an average Indian, I think they are totally dependent on what they hear from the press. And if the press is muzzled like this with malicious intent, can they really do it? I mean, is there a provision in the law to prevent such malicious activities which are malified?
So, as I said, that these are the restrictions under which the right of press is covered. But if it does not fall under this any of these restrictions, then the right to an extent is absolute, and it is most important right under the Constitution. So there cannot be any malicious attack on the freedom of press. But within the reasonable framework of law, if any information which is given is of such a nature which is not in public order, or it is not in the morality, or it is not it incites communal tension, then certainly action can be taken. But then because it is a fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression, it has to be strictly um, given full liberty, and unnecessary or trivial sort of restrictions should not be. That is important because it's a fundamental right. It is not an ordinary civil right. It's a fundamental right, and therefore any restriction which is supposed to be imposed on these rights will have to be very strictly construed, and only if it is strictly falls within the parameters of the restrictions, then only it can sustain. Otherwise, it is an attack on the fundamental right. So therefore, courts do come down heavily upon such attacks on fundamental right.
So I think, Jeet, in fact, we used to see these kind of things only in movies, but I think now we are seeing this in real life, where the benefactor of law are really becoming the villains. It appears so. We don't know. I think the matter should be decided by the courts, but it appears so.
Right. So yes, 4 FIRs in a very short period of time, it is slightly unusual, and it to an ordinary eye would appear to be a sort of a witch hunt. But ultimately, the courts have to decide, and it is at large before the court. So that we must trust the courts in this country, and I'm sure the courts will come up with the correct decision. But basically, the rights of the media, if I may just point out, broadly, which are given under the Constitution and by way of several judgments of the Supreme Court, is one to publish and circulate information and opinions, which is part of the right of freedom of speech and expression. Also, the right to dissent, which is not to agree with any opinion or given dissent to any of the policies or uh, framework of the government. And it is right to receive information, which is the right of every citizen. The right to conduct interviews. The media persons have a right to conduct interviews, and that have been that is a part of right to freedom of speech and expression. Then there is right to report court proceedings, because media persons, journalists have a right to attend proceedings in court and uh, publish a proper and faithful report of the proceedings that are witnessed and heard in court. Then right to advertise, that is also part of right to freedom of speech and expression, and it has been upheld by the Supreme Court in several judgments. These are broadly the rights of the press and media, uh, which are which have been interpreted and given brought under the meaning of right to freedom of speech and expression by various judgments of the Supreme.
Jeet, I have a fundamental question, and you can probably express your opinion. Like in United States, if there is a malified and false implication of anyone by the authorities, the people who are involved in those kind of activities have to pay the damages from their own pocket. So, do you think the time has come to basically build these laws so that the power cannot be misused in India?
Well, yes, that's a very important question, because a lot of times we see that wrong prosecutions are initiated and ultimately it results into acquittal. And acquittals, ultimately, it is a waste of public money, waste of court's time, that illegal and wrongful prosecutions were initiated. So time has come that the responsibility should be fixed upon these persons, and they must be made accountable, those who initiate wrong prosecution. But there is a provision under the IPC wherein if anybody initiates wrong prosecution, they can be held liable. But with regards to tortious liability, that is compensation, I think that law must now develop, and courts must grant high compensation. And that, yes, you are right. That to that extent, yes, I agree that now the time has come that compensation should be awarded in cases where wrongful prosecutions have been initiated.
So I think, Jeet, I think it was very useful for us to understand this whole scenario, because we are seeing in the TV every day, but I think some of the viewers may not know the implications. I think thank you so much for covering this in quite a good detail, and I think you have also expressed your opinion what should be done next. So it was a pleasure talking to you this morning, Jeet.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant, for having me and discussing on this topic.
So we will catch up next Thursday again on some other legal topic. Until then, I say you goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Good morning, Neville. Welcome to Top Brass Roundtable.
Good morning, CK. I hope you're well on this very fine morning.
Thank you, Neville. And in fact, today's subject is the latest scare that the globe has seen, that is the coronavirus scare. And you name any country, they have blacked out. there are advisories issued, the business are confused what to do. So what do you think is going to happen, especially now when the global economy is already in the doldrums?
Well, the interesting thing is, you would almost think it's world's end, according to what some people were going to say. The economic markets are in free fall. They're not, by the way, but that's what some journalists are saying. They've gone down to 15%-ish. But as we've already noticed, some of those markets are recovering, because when markets start to fall, certainly in the global economy, in the Far East, in Europe or in America, the traders say, here's an opportunity. I can now sell short and buy in when it goes to what I think is going to be a lower price. So they've effectively taken a 10% improvement on the value of their asset. And that's really what's happening in some markets. Of course, there are some areas where it is a real fall. So consumer demand for oil and gas has considerably reduced in the short term. Why is that? Well, Italy's on lockdown. People aren't traveling. Diesel's not being used. Petrol's not being used. Electricity's not being used. People are told to stay at home. The schools are closed. So schools are not using electricity or gas. So there is a physical demand shift. Equally, that's been matched with, as we've heard on the TV, Russia and Saudi Arabia saying, we're not going to cut our volumes. We're very happy with the volumes. So if people are asking for less, demand is falling, but the supply is still up there, then guess what? Price comes down, and it comes down even more. So we're seeing some fluctuations which happen because we're in a volatile world. People aren't collaborating together. They're not sharing best information. And that's the fact of life. So what does that mean to the small business arena? The entrepreneur that might not be working in that global market, but certainly, like you and I are working very locally sometimes. What I've seen here is the coronavirus is a classic problem that SMEs struggle with in what information's available, but more importantly, where's it coming from? What's the quality of that information? I mean, you know yourself that to make the best decision, you do need the best information. So what I'm finding currently is that a lot of the information out there is well-meaning, but not from experts. So you get influencers that are talking about the coronavirus, but they're not health specialists. I'm not a health specialist. And when people ask me, what's your opinion on the coronavirus? I say, well, go and ask an expert for the health stuff. I can suggest what it might be on the business side, but don't ask me about the health arena, what I should be doing, because I'm going to go and Google, this term that we can now use, Google it, go online, find out from your own government's health experts what the real issues are, what you can do, not what you can't do, but what you can do. We've seen over in the UK and certainly in the Western world, wash your hands. Social contact is a real issue. So our social contact, here, I'm going to give you a digital shake. There you go.
Yes, this is not going to spread the virus.
It's not going to spread the virus. But the key thing is now is SMEs can really take the benefit of this. So stop talking about coronavirus. Do something that you can do about the circumstances around coronavirus. Work digitally. It's cheaper, it's more focused, it's more economical, and you can actually get to a decision much, much faster. But who's doing it? And the answer is not many. So the first bit of advice we can say today is you're now an SME owner. You're an entrepreneur. Other businesses are still out there. They may be working from home. You know, I'm working from home. I'm in my study. It's very relaxing. I've got all of the accoutrements around me. I've got my coffee mug that gets filled every time, and I've got plenty of fluids to keep me hydrated. I've got the heating at the right temperature. I'm not even having to worry about what the weather's doing out there as to whether I'm going to travel to a client to talk to them, what the roads are going to be like, whether it's in the school run time, in which case it's going to be, you know, gridlock and all of those excuses that I would have when I turn up to see a client an hour and a half later having left home. So the benefit is, let's go digital. Let's really embrace the digital arena. And you work digitally all the time. You know, we're something like 7,000 miles difference. And the beauty is, we're working over a medium that for the majority of people out there is free, without the aggro associated.
In fact, I would like to share my experience which I had in the morning. Today is my kids' parent-teacher meeting, PTM as we call it.
Yep.
And it was supposed to be organized for distribution of the annual results. Now,
Important time, very important time.
right. So the PTM is a monthly affair. One day in a month, all parents have to go to school, queue up outside the class, meet the teacher for 10 minutes, and come back. So this takes the entire day actually, because you have to drive 20 kilometers, you have to wait for your turn, you have to meet the teacher, come back. For some reason, the school canceled the meeting today, and they said, hey, why don't you come on Hangout? Right? So I'm sharing this experience because Hangout is not something new, and as you said rightly, time has come for everyone to move to digital platforms. But I think it's a mindset, because the Hangout was there for last 20 years. Online medium was there for last 15 years. Social media has been active for last 15 years. But for the first time, just because there is a coronavirus scare, the school said, hey, don't come to school, we will do it online. So I think it's a trigger which happened where, you know, the school is forced to use the technology which is freely available.
Well, in some respects, that's revolutionary, you know. But as you and I both know, there's nothing new in it. It's actually, let's look at the behaviors that this actually is going to drive now. So how many kids, how many parents will have to turn up at this one-day event, roughly? Just a rough number.
About 120 to 150 people, roughly.
Okay, so 120 to 150 people have had to put a time in their calendar to disrupt their regular, not that this isn't important, this is a really important day in your child's career, you know, their future. So you need to really put the time in, you know, as a good parent, any parent would do that. So, but you're talking about over 100 people that are changing their calendar. And as you say, it's not just a 15, 20-minute meeting. And if you've got a number of teachers you've got to see, it's not just 2 hours, right. You know? Typically, it's an hour and a half to get there. It's an hour and a half to get back. So just from a business context, a 2-hour meeting is now 5 hours. Plus all of the anguish that you've had stuck in traffic, trying to get there. Imagine that all of the schools in the local area did it on the same day. Now you're not talking about 100 people, you're probably talking about 1,000 people. And the knock-on effect of that travel. more pollutants in the air because, frankly, there isn't a car, even electric cars are polluting. Even in the manufacture of the batteries, we've created pollution. So all of that, what I would classify as behavioural waste, you've heard me use that term more and more, is now evaporated because there's no value in it. That's why it's a waste. I mean, you wouldn't take a 1,000 rupee note and just burn it and say, yeah, that's my contribution. But you wouldn't think twice of jumping in a car and spending an hour and a half on one journey and an hour and a half on the journey back because it's important. But you may as well have just burnt that 1,000 rupee note, frankly. But the other thing is, what behaviours is it now driving? I'm now using a diary as a diary was meant to be used. I can have that meeting over the web like we are doing now. We can get more value out of it. The teacher can still bring up the results on the screen and have a very interactive discussion with you, rather than print out all this stuff, put it in front of you that you're not allowed to take home or what have you. You can have a digital copy. So again, we're not cutting down trees here. Well, again, eureka. Guess what? We've been here for 15 years. We've never had to cut down another tree to make a paper copy.
Right.
So another behavior that it's driving. But the efficiency of time is absolutely huge. And the other thing is, now you're having a conversation with that teacher, what's the knock-on behavior that you might have in a digital world? If that teacher's got a problem with your child, guess what? They don't have to write it in the book. They could send you a message and say, I'd like a 5-minute conversation with you, but don't spend an hour and a half in the car to get here. We got 5 minutes on Wednesday at 5:05, and we can have a short chat. We need to realign what's going on. Or I need to tell you how good your child's really doing. And let's work out why they're so good here, but not good over there. So that one thing, using Hangouts, hopefully will fundamentally change behaviours going forward. My guess is when the coronavirus scare's gone, they'll revert back to the original.
Unless there are IT players, the startup or the SMEs, who come out with specialized solutions and say that, hey, why do you have people come? It's not only about traveling, it's also about parking. When you reach school, there are 100 cars which needs to be parked there.
Exactly. It's only geared up for the few teachers that are there. It's not geared up for every parent to come, So now the cars are parked in the road and you've had all the aggravation there, and now you can't even park in a car park. I've got to walk 10 minutes, This is more aggravation for me. And then you meet that teacher, and guess what? You're not in the right framework. You're not emotionally competent. And all you want to do is offload of how bad the parking was. And it's actually that teacher that's their problem.
Right. So I think the more important aspect is packaging the solution in the right way. So there could be a solution for schools. There could be another solution for offices. Because I think the same scenario will play out there, where thousands and thousands of people are coming to the office. So whoever can work from home can stay at home, and if there is a proper virtual office kind of a solution available. So I think there is an opportunity which can be encashed, which can be utilized. Why I'm saying there's an opportunity, because there is a very important aspect related to security. Because we have Hangout, which is free, but I think for a serious business, you need to have security. So what do you think, considering this scenario, and how the cybersecurity will play a big role in transitioning from physical world to virtual world?
Well, you raise a really important issue, and there's so much written on cybersecurity. It's almost the coronavirus of yesterday, because it is a virus. fundamentally, if you do not put even the basic level of protection on this arena, your PC, your mobile, because a lot of people that I talk to don't realize that they can put security on their mobile. And I'm not talking about a PIN code. I'm talking about the fact that when you use the free Wi-Fi that's available, okay, and as you and I both know, there's nothing for free in this world, fundamentally. Right. There's always a cost somewhere. If you use that free Wi-Fi and it pops up and it says, this is an open environment, it may not be secure.
Yeah.
How many people just ignore that? They just click, okay. Because they've got this inherent trust that, frankly, they should. So whilst we're looking at the change in behavior that the digital world will do, it's not in this, for instance, and we'll look at your child's your meeting with your child's teacher. You've taken all of the security around your drive, you're driving to school and making sure you're in a safe environment and you get there in one piece, you don't have an accident, you park the car in a safe area and you go back and it's still safe, there's no scratches on the car. We need to adopt that same approach now in a digital world. So ask the question, what do I need to be safe? We're going from A to B. You're B, I'm A, or you're A, I'm B. Here you go. So you're A, I'm B. We're having a conversation A to B. We're physically connected over screens and the internet. How secure are we? Well, you and I both know we're on a very secure platform. No one can log into this. No one's allowed to because you block them out. We can't make the assumption that that is always the case. We need to know that when I'm talking with someone over here, that conversation's private. And the interesting thing is, what you need to do is prove it to yourself. So when you sign up for WhatsApp or all of these other, great digital tools that are out there, and a lot are free, so by all means, use the free stuff. Look at the terms and conditions. Just see what information is there. Look at your social profile. And this is where it becomes really important to business owners. This conversation is part of your and my social profile. Right. When you launch, everyone will see who we are. They will form an opinion just by looking at the video, even if they've not got the sound on. So your social profile, our social profile, is really important. And that's what the digital space opens us up to. And it's not about your position, who you are, your title, the address, your phone number, but it's what do you do? And this is where the digital space, if owners, small business owners, and because large business owners do it, if they can start to work in this digital space and put their own performance out there, then as you and I both know, people buy from people. And the digital world allows us to do things much, much faster. It could go viral. You and I have had some interesting conversations with people where, frankly, some people have been the most boring presenters out. They're monotone. They're absolutely fantastic. They know everything about their product, all the technical ins and outs. They don't know how to pitch it. They don't know how to sell. And of course, they get in this mode of, I need to sell, I need to pitch. And the last thing people want to do is to hear a pitch. So they're very happy to have a conversation.
Yeah, so this is why I would like to tell my viewers that there are opportunity on one side, which is for the software developers or the system integrators to come out with solutions which will cater to the virtual environment, which is related to offices or schools or any other virtual world. And to take a lead, Mindfit Limited, which is Naval's company, and my company, which is Akulmac, we have actually tied up to bring, for the first time in the world, a workshop on a virtual platform. And this is specifically planned for chief executives and leaders. And come on this platform, make your pitch, basically share your ideas with others, sit together, and on virtual platform using whiteboard with Naval as an instructor, training all the chief executives, and basically decide your pitch. So, Naval, why don't you give a little bit more information on this program?
Well, very simply, I mean, a lot of people will say you need to be pitch perfect, and and it's a sales pitch. It's nothing of the sort, frankly, because if I need to find information about your organization, you're online, typically, you've got a website, I can find you in social media, I can find everything about you if I really want to. But I will find out lots of technical stuff. And what we find all over, and organizations, some organizations, networking organizations, are set up to help you improve your pitch. I say, don't pitch, stop pitching. There's an old phrase that says from contact to contract is one letter, and it's the letter R, and it's building a relationship. R stands for relationship. And if you can build that relationship, guess what? You'll be very successful. They may not buy from you, but that isn't what your aim should be. Your aim should be is to get them to understand who you are. So people buy from people. The thing is, that's been chopped by, let's say, salespeople out there that can only remember short things, all right? Neither you nor I have got the sales title, okay? So I'm sorry if anyone's listening to the sales arena, but this is a fact of life, so get over it, fundamentally. Be more resilient. People buy from people they know and trust. But as you can see, you've lost sight of my right hand, because we've got this phrase, people buy from people. And there is this fictitious thought process that you've only got 30 seconds to get your message over. Some people will say you've only got 10 seconds. What can you realistically do in 10 seconds? I'll tell you one thing you can do. You can smile. Anyone can smile. It's a universal language. You don't even have to open your mouth. You can smile. And how many people do?
Right.
So our process around this team building session on Saturday is unique. We're going to have 15 business owners around the world that are all going to come together on what we call it a boardroom, because that's what it is. It's a round table boardroom discussion. It's not going to be printed. It's not going to be copied and sent around the world. This is very, very closed arena. This is an opportunity for you to discuss what you do, how you do it, in a very informal setting. It's a workshop. You can do it from your own home, and that's the beauty. We're not restricted by coronavirus. We're not restricted by the fact that we've got to struggle into a meeting room. You can do it from your own home, from your study, or from your office, and it's an active workshop. It's not me and CK spouting stuff at you, telling you what you should be doing. This is an open forum where we will all learn. Because the key is, the more we learn and the more we practice, the better we will be. So, I mean, that just, I hope doesn't say it in a nutshell, it says it in far too many words. But fundamentally, This is a workshop. It's online. Be prepared to be put under pressure.
So
Does that help?
Yes, so this is just a preview from Neville. Ladies and gentlemen, this workshop is on 14th of March at 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. India time. And I will actually add the description and also the link for you to join in this workshop. Please join in and take advantage. This is again on a virtual platform where up to 15 CIOs, CXOs will be able to join. It's a very closed boardroom kind of a discussion. So do take advantage of this facility. So it is a pleasure talking to you, Neville. And I hope coronavirus become a catalyst for us to change our way we carry on our business. I really hope so. I hope the people will see the opportunities and come out with new systems which are secure and tailor-made for various business activities on a virtual platform. So with this, I will say goodbye to you this week. We will catch you again next week, same time, same day on Tuesday.
Same place, same channel. And a high five?
High five.
A virtual high five. There we go.
Yes. This will not give us any infection.
No infection.
Or we can
Good luck, everybody.
Or we can do
Embrace
the Indian
the
style.
digital
We can do
world.
the Indian style. Namaste.
No, namaste.
See you, Neville. See you next time.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmek Technologies and you are welcome to our series, The Great Kings of India. We had been discussing about Ashoka the Great. We have done in last episode the overview of Ashoka and today we will be discussing about administration of Ashoka. Ashoka is a very interesting personality because at one phase of his life he is a tyrant and on the other phase of his life he has become a benevolent king, a father figure to his subject. To discuss more about this administration, this subject of Ashoka's administration, we would like to invite Professor Meeta Joshi, who is the head of the department of one of the prestigious college in Hyderabad, Saint-Anne's College of Women. So without wasting any further moment, I would like to welcome Professor Meeta Joshi. Welcome to the show, Meeta ji. How are you doing today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. I'm fine. How are you?
I am fine, Meeta ji. So, you know that we had been discussing about Ashoka, and I would like to hear more about the administration of Ashoka so that our viewers benefit and they should know how good administrator Ashoka was. So, we would like to know more about his personality and administration.
Okay. See, Ashoka's administration is very unique because it was influenced by the principles of Arthashastra. Arthashastra is an old text written by Kautilya or Chanakya. His original name was Vishnugupta. And Chanakya was the person who was the mentor of Chandragupta Maurya. And he was the person behind the fall of Nanda dynasty. After that, only Chandragupta Maurya could establish the Mauryan Empire. So, the administration of Ashoka is greatly influenced by the principles of Arthashastra because Vishnugupta's grandson, Sagar Gupta, was in the cabinet of Ashoka. Actually, Sagar Gupta was the person associated with Ashoka's father Bindusar, but Bindusar had an inclination towards his elder son, Sushil, and he wanted Sushil to become the crown prince. Total, there were 101 sons of Bindusar, it is said, but from all of them, he liked Sushil. And why he disliked Ashoka was because of his looks. Ashoka was not a very good looking person. So when Ashoka was born, from that time only, he never liked Ashoka that much. Bindusar. Now, this Sagar Gupta has played a very important role in the coronation of Ashoka after the death of Bindusar, because when Bindusar was seriously ill, he called for his elder son Sushin, and he gave orders to Sagar Gupta. But Sagar Gupta deliberately he delayed the message to Sushin, and he called Ashoka instead, who was in Takshila that time. He was there to look after some civil war type of a thing. So Ashoka came, and finally Ashoka was coronated the king of modern empire after Bindusar. If you see, Ashoka very, very intelligently divided his empire into 4 provinces. They were Uttarpat and Dakshinapat, then Prachyapat and Avantiratha. So when you say Uttarpat, you can make out from the name, it was the northern province with its capital at Takshila. Then they had this western province, Avantiratha, with headquarters at Ujjain. After Avantiratha, the Prachyapatha, the eastern province, with its headquarters at Tosala, and finally Dakshinapat, with capital at Suvarnagiri.
Yes.
But
yes,
Ashoka,
very big empire. So we all these provinces was having a capital to really work in a good to have a good administration.
how much you can imagine that how much organized Ashoka was at that time. Okay, so he had his headquarters at Patliputra. Patliputra was his capital in Magadha, and from there he managed all the 4 provinces. Because Ashoka's empire was very vast, it went up to now your modern Pakistan, Iran, Bangladesh, all that area was covered under the Ashokan Empire. So, sitting at Patliputra, Ashoka had all the information about the entire empire through his network of spies. He had spies posted at every nook and corner of the empire, and any problem, any outbreak, civil outbreak, everything, any fear of invasions from outside, everything was reported to the king. So king was the head, Ashoka was the head of the administration. Then he had a council of ministers. Now these ministers, there were 3 important ministers. They were Rajuka and Rajuka, Yukta and Pradeshika. So Pradeshika are the people who are managing the provinces. Rajuka are there to survey and assess the land, because revenue was very important, land revenue, to run the empire. The entire empire was, majorly based on the revenues which were coming in from the provinces. That was the income of the modern empire. So Pradeshika, Rajuka and Yukta, these were the 3 main people in Ashoka's administration or council of ministers. Now if we see, we further see this, then Pradeshika was the in charge of overall administration of a district. So there was district, and the smallest unit was gram. Gram means the village. So that way, see, the administration was decentralized. King is sitting at Patliputra, but through his council of ministers, his team, he was able to look after the administration in a very, very organized and a disciplined manner. Both things were there. To keep the empire intact, such a vast empire, and to rule for 14 years without any,
civil outbreaks or without any problems is an achievement. And Ashoka did that. See, he was a strategist, and after his conversion into Buddhism, he became more wise as a person. So he was managing both things, his spirituality and the administration. Now, if we see the revenue collection and the maintenance and assessment of land was done by Rajuka. He was the person in charge who would see all this revenue department, and the land was surveyed, it was assessed that which land is more fertile, from where you can take more revenue. So everything was classified very, very properly. Okay, then the local administration was like this. There was a unit of 5 to 10 villages together. So in those villages, there was one head who was taking care of these 5 or 10 villages, and the intermediate level of administration between the district and that of a village was done by this person. Okay, then the tax collector there was known as Sthanika, because he is localized to that place only. So he was known as Sthanika. And the village, as I told you, was the smallest unit of administration, and it enjoyed autonomy to a great extent. See the beauty of the administration, that he gave freedom to the village head to operate at it at his own level. The village were given autonomy, which you hear now. This word autonomy is more popular now, but just imagine in 261 BC, after the Kalinga War, when he was setting up his administration, he was very much aware about the autonomy.
Yeah, I think now we see that there's a village.
So, individual,
everything is there. When we have district head, so I think where it is very similar.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
More or less the same. More or less the same. And then the individual village had their own set of officials under Gopa. Gopa was again an official in who's under all these individual village heads. They were under this person known as Gopa. Okay, then Nagaraka, the city superintendent, was there, who looked after the law and order of the city. And under Nagarika, there was a Gopa Sthanika, who was the local person who used to maintain the law and order in the city. So, can you just see that king, then council of ministers, and then the other officials? So, it was a very, very well organized administration. Everything, each and every department was set up, and particular person was appointed the head of the department, like revenue department, provincial, civil administration. Everything was taken care of individually, and with the network of the spies, because the king was informed about every activity which was going on in his empire, so that he could suppress that then and there. See the beauty, that nothing was allowed to be big, any small discontent, or if the common public some discussions are going on, so the spies would immediately inform the king that this is happening. So immediately the king will take action and suppress a little outbreak which was going to happen. So this is the beauty of
Yeah. So what I feel is that he is a very he used to be very able administrator, but a part of this I think is very like of a benevolent king, and he acted as a father, because I have heard that he has put a stone carved with the directions that you should do this, you should not do this, for general public. So every day somebody is coming, something, a place like Chopal or something. So people are tend to, by default, reading those instructions every day. And in this, I think will gives a lot of impact to the subject, isn't it?
Yes, yes. And you, Kanchan, one thing which I forgot to mention is that before the Kalinga War, he was a very, very cruel and brutal king. Okay, because of his looks, he was not very good looking. So, if in this Buddhist text Mahavamsha, it is mentioned, which is written in Pali language, it is mentioned that when he was in his palace and he was surrounded by his, because he has many wives, so when he was surrounded by women, so the woman hesitated to touch him because of his skin. It was so uneven. So he got all those women, executed. He said, you burned them alive. All these women, God put them in. He had a particular torture cell in which people were tortured. Okay. And then he took the title of Priyadarshi. Priyadarshi means who looks good. Okay. So it was only through his power. He was not very good looking. Okay. But through his power, he took that title Priyadarshi. Deva Nam Pri. Deva Nam Pri. Who is loved by gods. Okay. Chakravarti. Chakravarti means whose empire is very large and wide. Samrat, king. So all those titles he took. Because of this complex which he had, and because of which his father never liked him. Bindusar never liked Ashoka. He always gave more encouragement to Sushil, who was his elder son. Only because somehow Bindusar did not like his appearance, his strategies, though Ashoka was a very good military strategist. Okay, and when any outbreak was there, one time, for example, I will give you one example. When there was an outbreak in Takshila and Ujjain, so that time Bindusar ordered his elder son Sushil to go and suppress the rebellion. But he could not do that. He could not do that. Then he called Sushil back and sent Ashoka. And Ashoka was able to suppress the rebellion. So he was a very good military strategist. And he is also known for his army, because his army had 9,000 huge elephants. 9,000 huge elephants. Then there were horses, there were oxen, there were, the cavalry, the people, soldiers who used to walk on foot. So his military was very organized, very organized. And with the help of the elephants, because when you are going for a war and you see a huge, group of elephants moving towards you, a person gets psychologically weak because they are so, giants.
Right.
So that was also a very intelligent move of Ashoka, that he used those elephants in his warfare. And whenever there was no war, all those elephants and his army, military soldiers, they had a training in the morning without fail after the sunrise.
Yes.
And now it was
today also we have daily trainings in army, so something like that.
And now the training was not to wage wars, it was only to protect the empire from the invaders.
Yes, it is I think after he became Buddhist. So he is keeping that army so that people around his kingdom or the kings around his kingdom should not have an idea that we can invade now Ashoka's empire.
Yes. So the army was, was there to guard the borders of the empire, to see that the common public in his kingdom was happy. And he had a very peaceful rule of 14 years. After the Kalinga War, he ruled for 14 years, and that rule was very much appreciated by the people. People were very happy in his rule because of his policies and his administration, because each and every minor thing was also addressed. Any common person, if he had a grievance, they were told to pass it to the Pradeshika, and the Pradeshika will pass it to the king. So that channel was there.
Yeah,
it was
great.
not that it was inaccessible. King was always accessible.
Yes, he's the king of people.
Yeah, he was the king of.
Yeah.
And another little story I want to tell you about him is that once upon a time, he saw a Buddhist monk going, passing from near his palace, and he called for that monk. And when he called him inside his palace and asked that, who are you? Then he told that his name was Nigroth. And he happened to be the son of his elder brother, whom he got killed for the throne.
Okay.
He was Sushin's son.
Uh-huh.
So when he heard that he is Sushin's son, then he got more, empathetic about him, because he had this guilt feeling that he killed his father.
Yeah.
Then he asked Nigroth to take any seat in his, court. And Nigroth climbed and sat on his throne.
Okay.
But Ashoka didn't get angry, or he didn't, show any signs of anger. He was happy. And it is said that after that, it was Nigroth who taught him all the Buddhist principles, and he told him more about Buddha. And then he got inclined towards Buddhism. Because in the Buddhist text Mahavamsha and Deepvamsha, it is mentioned that when Buddha was visiting the empire of Magadha 100 years before the birth of Ashoka, so in that birth Ashoka met him when Buddha was there. And because Buddha was a bhikshu, he asked for this alms, and that time then Ashoka gave him some soil, mitti. He put it in his patra, the bhiksha patra. And then Buddha prophesied that time that after my death, 100 years, he will be born as Ashoka, and he will be a big ruler. He will rule the Mauryan Empire. So this was the prediction of Buddha, and it came true. And it is mentioned in the Buddhist text of Deepvansh and Mahavamsha.
Yes. So we have discussed about the administration, and we have touched the unique and crucial point of Ashoka's administration. So I'll just wind up this episode now, and we'll be discussing tomorrow about the army of Ashoka and how he has dealt, how he has maintained his army. So till tomorrow, you take care, have a good day, bye-bye.
Thank you, Kanch.